Hello, everyone. This is Darcinovia, and I am back once again with another stream. I'm going to be honest, my last one was kind of a disaster. I don't think it was really that good. It was directionless, and I didn't really know what I was doing. So, for those of you who watch my streams and expect better, I am sorry. And, well, I don't normally start a stream or early or do a stream suddenly, but here we are. Now, what is this stream exactly? What is it about? Well, the title should be self-explanatory. It's a 4th of July stream, basically talking about how the American dream is fucking bullshit. That's not all this stream is going to be about, though, but it's a good hook-on title for those who search in the algorithm anything 4th of July related, and they see, oh, the American dream is bullshit. And for those of you, if you're hearing any fireworks being lit in the background, there's nothing I can do. Where I live right now, there's people lighting fireworks, so I'm sorry. You're going to have to deal with that annoyance. For those of you who are international, who watch my streams from other countries, you're probably like, oh God, 4th of July, I feel sorry for you. I hate this holiday. I really do. Because it's like America is like this country is not something worth celebrating. I'm just going to say there's nothing worth celebrating about this holiday. I mean, this country was founded on genocide, slavery, and amongst other things. America it's not the kind of country that I feel like anyone should be proud of. And for those of you who are usually here for my other stuff, I'm not talking about that, because this is going to be a heavily political stream, and I'm not going to do a mislabeling stream again where I have something related to the Supreme Court, but I don't actually talk about it. So with this Fuck America stream, having that in the thumbnail, for those, it's very, something that's like going to piss off reactionaries. I'm going to keep on topic about why I'm doing this stream. Now, anti-Americanism. Why do I think it's justified? Well, there's many reasons why I think it's justified. I think America as a whole is a country that was never founded on anything more than property rights. Because let's just be honest, the American Revolution there was nothing good about the American Revolution that actually did anything for the American people, or whatever you want to call it. The only people that benefited from the American Revolution were rich white men. The founding fathers were not good men. The founding fathers were slave owners. The founding fathers are pedophiles. The founding fathers were reactionary. I mean, the British, by comparison, were fucking saints compared to the American founding fathers. I don't understand for the life of me how anyone could still be proud to be American. I don't get it. I really do not get it, how anyone could still be proud to be American in this day and age. To me, it's laughable. And I'd still stand by when I say that if you're proud to be an American, I think you're a fascist. And I won't take that back. And I will die on this hill that you are a fascist if you're proud to be American, if you're proud of this genocidal fascist regime that is America. I mean, how many countries has this country destroyed since its founding? Like, many indigenous tribes like that existed at the time are wiped out completely. Yeah, exactly. It's a like ultra-fascist and jingoistic holiday. Like, it celebrates what? What the fuck are we celebrating? That's the question I ask for any right-wing dipshit that will inevitably thumb down this video. Well, if only they could. What are we actually celebrating? Are we celebrating independence for Britain? Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, and yeah, but why did that's the question that these reactionaries who love America won't fucking answer. Okay, why did the American Revolution happen in the first place? And that's the thing about Americans. They're so childish. They have no understanding of their own country's history, especially these right-wing dipshits. Right-wing dipshits, the only thing that they'll fucking discuss is freedom, this, freedom, that. It's okay, freedom for who? Because let's be honest here, Americans can't even define what freedom actually means. What does it mean, freedom? Because that's the word I despise. Because freedom is such a vague word. It could literally mean anything. What is freedom exactly? I seriously am asking anyone who's watching this. What is freedom? Is freedom having a bunch of shit? Is freedom going around pillaging people's fucking countries? Is freedom going around fucking acting like a jackass and complaining about wearing a fucking piece of cloth on your face? What the fuck is freedom? And I use this word in quotations. Fucking seriously? Okay, what about countries and other parts of the world who have fought for independence? Why are their fucking struggles, why are they not considered free? But in this country, why is this fucking bullshit only applies to America? Why are Americans the only people that are considered free? I mean, seriously. Americans weren't the first or the last to fight a war of independence. But if you compare the revolutions of Cuba or Vietnam to the American Revolution, those were actual struggles against empires. Yeah, it was a struggle against the British Empire, but what were the reasons for the struggle in the first place? What was it exactly? You want to know what that is? Property rights is the exact reason why the American War and the American Civil War happened in the first place. It wasn't for anything or altruistics or anything. It was fucking nothing more than counter-revolutionary bullshit. Yes, I agree. The counter-revolution by 1776 by Jared Home should be required reading for every communist. Hell, anyone who with any fucking decent human fucking decency. Fucking the Americans don't know what freedom is. Then again, this isn't exclusive to American, and considering we have a Brit comrade here who could probably give his own 2 cents on what the hell he thinks of this stupid holiday. Okay, I'm gonna let you on, Stone.
Oh well, fucking. I mean, what's it? Fucking. I just 1776 was gay. Like bunch of fucking angsty white aristocrats who were leaders of the empire. Like fucking, does anyone know who fucking George fucking Washington was? They know his history because I do. The guy was well respected in the British Empire. He was fucking handsomely paid. He was the wealthiest man in America when the American Revolution, more like a coup d'état, fucking happened.
Yeah,
What
and
did they
most
replace it with? Something that Britain was already doing anyway. I mean, like if America was really thinking as opportunistically as America would think today, they'd have stayed with the British until like the 1850s to ride off the industrialization and then revolt. Like
this, it
they
was a
left literally. They knew they were industrializing. Britain started this in like the early 1700s, late 1600s. They knew it was happening, so they decided to fucking screw up like imperialism fucking level 2, like with these motherfuckers. They'll eventually learn when it comes to like 1940s, but fucking America had a learning curve, we'll put it like that.
That is true.
Fucking can't even do the evil things they want to do properly. They got to fucking copy the British and the French all the time. It's what it always seems to be. I had a fucking Jewish cadre tell me this, is that the America seems to be like tied really intrinsically culturally between its mother country of England and Britain. You know, that pseudo fucking mess. Um, uh, fucking there's no such thing as the British people. There's Britain because it's a piece of political land, but this idea of like this conceptual British people is nonsense. Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Cumric, as it should probably be said. Welsh is a slur. Um,
Well, as you
Cornish, English, and England is even split between North and South. There's a lot of complications in culture that Americans just lose the nuance of. I mean, like, America is the type of place where if you're in, like, say, a place like New York or something, and you can go into, like, a traditional Irish pub and it will have green decor all over the place. There's some dickhead dressed up almost like not quite, but almost like a leprechaun telling saying top of the morning to you, which is not how Irish people speak, not how Irish people dress. It's just disgustingly stereotypical and just a way of making massive profits out of people. And that's America. That is the American dream encapsulated. That's what those people abandoned the Irish people during the Great Famines went to go and do. Genocide natives and fucking in positions of power. Not all of them. Some of them became working class and were heavily mistreated, but some of them fucking, they ran away from the British to what? Go and do what? What the British did to them. That's not fucking on. Go and join whiteness. As soon as Roosevelt offers you the fucking dangly chain as well, you go and jump to that too. They'll let us get the same seat as the Anglo-Saxons now. Like, why are you trying to be on the same chairs as these oppressive dickheads is always the big question to be added to people. And this comes into the whole history of America. America is always this big, like, escapism for a lot of its development. I mean, the mass amount of its white population for the working class came during the 1800s when America was industrializing. A lot of working class people in the UK actually moved over there to get work because, well, we're going through some bourgeois crises. Let's just put it that way. Industry was we're working
majority of
in factories and everything. Like we were working everyone to death at that point in time. Malthusianism was really popular in the British government. Uh, uh, Actual
uh,
Malthusianism, like what Caleb preaches. Not what he tells everyone is Malthusianism.
what's funny is what's mostly taught in America about its history is nothing more than mythology. We're not even taught history. We're taught mythology.
Guys, why does your army fucking wear swords? Is always the funny thing.
Because swords look cool. That's why we have it in its imagery.
Like, just the
Well,
thing that fucking Churchill gave Stalin was a sword. Like, fucking, it was either Stalin, it was either Churchill that gave it him or Roosevelt that gave it him. But I know that's like so the Potsdam Declaration, Stalin and Roosevelt would dunk on fucking Churchill because he was a crazy, like he's a lunatic. Like he wrote in his diary about how he thought every Soviet soldier was going to turn around and fucking shoot him at any minute when he was at the Soviet parade. It's not the IS-3s that scared him; it was the people. When you give the people power, it scares. So I mean, Churchill literally looks like the Porky fucking meme. It's literally a meme at this point, like because of the relevance. Like he is literally living Porky, and he was born in New York. Churchill's an American, but he's also one of the most British prime ministers we've ever had. Think about it, American viewers. The identity is false. It's another British fucking hoax. That's all it is. Yeah, exported British patriotism. And British patriotism, not the French definition, the British definition. Loyalty to the crown. And you've even got, like, I know it's loyalty to the president now, and even though you say it's constitution, but it's to the president. You're all stuck up to him in the end anyway. You're all little bitches. They even did it with Trump. Like, don't fucking lie. American system. Like, the petty bourgeoisie, they're all full of shit. That's the thing with them. They're all full of shit. They'll all try and stand their ground, but as soon as it comes to it, as soon as Trump was bombing Syria and places like that, and then they called him a dickhead every time after that. You know,
Or Trump is being presidential.
yeah, that's the one. Presidential. That was their like cold deadpan way of going at it. It's like,
It's
okay,
it's
what?
like they loved Trump when he was bombing brown people, but when he wasn't doing that, they hated him.
And it's like, you know, the patriotism, regardless. So you know, okay, getting off from that. I'm getting lost in my own words. I was doing this earlier in the chat. The one thing to take into account with this is that there's actually a weird thing going on in America where there is white people who want monarchy back. So, you know, full turkey. It's like when Hitler was talking about like 14th century Germany and like people were just nodding along. They didn't get shit. Like, the fuck about 14th century Germany other than like the Low Germans who were having their culture genocided by Hitler at the time? They might have given a fuck, but their culture wasn't represented. They had to speak Hochdeutsch and like, you know, forced into fucking this one German culture bullshit, quite similar to the one Chinese culture that China tried to push. It's even worse than China because there's 56 different nations.
Yeah, Alex Jones now doing like proto
These
monarch
nations are all
crap.
very similar. Like America is based off of the European model exported, and it's not really just the European model because China is a very interesting place to look at because while the modern day Chinese Empire takes inspiration massively from the British and the Americans, they influenced a lot of what the British did before the Americans existed. Chinese imperialism goes way back. Back. You know, fucking, you gotta fucking turn back all the way to fucking pre-Roman times. Like, you know, long history. You think the Anglo-Saxons have got a long history of fucking genocide and war and fucking look what the Chinese did to the Mongolians. And then wonder why the Mongolian Empire was such a cool fucking reaction. Like, you know, the only type of reactionary thing that's going to come out of what the Chinese Empire was doing to the Mongolians was going to be, you know, the Mongolian Empire and how brutal it was. And yes, brutal, not socialist, brutal. They were feudal, literally feudal. But this is a sort of like, you know, the British took a lot of influence from how China went from, you know, being this sort of idea of this middle kingdom that it spread to being this massive fucking kingdom. You know, China is in my eyes, and I might be wrong. Chinese can correct me, but as far as I see it, China and its historical relevance as a name, and its foundation as a country, how it's structured, is akin to the way that the British is with the term British and the way that's described. I mean, like Mao's biggest mistake was not fully dismantling that and allowing for a class collaborationist flag to be risen up above China. Sorry, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie do not deserve representation in any part of fucking socialism. There's a level of secrecy.
I agree.
I'm actually going through a history of the Bolshevik Revolution, and they were having problems with Russian chauvinism even during the time of oh my God, we're under attack now. They were having trouble with Russian chauvinism even during the time of Lenin when they were setting up, even prior to the Soviet Union being formally created in 1922. Lenin himself was even criticizing it, calling it like you know, about
Great
what was
Russian
going on.
chauvinism is what he was always talking about.
Yeah, but the problem was it was like it still kept happening even though it wasn't the official policy. Like they drew up like I forget what it was. An example.
Yes. So
Tartar stain.
before Trotskyism even came about, this thing was a process because it's petty bourgeois class consciousness. They're trying to infect and change the revolution to be their own tool for their own class interest.
Yeah, I think that's what happened is because they realized that the White Army wasn't going to win the war by October 1919. That
Sometimes
kind
it's
of
not even just that. A lot of it, it's like they would have joined it anyway because it's the easiest way for them to push their power. Like that's why a lot of them go fascist as well. If it's the best way that they can push their power, like openly, and they'll go for it. That's why Caleb Moppin keeps moving the over to window left.
Right.
Sorry,
right.
I mean sorry, moving the over to window right. I said the wrong thing. I did the autism thing. At least I didn't do the one that I've always fear, which is getting Israel and Palestine mixed up. That's the one I fear because it's basically like the thing autistic people do sometimes is we'll say the opposite thing to what we're thinking because we overthink about the fact that we might accidentally say the opposite thing. We're thinking. It's kind
You
of an
know,
implanted thought issue.
I don't know if you got. Would you guys know there was a mass shooting today?
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, fucking
A Highland Park, was it Highland Park? It's
The,
like 30 miles up of Chicago.
the last mass shooting I heard about was in Copenhagen. But
I mean, what a way
Yeah,
to
that was
celebrate
yesterday.
fucking 4th of July is with a mass shooting. That's the American fair. I mean, it's the 5th of July now because Americans pick really awkward times to do these things. But
Yeah, the white guy was like on the
Great friendly,
rooftop
which I mean, fair enough.
shooting
Fair enough.
people.
I don't like it either. Identify it's English and I'm Celtic, you know. The time zones we don't choose, like earlier in the day, but you know, I get
Well,
Yeah,
it's the thing is the reason I chose this time because it's late enough so everyone is available and early enough so for those who are in the other side of the world can join in. That's why I do my streams out.
you're in the Pacific time. If you did it at 8 o'clock, everyone would already be awake and active. Like Central time is 10, fucking or 9, and fucking you know Eastern time it's like fucking what up, fucking 11 or 12, and you're fucking over here it would be 8 hours from 8, 16, 4 in the afternoon.
You know what what I originally wanted to do? I originally wanted to do this stream about the American Constitution, but I felt like I needed time to read the whole fucking
Oh
thing.
man, the Constitution's too much of a drab. I mean, the big short straw
yeah,
with it is it says that it ended slavery and then turns around and is like, oh yeah, well, so slavery's okay, but in these contexts, it's like,
Well,
yeah, you can't solve it, but
I
you can.
wanted to do a takedown of the U.S. Constitution, but
I
I
would
can't.
just pick certain bits out of it that are worth talking about,
it,
and like, right there, arms is the base.
But not now. But not now because there's that talk about the U.S. Constitution
You've
with
got
this
also
many people.
people only think about the first page of the Constitution. They look at it like the Ten Commandments. They don't look any past further it, and it's like, yeah, well, there's actually a lot of audits, edits to the Constitution, and add-ons, and then you've got the Patriot Act, which literally can overturn the Constitution. So, you know,
It would
what
take us like 2 to
if
3 or
anything, I
4.
would focus your content on the Patriot Act. It's probably a more interesting discussion, in my opinion.
I think
Well,
the biggest thing we should talk about with the Constitution and its legacy is federalism. Honestly, that seems to be one of the most.
What about those communists in America that keep trying to push constitutional legalism?
yeah. The Federalist Papers, more specifically, with
Federalist
Madison.
patriotists. Oh my god. I thought I had severe autism, but actually do I have a diagnosis thing over there that it's in my letters somewhere. I've lost the letter since I tried to get disability support. I am prepared, yes. But I am a licensed retard. But I can I get to I get to do the gamerism. Um, what's it? You know, um, so America is all about like it's the pop punk form of fucking revolution. What's it actually doing? It's selling you pop music, but trying to tell you it's punk, and that's literally all those people that are tarting up this American Revolution crap. They they they're they're nothing but posers. Like what revolution? I can't find it. I got the head though.
Oh, careful! We're what we consider ultra left if we don't support America.
Right. Or if you don't support voting, apparently, according
Wait,
to
you know what's so stupid? The Pet Sox say if you advocate not to vote or you don't vote, you're ultra left. Does this
right.
mean most of the American population is ultra left?
So the ultra left position is to the right of the Communist Party. I hope these people are aware of that, not to the left. Caleb Hawkins seems to act like there's a position that's to the left of the Communist Party. You might want to reread Lenin and Lenin's point on the Communist Party, where he says that the Communist Party is the most left that anyone could be. It's so long as it is principled, specifically, so long as it is principled. Right deviations are a big problem, but there is only the left and the right deviation in the party. And if they were the left deviation, there's no one left of you. It can't be. It's not possible. Not in that state. It could happen in the future, but you're not in the future yet. So it's where I was going, I had something good then.
Like, Attack of the Menace asked earlier, what do we all think of Joe Biden? And I think it should be obvious, Attack, that we fucking all despise him. To answer your
Yeah.
question.
No. Actually, I am a card-carrying Joe Biden supporter right here. No. What do you think?
What's it? Guaranteed fucking what's it? Black shirts TV and fucking Caleb Mop and all them not last minute voted Biden. Panic Biden vote. Although actually no, Caleb would have just voted Trump actually.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, Caleb
I
would
mean,
just
yeah.
about this properly. See, I'm not in America. I don't have to deal with like your retarded politics all the time. We have our own shit here. Have you seen the way that they bitch and fight in fucking commons? It's like fucking a playground.
Jeremy Corbyn was right.
I mean, they got rid of him for anti-Semitism for saying Israel is bad. Yeah, he's correct, but what? He should have backed up his words. That was the thing that pissed me off. He shouldn't have apologized. He should have turned around and went, "No, what you want about? They're committing genocide against Palestinians," but instead he's just like, "I've already apologized. What I've said, what I've said has been said." That's some cop out bullshit, man. Like fucking pussy clap.
You're not a fan of George Galloway, Caleb's favorite.
Galloway literally turned around and said, in the words of Tony Blair, "I am third way," just after he described China as the perfect blend of socialism and capitalism.
Jeez.
Someone's been reading Gadden, not just Tony Blair. I mean, Tony Blair, so Gadden basically turned around and said Tony Blair ruined the third way by using too much neoliberalism. I mean, however true that is, it's up to you. But it seems like it's the case, or at least that fascism failed to implement itself properly. Either way, it led to a delay in the development of what was essentially a position of like, okay, we're not at the end of history, guys. Okay, we fucked up. We spent a lot of money. We don't really have that money. We're basically making it up as we go along. We need to start some wars. We need to take some resources, and we need to make sure that things spaghetti in a way where it lands beneficial for us. They're playing so many different cards at the moment that the system is in shock. The imperialist system is entering a stage of turmoil because the Great Depression has hit the U.S. empire and it's going to spread everywhere. Just like the Great Depression when it hit the British in the mid-20s, spread across the fucking empire, and spread into the other empires. Same with the US. Actually, we're already having shortages for like a Ukrainian potatoes. We got around for some unknown reason why, like things like crisps, we go for the Ukrainian ones because flavor, why not? That's the British Empire's fucking mentality, and the American, and those weird frog-legged French people. And then you got the Celtic people in French who aren't for this shit and want to fucking leave, but France won't let them.
You know, another thing I hate about 4th of July is the god awful fucking national anthem we all agree the American national anthem is horrible?
Absolutely.
Is
English
absolutely
pub
obnoxious.
songs sang to music it was not sang to originally. So like pub music, if it had an instrument, would have had a lute, and maybe some drums to bang on or a side to hit. But if anything, it was probably a cappella. It was just a pub song that people sung.
Does,
You know,
does anybody does anybody have the clip
Completely
of
different
Caleb?
song.
Does anybody have the clip of Caleb singing the national anthem and going over the history of it?
oh
No, see,
God,
that fucking shit made me cringe. No,
do we
I
have
can't.
to go to that cringe
No,
today?
we're not going to that.
Okay,
I forbid it. Fuck
okay,
that.
everyone
Like,
here.
I have
Does it,
enough fucking health issues. I don't need brain cancer from watching Caleb recite the fucking national anthem.
does
I've
anyone
already
here want?
watched. I've watched the guy like cold deadpan read the lyrics to fucking Power Rangers before. This guy's a lunatic. And turn
Wait,
around
what?
and say that fucking George Washington was a bad dude and nothing else critical of him. He did not mention the guy had slaves the whole fucking time. Just talks about his squeaky voice and how he got cared for it. And
You know what's hilarious? If you look up the Soviet national anthem, it actually has a higher view count than the American national anthem.
well, yeah, there are more people from that region, I guess, and also like what's it? Fucking Soviet music is better because fucking. Well, to be honest, the problem with the Soviet anthem is the old Russian anthem. This is really bit of a tie over, but
I'm sorry, but I love that song. The Soviet
I like the
national anthem.
lyrics.
I
The
love it.
lyrics are the thing that makes it good. Like the thing is, if it was the old anthem, like the new anthem is today, it was like full of Russian nationalism and supremacism. I mean, the Russians took Red Army as the strongest, and they sang it bit for bit all the way through. And then the last verse, they turn around and just promote Russian conquering and imperialism.
Well, the version I'm talking about is like the one and
Oh
during
yeah, I know what you're on about, but
the
the
one during
English
the
one's
Stalin.
good.
I'm referring to the one during the Stalin era. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the Stalin era one, you want to go for the English one because it's sang by fucking Paul Robeson.
Oh yeah, that's Paul Robson. For those of you who don't know, look him up. The U.S. government basically did everything they could to make sure nobody in our generation knows who he is. Like
I mean,
I
if he
was
didn't
talking,
run off to the Soviet Union, the fucking US police probably would have shot him at some point.
I was talking to a guy at my work yesterday, and I talked about Paul Robinson. He's like, "Wait, who's that?" I was like, "I'm not shocked you don't know who he is because the U.S. government basically did everything they can to bury him." And he looked up his history. He's like, "Oh shit."
I must state that Paul Robinson's a different singer. He is a person, but different singer. Common surname. Is that
But
fucking cat in my house? What fucking is this cat? He keeps coming in my house.
Well, after all, it is his house, so
Wait, what do you mean? It's his house? Are you fucking kicking me out?
okay, someone just made a Street Fighter
Americans, what is it with you and separating?
made a Street Fighter 2 joke regarding the American national anthem.
America is just like, what if you could be British more than the British? Fucking
You want?
hats off to you, you achieved it. Like,
Does
the
anyone want to
white
listen to some?
genocide to the point where the white people are destroying their own culture, where it's just burger and fucking.
Does
TV
anyone want to
now.
listen to some cringe American music? Does anyone want to hear America?
No.
Fuck yeah.
Well, yeah, that's actually the best form of American music. 'Cause it's honest. They are gonna save the day by killing everyone. That is America.
So the thing I find interesting about the American dream, how these patriots, like so-called patriots, will love to talk about like the American dream. The American dream is so vague. Like it could be anything. I think George Carlin said it best. Like the American dream is called a dream because you'd have to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah.
I call it a nightmare.
No, I mean, think about it. I mean, it's like class consciousness. I mean, the pirate bourgeoisie, they start giving up on the American dream when the class consciousness rises up and they commit to American nationalism. I mean, a lot of the time white nationalism, but they've started to understand that they need to do the Roosevelt multiculturalism bullshit. Because so here's the thing: people don't understand. Roosevelt multiculturalism wasn't nice to black people and natives. It was like inviting white people to be at the same table as fucking
Yeah,
Anglo-Saxons. It was a reach out to the Italian and the Irish communities.
yeah, and then the whole
Look
internment
at the
camps
line
thing
ahead.
slash.
Mussolini called fucking Roosevelt like you know, perfect example of fascism. His policies were the same as what Italy's policies were.
Yeah, and Mussolini, I mean, FDR also established the OAS in Latin America.
Yeah. And
God, Americans are so. God, these people are so fucking obnoxious with their fucking fireworks. Ugh.
but you know, well, I mean, they hate the Chinese so much that they use their cultural fucking things to celebrate.
That's the thing that's funny about
Literally, this is the
America.
cultural appropriation that they do. I mean, they appropriate loads of stuff from the natives and then go and murder the fucking villages after they do so.
Everything about America is like fucking stolen or taken from other cultures. Because
And
America,
tokenized.
It's a continuation of what the British started. British were like,
okay. I know this is more non-serious. Even their entertainment is like that as well. I mean, Americans fucking stuff is so fucking bland that they have to resort to fucking going to fucking like Japan in order to get something these days. Because then again, Japan in itself is an Americanized version of an Asian culture. So yeah, it's a mess. You have an American version of an Asian culture, and it goes back to here. So Americans can't even get anything original either from anywhere.
So the British had a principle of if it doesn't have a fence around it, it's British. So their idea was okay. Well, if we build a fence around it, it's now ours. We've signed a deed. We own the land. It was free open land. We took it. We're looking after it. We signed the deed by our codex of international relations and laws as an imperial power. We fucking say that it's legal. Boom, bada bing, slap bang sticker on it. Go give a fucking book to a native who's never read English before, but can just about speak it correlated, at least some of it to him, so you can deceive him enough, but not enough so that he can properly break apart what you're saying. Proper fucking scummy snake oilsman tactics. They did it to the Australian natives. They would teach them enough they get enough to communicate, but they would keep themselves in a position where they couldn't properly understand each other, so that they could manipulate them very, very easily and just say, "Well, you signed it. Like it says that we can do this." Look up Batman, not the fucking well, it's not really a fun hero. The super fascist, not the actual living proto fascist who did the colonization of Australia. Has a very similar relationship to the United States. Stuff, very, same process, same as Canada. Canada is just the US. What if it stayed in the UK? Literally. And it's more white, ethno-nationalistic, in my opinion. Well, sorry, not ethno-nationalist. I mean ethno-state. Like it's more white than America to a degree. Like when you think about it, like the way the natives are very pushed off, and pushed away, and
Yeah.
these massive Anglo-Saxon or Frankish cities. And it's just like, America
Very
is a little more mingled with black and native people, even though America is the fucking segregation state. Canada follows the old rule of just pushing native people off into the fucking hills. Remember when America did that Trail of Tears things and did concentration camps? God, don't that make you feel so patriotic?
Yeah, Andrew Jackson.
Native comrade. What it is that fucking.
Yeah,
See, Caleb will look at that and he'll say, "Yes, that did happen. We're just not going to do anything to address it, though.
right.
Or if we are, we're going to do the treaty thing again. Except
Yeah.
this time, it's gonna work."
Bro, I don't understand. They were getting along before, and then the Trail of Tears happened. The natives must have done something to upset the white settlers that were taking their land and raping their people and destroying it. It almost seems like the white people are the bad guys in this story, and there's no other way to cut the fucking slice. And this comes into a really interesting thing to look at. So one thing people really need to think about: why do they try and whitewash the German people out of their involvement with the Nazis in World War II? The fact that so much of the German aristocracy and working class were in support of the Nazis.
Yeah,
Because
including
they
Henry
know
Ford.
if they allow the acceptance of that, it allows for the acceptance that all of the truth, the acceptance of the truth, that all these empires, the British, the Americans, the Canadians, the Chinese, every one of them, their their labor aristocracy and their working class and their petty bourgeoisie are all benefactors of empires of genocide, rape, pillage, murder, the whole fucking chitmagone theft on a mass international scale.
Yep.
And I find the one thing I find really ironic is, I think that the petty bourgeoisie in the labor aristocracy applies to this. Remember how silent white women were, at least in the labor aristocracy, when black women and trans women suffered bigoted attacks against them.
Petty bourgeois fucking white women, uh, their reaction to feminism was people like Margaret Thatcher, who's like, I'm not a feminist, I'm a meninist, if anything.
Well,
We all were pretty certain that Margaret Thatcher was a blow. Like no one really sees. I don't think she sees herself as a woman, to be honest. Like, not even trying to like offend her in this either. Like, I mean, she was a very boss, fucking abusive, psychotic. Whatever you would normally expect to see from like a big fucking evil male dictator. It was sort of like a big wake up call for sexists. It's like it goes both ways. Like everyone's as evil and everyone as good as each other, depending on the context of the person's interests. Margaret
Yeah.
Thatcher's interests saw that feminism in its most radical form, back in those days, was Marxist. Unfortunately, third wave feminism has decided to take over, and third wave feminism is distinctly fascist. Second wave feminism is that cringy liberal feminism. It's like, well, we've got some stuff, we can wait for the rest.
Yeah.
Literally bootlicker feminism. Like, there's a place for cowards. It's called liberalism.
What's actually interesting about Margaret Thatcher is I think one of the actors had a difficult time playing her because in order to do Margaret Thatcher correctly, she kind of has to act like a psychopath in order to properly play
it's like playing
Margaret
the
Thatcher.
Joker is what I remember it being like applied to. Like it was like playing like Heath Ledger's Joker.
If I have to be honest, there is an argument that could be made. You know more than me because you're
so there is the suspicion that she might also be Ronald Reagan. So like there may be even more going on than realize. It explains the fucking dementia.
Well, I do think Margaret Thatcher might have been a psychopath because nobody does what she does unless they are one.
I mean, like, she's a sociopath regardless. Like, you can't have the power of the petty bourgeoisie without being sociopathic. That is the position I hold. I mean, there's probably one geezer out there who's petty bourgeois and he's not a fucking sociopath. Good for you. But it's people who are political icons in the petty bourgeoisie and have all this power. They ain't fucking... they're sociopaths. Like, you can't be petty bourgeois and have that level of power and not be a fucking lunatic. Let's be real. Alienation. Makes people fucking crazy.
Yeah.
The entire anti-revisionist gang is here for 4th of July, and we're gonna likely get some people who are watching it are haters or loving this, aren't they?
Let's say you should like fucking get a big bucket of water and just check it in the direction of the people.
The ultra left stream.
Ultra left. Yeah, ultra left, basically anything that's actually like principled Marxism, Leninism, like.
Well, didn't you know that if you're against
MLM.
voting, that's
Yeah.
ultra
A
left?
lot of MLs will be like, they're just principled Marxist Leninists. We have that argument between the MLMs and the MLM third worldists. The constant debate of how do we move science forward in Marxism. And then you have those people who don't want to move the science forward. They just want to get rid of Marxist philosophy because it's the one that makes sure that you do the socialism, as they say in Germany.
Like I love when these fucking like revisionist motherfuckers always call us like ultra left or like dogmatists or some shit too, because it always reminds me of the quote from Mao where he talks about the revisionists also claim to be against dogmatism, but what they're actually against is the quintessence of Marxism.
Fucking hell, what a way to put it. I can
Yeah.
conjure words like that. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I was a little bit late too. I met on the way out of this because I was just gonna go get like milk or whatever. But on the way out of this fucking store, I met a nice homeless couple and got them some McDonald's and shit and gave them a little money.
That's
Nice.
honestly, I don't. You're not late actually. This
Bro,
stream is gonna.
someone called Fetish Magic just posted on my fucking one of my Caleb Moffin is an anti-communist leaked from an ex-team member, and it goes hustle that bussy muscle. I need to screenshot this before I delete
I mean,
it. Oh my
this stream
God,
is
that's
probably gonna
awesome.
go on for like 3 to 4 hours, so you're
Oh,
good.
yeah, because you invited me. I'm a danger.
No,
Videos.
that is not the reason why. That's my intention to begin with.
Wait,
Well,
lump
yeah,
it. Wait, lump
why
it.
the
Then roll this.
insurance?
Wait, Stone, fucking. I mean, we all know that. I mean, at least back in the day, Caleb used to, be a little kind of a fan of Bussy, or at least getting his Bussy blown in. Back in the RCP days.
He was a little spoon. We know.
Did you guys know that Jordan Peterson's been banned from Twitter?
Yeah.
What?
Well, he got locked out.
I mean, he's probably happy that he is because it's making him relevant again. Because who gives a shit about Jordan Peterson in 2022? To be honest.
Has
Yeah.
anyone seen the fucking South Park where Mr. Hanky is just doing fucking like Xanax?
Let's be
Literally
honest.
that, like
Jordan
he's gonna get
Peterson.
kicked out of Canada and sent back to England. He calls himself an English conservative. Go fuck off back to England, then you.
But let's be honest, Jordan Peterson. The only people that truly like him are people mostly from America. That's where most people like him or from.
Also, no, he does have a fair base in parts of Canada. So Canada is always perceived to be quite left, but Canada is equally right, and in some places more right wing than America. It's just complicated. It's not violent in the same sense as America, sure. And that's not true entirely, because I mean, you should look up to the shit that happens to the fucking natives of Canada. It's just very hush hush because they have them pushed away, so it's easy for atrocities to be covered up. Canada plays a very fucking I hate to use words that sound complimentary, but it's like a wise colonial game. Like, they know what the fuck they're doing. They're playing the old game though. They're playing very, very old rules when it comes to the way they deal with the natives. And that's why they don't send the normal police in. They send the military police in. And American military police dress in black. The Canadian military police dress in fucking camo. I know it's just a different color and everything else is basically the same, but Jesus Christ, doesn't that fucking just hit you a bit? Like it feels more like you're dealing with a soldier when they're dressed in fucking camouflage. Like, that makes it a more intimidating situation for the natives. They gotta tell these soldiers to fuck off.
Yeah. Alfred in the chat says he's leaving Arizona in 3 days. So good luck with that, man. Hopefully you can get out of here before the fascist police here do some crazy shit to you.
Yeah.
Fucking A. You know what, like, when people have engaged with the call themselves Marxists and they deny like the fascism of the police and them covering up shootings and other stuff like that, and it's like, oh, the Arizona state hasn't announced something, it's not happening. It's like, okay, but Arizona also, like New York and all that, had mass graves during the coronavirus. I want to talk about that.
Yeah, I've been posting it in like our little like friend chat and shit. But like over the past couple of weeks, they've been coming out with it blatantly. Like, they've been pretending to quote unquote catch these fucking like mass fucking collections of drugs and shit. It's like, dude, we all know what's really going on here, bro. You guys are engaged in this shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, over the past couple of weeks, they've been finding like Breaking Bad level type of fucking like drugs,
Right.
like that kind of volume of this shit. Like, come on, man.
And this isn't something that even we know about. This is something that my parents knew about. This is something that my grandparents knew about. Look up, Ronald Reagan. Who's the guy of the NRA? Who's the head of the NRA right now? Oliver North.
Big Cheese McFuckington.
This is Arkansas. Bill Clinton. Drug running. From
and the
Latin
guy
America.
who brought the third way to America. Interesting.
He was also a
Killer
drug
Mike had it
dealer.
on this song, bro.
Wait, Bill Clinton was a
Well,
drug dealer. Where can I get drugs from Bill Clinton? That sounds funny.
But Arizona is
actually-
literally
Actually,
like
he
their
would probably
fucking.
try and molest you. It's probably not a good idea. Do not
The
wear anything revealing. You use it as an excuse, and he'll
The
get
air-
away
Well,
with it for some
they
reason.
killed 2 boys in Arkansas in like the 1980s, and then
Didn't
covered it
they
up.
destroy someone's fucking
Yeah.
house or something as well? Like, there's some crazy, like, weird, like, very maniacal, villainous, like, cartoonish, evil thing they did to someone. I can't remember what it was.
They killed Fred Hampton.
Well, yeah,
Well, I'm
there's
talking-
that. Hey,
I'm
respect,
talking-
brother.
Yeah, but they not only did they kill 2 boys, and then the coroner covered it up by claiming that they smoked 20 joints of marijuana. I'm not even joking. And then said that they were so stoned that they got run over by a train. So they were killed before they got run over by a train in order to destroy the evidence. And then the witnesses all mysteriously died over the next few years. And there was like 7 witnesses, and like I forget what it was, like all of them died mysteriously, getting stabbed and shot and killed. And then the
So,
FBI
do you want to see
covers up all the
America at
names.
its fucking most patriotic, though? America at its truest. The Dust Bowl famine. Dust Bowl. A large black and native population. A famine happens that may have killed anywhere between 9 and fucking 20 odd million people. Like, as much as the Soviets lost in World War II.
Yeah,
And
they
And
were
they
talking
covered it
about
up.
that
They burn near enough every file that's related to it. Like, physically, purposely ordered it to be burnt. Like, it's not even fucking like that's too much of a hidden thing, really, to figure out. Like, all the files are gone, other than like a few things that say 3 million deaths, which does not account for the.
They tried to do that in your country, comrade. That was Cameron tried to destroy the Bengal famine shit, and they caught him trying to destroy that. You know, the
Oh yeah,
document,
and
whatever
fucking
said.
what's it? Trying to go along with Turkey's ignorance of fucking the
Armenians.
genocide in Armenia and
Well,
fucking,
and you were talking about
Syria.
suspicious deaths. You talk about Ali North and Iran Contra, and that was probably George Bush, because Reagan was ubat, so you know, was senile. But you know, the reporter
Accidentally fucking done it, like last breath of imperialism before he fucking lost the plot.
Yeah, no, he was a piece of shit anyway. I'm just saying he was senile at that point. He had Alzheimer's.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I-
really.
I think he was-
Bush
I
was his
think-
protege, like fucking his little experiment. Like it's like Margaret Thatcher's fucking.
Oh,
creative
he's a
Blair.
fascist. They have record, because Nixon recorded everything. Audio tapes came out where Reagan was calling the in the UN the African delegations monkeys, and they're laughing about it and stuff. So you can just hear that stuff.
Yeah, and the
I'm not
phone
excusing
calls-
him. I'm just saying that the man had Alzheimer's, and I think that at some point he was just completely just an empty vessel. And it was George Bush ran the CIA, so it was the vice president who was doing that shit. But the person who reported it, Gary Webb, apparently shot himself twice in the head. That's what this official story was.
Interesting
this
way
shit-
to kill yourself.
Yeah, right. And what's interesting about it is that everything that he said that was so conspiracy theory, everything within a few years was released by like the Times and the Post and all the mainstream media. So they admitted everything that he covered was real in enough time. And yeah, how do you think the CIA gets their black money? They're in charge of the drug trade, you know, and they have been. Whether it was, I mean, they had that, even that film, American Gangster. There wasn't just the Denzel guy who was doing that shit. It was the CIA. They did it out of Afghanistan. They've done it out of Nicaragua with the coke, and they've done it out of Colombia. Even all this shit that's coming out of Colombia now, with Duque and Uribe before him, they were all connected to narco traffickers, and the CIA and the DEA all know about it. They all make an allowance for a lot of that shit to happen.
With heroin, or sorry, opium, too much dealing with fucking street names for things. You just get used to the actual fucking things you're normally gonna say. But opium, most of that's not on the illegal market, it's on the legal market. Now, what people don't understand, so imperialism has a lot of needs to necessitate for its first world people. One of the reasons why Afghanistan was one of the big ones they wanted to target was because Osama bin Laden did the big bad. They wanted to target it before then, like 95, but they were gearing up for Afghanistan.
Well, here's the thing too, is
they
that
have a massive petty bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy that are really apathetic.
Yeah.
So opiates is something they like to take, And the biggest, so it's a stereotype that the opiate abusers is going to be the poor people. Well, actually, the largest percentile of opiate abusers are in the petty
Yeah, and
bourgeoisie.
cocaine too, man. The cocaine is being used by people on Wall Street and in political office and on television and all that shit.
Cocaine's like a
No,
holiday
but
thing.
they
It's like
knew
it's something you
the
do like Christmas, have a white Christmas. That's
Yeah.
what it is. You fucking poor. You ain't got the money
But
for
the
it
F-
otherwise.
the FDA, they knew that fentanyl was like 20 to 100 times stronger than like heroin and shit. And you don't see Joe Biden, who made such a big deal about being tough on drug dealers, calling for the Purdue's, or the Sacklers
Right.
to be put in jail.
First
And they've
person
killed
I
more
met
people
who
than
was
Bin Laden.
abusing-
Okay, they've killed more Americans than Bin Laden, but somehow they get a fucking pass.
But first person I ever met who was abusing fucking fentanyl and any other opiate he could get, and he was actually an alright guy for the most part. His politics were kind of shit, but he was amicable. He was an anarchist, but not a very good one. Like, I know good anarchists, and no, but he was on fentanyl, and he's this middle class white guy. So that's the first guy I met who was a fentanyl addict. I've not met a lumpen proletarian from America who's a fentanyl addict. I know they exist. I've seen clips and shit,
Yeah.
but I've not
Well-
spoken to one. But I know that down in the lumpen proletariat, you look down upon.
Oh
when you
yeah,
do smack
these
and stuff.
no, there's definitely people who have a lot of addiction problems, but these elites. I mean, Hunter Biden was doing crack.
Crack.
George Bush Jr.'s kids, Jenna or the other one, was
Hunter
caught
Biden
stealing
was caught doing
prescriptions.
crack. Fucking, was it in the military or something? And I know he was doing it around
No,
the time
yeah,
when
he was
working
busted
with
twice.
Ukraine.
He was busted in 1988.
I mean,
And,
there's videos of Hunter Biden doing it, so I mean, it's
Yeah.
out there. So
Hunter Biden is the guy who has the problem of being the son of a B tier or C tier kind of leader. Like interestingly with Biden was the guy who founded the fucking third way Democrats with Bill Clinton. He's actually a big figure in the Democrats, but he's such a fucking low tier guy.
Well, he's a Reagan
No one wants to
Democrat
be
even before Bill
associated with
Clinton.
him. Like if you tried to get like a discount at a shop that every other fucking person you know is like a Democrat gets at that shop, and you're Biden in like the late 80s or the 90s, people be like,
He's proof that
"The
shit
fucking
rises to
you,
the top in the
Goldie,
US.
you're lying to me. You just got a fucking sharp suit on and you're talking shit."
But going back
But
to
yeah.
his son, he was busted twice. He was busted once in the military, and that's I think why he got kicked out. But he was also busted before that as I think a young adult, teenager, whatever. And his father got that quashed with the cops and stuff. So he was busted not once but twice for having crack.
It
Yeah,
had that long
very
conversation
cool.
of, yes, I am
Yeah.
actually in the US government. I'm not lying to you. I know my school grades are shit. And I
See,
only
guys,
got in
I'm in
this
the
because mom
privileged
and
class.
daddy
I
are
can do
connected to
whatever
the
I
big
want.
corporations in Delaware.
Yeah. See, guys, I'm part of the top class, so the rules that you claim to uphold don't apply to me.
right.
Exactly.
Fucking
But guys-
Hegelianism, insert Hegelianism here. Like,
but guys,
Hegelianism is the gamerism of Marxist politics. It's fucking, anyone who preaches Hegelianism to a Marxist who's actually likes dialectical materialism, you're saying curse words. Like, what the fuck? Gamerism right there. Like,
but guys, according
Hegelianism.
but guys, according to like infrared, we're all State Department assets. Where the hell's
Yeah,
my
exactly.
money, George Soros? Where the
No,
fuck
you
is
see-
my money?
I'm eating porridge with water because that is what State Department assets live on. We live on porridge with water.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
where's my money?
And you're also meeting
My
with the
mom's
Queen
out
regularly.
The other day, that was blessed.
Shit, the Queen owes me
But-
$40.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Lumpin,
fucking-
tell the Queen I said hi next time you meet
owns
her.
me a bit more than $40. We don't
Oh,
even use
oh.
dollars.
It's crazy to me that people like see, especially Pat Stocks too. Like they completely just reject the idea that there's various areas around the United States that they use as little fascist fucking like project pieces. Arizona as a whole, as a state, especially like
You've got to look at it from a Hegelian lens to understand what they're fucking trying to preach. So look at it this way. What they're trying to do is they're trying to make it that anything that isn't the US is good. So anything can be pushed, anything goes. Caleb's doing it. That's why he turned around to Jason. So why change the truckers from the inside? He doesn't want to change the truckers from the inside. He wants anything other than what is in power because that can allow
Yeah.
fascism to take
Yeah.
control very
It's-
easily. Fascism
Yeah.
always ends up
See,
strong, forcing
the-
its way in
the-
these
the-
situations.
The funny thing about it too is that they'll always fucking deny that they don't whitewash American history. Yet that's what they do constantly.
I
Right.
mean, fucking, what's it? I've been waiting to fucking work this thing that you mentioned the other day, and fucking has turned around and said cultured plug is not a fucking enemy.
Yeah,
The guy
Yeah.
who literally is like one of the most honestly open fascists you'll ever meet. It's one thing I'll give him the respect for. But I don't like fucking Geezer's politics. I think he's
Yeah.
a fucking piece of shit and probably has a lot of fucking shit going on organizing and all that. I don't
Yeah.
care.
yeah.
I
You
know
should go back.
the guy would fucking still be intrigued to fucking talk with me, even if I call him all the names under the sun. That's one of the things why I will give him this one respect. He is an honest fascist. I
Yeah,
can
he
tell
is
him
an
when
honest
he's wrong.
fascist.
He'll tell me I'm wrong and we'll battle it out. None of this red cloak crap. Actually, he
He,
turns
like,
around and says China's fucking fascist. He says that all these Americans are fascists. They just don't know it yet. Or
bro, like I thought
China
it was
is the
funny because
Celsius on their imperial
he was
fucking standard.
he was doing that shit in when this debate with Haas, and Haas was like realizing like, damn, this guy's like agreeing with me on everything, but pointing out that it's actually fascist. I can't debate this guy. And then like 20 minutes in, Haas actually like quits, like a little bitch. But then he comes back because the chat started saying like, L Haas is afraid and like all this shit, and he comes back like a little man baby with his ego hurt.
He shattered.
Yeah.
And continues to like deny that like that like fascists try to appeal, like actual fascists do try to appeal to like left wing fucking rhetoric and try to use like proletarian and all that shit. Like,
So he is tough fucking he is tough Lebanese American by day, soft Polish trans girl by night. Sorry,
yeah.
femboy by night. I did
Like,
defensive there, sorry.
he ended up
Shit.
just like saying like, oh yeah, I don't see culture thug as or I don't see you as an enemy, culture thug, because you're anti-establishment and we share that comment. Like,
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, well,
nasty
don't.
off right
He's
there.
a piece of shit. He's openly transphobic. He's openly racist. He's
Yeah.
fucking an American nationalist. He used to call himself a white nationalist, but since George Floyd, it's not really been a very sellable label. So now it's American nationalist. Like, fuck me, if we
Same
were back
shit.
in the days of fucking the Black Panther Party, or you had voices like Eldridge Cleaveridge. Yeah, Eldridge Cleaveridge. I'm gonna go with that. Might as well. He'd find it funny if he was still alive.
Yeah.
Fucking Hugh P. Newton, Kwame Ture, fucking what's it? Is it okay to still refer to his past as Stokely Carmichael? Because I'm pretty sure like part of the reason he got rid of the name was because it's from his enslavers. Like, I mean, actually, like the guy who enslaved him was called Stokely Carmichael, and
You
specifically.
could say maybe AKA, I don't know,
Yeah.
formerly known as.
Yeah.
I dropped that off when I republished the video Jason did when he did that because I'm like, it's just like he should just be called Kwame Ture, really. Like it's kind of dead name in a bit. It's
I
like
feel
second
you.
Caleb
I
Maupin
feel
goes
you.
out of his way to dead name Ayn Rand to get the Jewish name out there.
Yeah, that's weird, super weird. That sucks.
Yeah. Oh, but guys, Jason Kai's an FBI agent, according to these Pat socks.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
Japanese people are fucking like the minority Asians. They're like Chinese people are the ones who have a more greater representation in the aristocracy of America. Maybe they should learn about this thing called World War II, like and what it did to the
Right.
Japanese people of America, where people who were literally factory owners became fucking working class people by the end of it because they went into internment camps and they did not come out with wealth.
Right.
They were
I mean,
stripped of
I've
their
actually heard Pat
genocide.
Stocks. I've actually heard Pat Stocks deny generational wealth as being a thing. Anyway, like they
Oh
completely
God.
reject the absolutely valid, like whether you believe he's a CIA agent or not. There's a point that Jason Kai brings up in Settlers that absolutely is true and absolutely is something that we should uphold, which is the fact that a lot of the early unions literally excluded black people from joining them in the first place.
Right.
The question is what white working class? 'Cause I can't fucking see it. Well, I know that they do exist in places, but it's like proletarian is a specific designation, and the first world workers do not fit the designation of proletariat in most cases. And most proletarians are either semi-proletarian or lumpenized proletarians anyway, even if they have a fucking job. So great job. Like the few people who actually have a proletarian relationship and class position and economic, socioeconomic sort of antagonistic position between them and the capitalists are those whom Caleb often does not want to deal with because gangsters. Do I have to go any further? Like, it's already racist. Like, we already overstepped this racist barrier. He made up this thing where he was like a gas station worker in a black populated
Yeah, for
area. And
one
it's
summer.
interesting because he was friends with Jason at that time, who
Yeah,
was working at a gas station at one point. And
Yeah.
people lie from truth. So
yeah. Oh,
I still find
but
that shit funny. Like he points to one summer in college working at a gas station. Like really, that's the extent
yeah,
of your fucking working
just
class
happens to be
history,
in a
bro.
black area.
yeah.
And
Oh,
they
don't
go to
forget, don't
Oh yeah,
forget
he was
that.
in the black area. Yeah.
But don't forget after college, Caleb went to what's the name of that city? Cleveland, Ohio, and he didn't eat for 4 days, guys.
Yeah.
You think they like go undercover and they like tell people like, okay, this is how the Lumpens speak, and then like they say like wrong slang terms from massively different generations and get
I
things
bet.
completely fucked.
I bet every time a black person came up to the counter, Caleb was like clutching his fucking gun under the counter, just waiting.
Probably, he probably thought that he probably got battered the first time he met a black guy because he probably thought the way to greet them was with the N word. So, American farmer tradition
Careful,
of
guys.
farming more
Be
than just
liberal.
cattle.
Be liberal. The Caleb simple labeled this as another Caleb Bop and Watch.
Caleb wants to fucking sue me. He can. Michael Stokely, go
Please
for
sue
it.
me. Please sue me, Caleb. I have nothing worth suing me over. I have nothing. Go ahead, sue
No,
me.
I
He wants
will
your
defame
Star
him.
Wars
Caleb, you are fucking you are a Nazi scumbag who fucking believes in revisionism over Marxism wholeheartedly, fully, truly. And your cat's gay. I don't think you have a cat, but I'll buy you a cat, and it's gonna be gay because I will specifically go to the gay cat store. They have them. It's this new thing. You don't.
Fun fact:
It's
every
part of
single
that
cat I've
cultural
ever owned
Marxist
is gay.
conspiracy to insert gayness into America everywhere we go. But then we found out that it's not the home of the brave. It already is the home of the gay everyone that's just in the closet. I'm surprised America still manages to reproduce.
But
I mean, the joke
what's
that we
really
have with me and a couple of fucking colonized comrades is that the white man is gay, but he is not fucking gay because he's not white because he's gay. We're not homophobic. He's gay because he's white. The white man is gay. You really
I mean,
get like certain types of people's insecurities when you say shit like that. They get a bit edgy.
yo. We should just give a shout out. Please pay attention to what this commenter is saying.
Shout out to the family of Dion Johnson. I recognize that name. Shit. I recognize that name.
I just got a question.
I haven't been
What the
looking at
fuck
any
is
news.
up
Is
with
that the fucking shooting? Because if it is, then I'll love and respect. But that
Alright,
name
I'm
just
back.
feels familiar from somewhere else. Johnson's a common last name. Dion's a common first name. It's possible someone else completely, but I just like I had like a moment where I'm like, wait, I know this person.
I do know
Shit.
that Rashid Johnson. That just the news came out that he's got prostate cancer. He's still being held in corrections. So yeah, he's involved with the Panther Solidarity Organization, Revolutionary Intercommunal Black Panther Party.
Okay. Probably all the stress he's had to do with dealing with the white supremacy of Tom Watts.
Well, the problem with prostate cancer is that usually by the time you're symptomatic, you're stage 4.
Yeah, what's it?
Are you guys
I
talking
know,
about
I
Dion
know, fucking a Kushafra
Yeah.
comrade who's going for that same
Oh.
traumatic trouble, and it's not doing him well. Like,
But I'm trying to remember like exactly what happened in that Deion Johnson. I remember that shit. It was a couple years ago. I don't remember if it was 2019, 2018, or maybe 2020 even. I don't know. But I remember it was because it was crazy. It was like so he was just like sleeping in his car or some shit, and some fucking officer like came up and like saw that he was like asleep in his car with like beer cans or some shit. I guess he like got drunk the night before or something, and he was gonna try to take the dude's gun. And like he woke up, the guy woke up, and there was like altercation that started, I guess, and then
be fair,
shot-
I'd be pretty fucking pissed if someone woke me up and put on fucking my own car. It's like, how the fuck are you in my car?
Yeah, not only were you waking up, but you find that the first thing you see is that the officer's trying to take your gun away for
A
no reason.
A pig. We don't give them the human right of their titles. They're just piggies.
Oh! Wait a minute,
This
wait a
little
minute,
piggy
take
went
his
to
gun away!
market. This little piggy went to shoot Jerome. This little piggy went to shoot Jacob. I went to say two names at the same time then. Nailed it.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Officer,
An
overseer.
officer trying to take his gun, just break out your copy of the Constitution and say, right to bear arms!
Yeah, but by
My
waking
goodness.
up and moving, that person gave the cop precedent to shoot. Unless their skin was white, then they would get away with it. But if their skin is black and they woke up and did movement, the cop would have to neutralize because it is now a threat. They have committed the crime of breathing.
Oh, but don't scream at the cops because according to Caleb, what did he say? He said that that's not real
Oh, well,
politics.
it's because they're just lackeys or something.
Don't scream
I-
at the
I
cops.
told-
It's
Yeah,
not
he
real
said-
The
politics.
Soviet Union had a police force was a mistake. Fight me. Should have been a people's militia. Like, you need a new form of law. You can't use the same lawyer, court, fucking, and judge and executioner and the police to fucking enforce it. You need a different system.
Did he say that
Police
before
abolition.
or after him and Eric Stryker left Workers' World Party?
After
Oh, interesting,
Yeah.
fucking interesting question. I like that.
yeah,
See, it's quite interesting that both him and Eric Stryker got arrested during fucking March on Wall Street. They don't claim to never know each other. They're in the same party, in the same branch, the same fucking place, same fucking college campus, and they go fascist after March on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a coinky dink.
Winky dinky indeedy.
And now Caleb's
both in
talking
New
about
York.
like, we shouldn't be joining gun clubs or buying guns.
yeah. Yeah, he says that 2 days after a Nazi shoots up a grocery store in Buffalo, New York.
Was it that soon after? Damn.
Yeah, 2 days after. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some
Reminds me of
cop shit right
a
there.
bit. Like, you know, I was talking earlier, America has like the spirit of its mother and its father, which is France and Britain. Spain is like the weird drunk uncle that appears every now and then. I mean, he's based, sound, he's probably lumping and probably fucking will let you sip your beer like he ain't a dick. Like, you know, he's a good uncle, but he's only around every now and then. The parents don't know. But France and fucking, that's actually quite accurate for Europe. We bullied the fuck out of Spain. They tried to be the bigger empire than us. They actually were at one point, and so we did what we did with Germany when they tried to stand up to us, which is cripple the fuck out of them. We're fair players, as we like to tell people. Germans don't fucking feel like it, but the French and the British, so they're very heavily embodied in the spirit of America. Caleb reminds me of France so much. Like he's you know, he's culturally like he comes from this very Calvinist English sort of mentality, regardless of whatever other heritage he might have. And then, you know, like he just cuckolds himself to this American identity.
Yeah, yes, last night he was screaming that, oh, I'm not going to let the capitalists determine my American identity, and we're not going to let them do that and all this. And
Christ, like
and that he said that it's a false dichotomy between, like, I think he said like synthetic leftism and chauvinism. He said that patriotism is the solution.
Wait,
if you wanna
chauvinism.
know what the US is,
Chauvinism.
no, do you want, if you want to know what the US is, look up the history of
Chauvinism.
fucking South Africa from the late 40s. You want to know what the US is? You look up the South Africa from 1945 to 1997. You look at South Africa, or to the present day, because apartheid never really ended. They just ended the law. It's kind of like the US segregation. Yeah, they ended the law, but black people still get thrown in the same fucking places, in the same shitty rundown areas. The councillors are all fucking white, racist dickheads. I don't know what the US call them, but fucking the US equivalent of the district and local town councils and all them.
I mean, we still got segregation. I mean, New York, I think, is statistically, like sociologically speaking, the most segregated place on the planet. Yeah, we use all the same trains and shit, but like
between like
neighborhood by
the London sides of New York City,
No, I mean totally. It's every I don't know, even borough, neighborhood, whatever. It's like completely segregated by that. You know what I mean? And
Corner
and then with
side out
the
way.
gentrification and the way that the pigs work and stuff, it's like I remember even when I was in Philly, there was that was the time they were doing the flash mobs, and I remember because I knew younger people that I was working with, they were telling me, oh, there's going to be one on St. Patrick's Day on South Street. South Street is kind of like the bougie area with the shops and whatever. And so these teenagers just come down, just swarm down, a bunch of them, hundreds of them, right? And as soon as I was there, I saw white people being drunk and puking in the street and all that, but no cops were harassing them. 3 or 4 black or Puerto Rican teenagers on the corner, the bike cops would be like, "Move." You know what I mean? This is the kind of segregation they got now. And with the homeless, the same thing. They push them around and whatever. So it's de facto segregation,
Yeah, it's like 80% of weed users that were sent to prison for personal usage are black.
Yeah, like in
And
my
a massive chunk of them are
hometown.
native, and the only reason that it's not a bigger chunk of them are native is because a lot of native people are classified as whites in America because they don't count half. I'm going to use the worst word for it because it's fuck using the nice words for this horrible thing. Use it as it is. It's half caste. That's the way they see it. Like it's caste. Race is caste. Caste is class. To think that there's separation from race and class would be to be not a very fucking intelligent Marxist. Like you'd have had to have been whacking your fucking head to the fucking brick to figure out, like, to try and figure yourself if you haven't noticed that. Like, same with like the issues regarding gender. Gender is a little more subtle, but race, how is that not class? White literally arose because they needed to make the house, what was known as the house slaves before they called them the indentured servant. They did not call them that before then. And the reason why they called them indentured servant is because servant is normally a term referred to an aristocrat who serves a king. That aristocrat isn't fucking poor. Like, I know a lot of stories will show them being like badly downtrodden and treated like shit, but they're rich motherfuckers who love their fucking life.
Yeah, like
So
It
they're giving
reminds
them
me
a
of
bit of the aristocracy so that it can be the aristocracy of the slaves, and it turned them against the black people. It fucking worked.
It reminds me of the argument made by Franz Fanon. I mean, he was talking about from a colonial context, but he was made it very clear: your base is your superstructure, right? So that, in
His
other
shit
words,
is so fucking dialectical.
no,
It
but he
works.
says it right there. He says you're rich because you're a white occupier. You're a white occupier because you're rich. It's your base is your superstructure. That same shit.
Yeah, I mean, a black man who's rich enough to become white, like that's the logic. I mean, aristocracy is the origination of whiteness, and then it's sort of progenited. And I mean, capitalism is. I mean, like capitalists like to envision themselves like gods in this sort of manner, but they are in a certain way. They don't care about good or evil. They just care about profits. So whiteness is not that important to them. A lot of people like think it's important to them, but it's just another mechanism that gets them their profits. The petty bourgeoisie, however, absolutely fucking indulge in this shit. It's their fucking
Curious. What did these Pat
it's
socks say
their
if you bring up
holdover
Fanon?
from being the feudal aristocrats. When they ruled the system, when they ruled feudalism, they brought racism to the table.
The Pat
Caleb-
Sox will either
Caleb,
ignore
Paul.
Fanon exists or they'll pretend to uphold him, just like they pretend to uphold the Panthers, while completely rejecting
The
all
old
of their ideology.
CPUSA is
Oh, they
also
won't say
right-wing
he's
as
CIA
well.
or something, right?
Yeah.
They
So
can pick up the
Caleb,
FBI, but the CPUSA has like always been pretty right wing. To be fair, though, like I mean, yeah, it started off as like the communist split from the Socialist Party, and they had like some good ideas at the start, but they always started off with this really right wing, white notion to it all. It's like we're going to hand the black people their rights, we're going to hand the native people their rights, and when Roosevelt came to sell them that fucking supposed door that never fucking opened, and a lot of natives got fucked because the only right they got was the right to own private property, and the right to be used as a fucking slave. Thank you, Roosevelt. But on reservation land taken because people don't talk about the fact they took land from natives. It doesn't matter if you have them
I'll be
right
real
there.
to you, man. I
All right
never
there.
bumped into CPUSA anywhere. I know they exist theoretically online or whatever, but I never see them. I never see them
they,
in
they
action
don't
or
like
do
to
anything.
go out anywhere that might get them in trouble. So if you live near a dangerous area, you won't see them. Like communists now, they go near streets called Market Street and stand there trying to petition to people. And it's like, why don't you go to like the poorest of neighborhoods and try and speak with them? They don't want to get people enticed with communism who would be enticed with it and would master it better than them because it would show them up. No, they want to get labor aristocrats who have monies to give them monies for the non-political work that they do, so that they can all feel like they do something, and they might go on a march for charity, which raises money separately from the money that they take from the aristocrats and donations anyway. But it's
So my hometown is a very seasonal town, right? So like in the winter or whatever, there's a lot of like upper middle class white people from up north that will come down for the summer or for the winter to enjoy it. And one thing I do notice like very often is the police in my home city is it's a different thing when they're patrolling those neighborhoods that those white people stay in and like our neighborhoods. Like when they're patrolling their neighborhoods, they're trying to protect the fucking empty fucking houses, the empty really nice houses from the blacks and the browns that might fucking
on the
break into their
anarchist
house.
groups
Yeah.
that have formed in Arizona, because Arizona's got a couple of anarchist struggles going on as
Yeah,
well as
well, bro, Huey said it. Huey said it's an occupation.
Yeah, like when they patrol those neighborhoods, they're just
Occupation.
trying to fucking protect the houses from people that might break in. But when they're patrolling
Not
like
only
our
that,
neighborhoods,
the
they're trying to
Arizona
fucking
police is so
they're trying to
cool. They're the type of people that would drag you out into the desert and chuck you there with no freaking setting up, no guide, no nothing, no water. Good luck.
yeah.
They won't even
That's what I was
carry you
saying. It's
from
like
shoulder high like you're in some fucking horror movie. Like they
yeah,
are
when they're trying when they
ruthless.
come to like our neighborhoods, they're like trying to arrest somebody or like beat the shit out of them or
Just shoot another black.
shoot
Because
them.
it's an internal colony. That's how it works. It's
Yeah.
imperialism. There's one set of laws for the imperial core and another set for everybody else who's colonized. And they may not be that way on paper, but it's that way in reality.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's the same shit that Huey talked about. He said when they come to our ghettos, our barrios, whatever, it's like just like Vietnam. They are occupiers because they can't be here to protect our property. We don't own the property in our neighborhoods. You know what I
Well,
mean?
you don't choose the ghetto chooses you. I was talking about that with my mom about people who try and do the ghetto escapism, that it's all about getting out, getting out, getting out. And as soon as they get out, they leave the ghetto behind because the ghetto spat them out. They wanted to run away from it, that they're gonna survive in it. If
Bro,
they didn't run away,
before I
they'd
had
be
a car,
fucking
at least once a week, I would get stopped by police that were fucking suspicious of me, thinking I was like scoping out houses to fucking rob and shit. Like, shit was so annoying. Dude.
Yeah, I mean, I had family members in Arizona who were, I mean, even up to this day, they're still worried about like being stopped for, so-called papers or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously with the Arpaio era, they're literally just targeting anybody brown, saying, "Oh, do you have your papers or your
Which
ID?"
is supposed to be illegal, but apparently it's not in Arizona. So
They were doing it up there in Hazleton, PA too, with this guy Barletta. With the same thing, people speaking Spanish and stuff would be asked for their papers and stuff. Real racist bullshit,
Yeah.
So I know that Zona is like the new Alabama, but like it's shit that you see a lot of these
Mate, they're even
fascist
showing
types.
Alabama up. Texas wishes they were fucking Arizona.
There's weird shit going on in Florida now too, man. So there's a lot of
Yeah.
crazy shit going on. But I think something that Stone said I just want to highlight was like the people who want to leave the reservation or the body or the ghetto or whatever. It's like Malcolm talked about that shit too. Like you say, I'm the first one out here. The minute you move there, they want to move out. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to move to what? You want to live around? It's like Pedro Pietri, the poet, said it. He's like, you want to live in a neighborhood where they want you lynched? Is that what it is?
Right.
Oh yeah, it's like Kwame Ture. Kwame Ture got into it really hard. He was like, anyone who's trying to just this ghetto escapism that you see in the rap and pop and all that industry, hip hop. It's like, they're selling their struggle rather than committing to it. The Black Panthers are roaring. The Black Liberation Army is roaring. You have all these different movements, and they avoid them. They've chosen to run away from the struggle. They've chosen to run away from the ghetto. They're running away from everything. They're cowards to their own people and they're backstabbing them.
And they know this too, man.
University people that when you finish university, go back to the ghetto. Do not go to people who have jobs. Go back to the ghetto and teach people what you know. No one
That's
does
what I
that.
say, man.
It's just academia and it poisons the fucking minds of people.
And that's the thing that's kind of like crazy about these people try to hide their wealth and shit in education. They should use it and utilize it for people and what have you. And they know this shit too, by the way. It's like, because I was seeing one of these comedy specials with I've seen a comedy special.
Papers, no.
Real quick, I was seeing a comedy special with Chris Rock and way back, and he was saying like, in my neighborhood, I don't know, he's named a couple other people like Will Smith or I don't know, a couple of other celebrities. He's like, my neighbor is just a white dentist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Not like a particularly great dentist, just a dentist.
But shit.
I just wanted to add something as well. You asked about Frantz Fanon. Caleb basically said that Frantz Fanon is kind of ultra left,
Yeah.
but he also said that he never read Frantz Fanon. So you're literally admitting you've never read him, but you call him ultra left. Well, that's interesting. Caleb, and totally-
Caleb often thinks ultra left is things to the left of him, or what he doesn't understand is he's the ultra left from being to the right to the Marxist Party and calling himself a communist in the process. Like that's the whole point of the designation ultra left. It's oxymoronic. You can't be ultra left. It's not possible. It's not a plausible position. It's an implausible position. Lenin talks about this. It's the implausibility of their entire copy wobble that's full of imperialist dogma. Like left-wing communism and empire disorder. He's criticizing the German Nazis. The German Nazis were literally flying to the German eagle with hammers and sickles on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another lesser known work too that people don't really cite that often. That's also it goes into the same type of stuff. It's called left wing childishness, where he goes into this thing where it's like they'll try to come up with these like pompous phrases that try to sound like they're to the left of communism, but in essence they're not. Like they're actually to the right of communism. Like they
The
actually
movement into the masses is a very common one of those. I see where you're going with this.
More
Yeah.
revolutionary
Right.
than thou. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the movement, when someone says the movement regarding communism, we're not on about the communist movement, we're on about the proletarian movement. As scientific socialists, as Marxists, we know that our ideology is not above the proletarian movement. We are following proletarian consciousness. We're not tailing it, we're following it. It's the lead, it's the struggle forward. We're all going to be proletarians before we become, just the people. The process forward is proletarian consciousness, which comes from both proletarian or lumpen proletarian. They're both proletarians. Like people need to get that fucking prejudice out of their mind. Like, I mean, if anything, the first world, the lumpen proletarians get to have more of a connection to their proletarian consciousness than first world proletarians, because the first world proletarians are non-existent and really badly alienated because of the type of work that they're subjected to.
But it's also a question of the oppressed, and the oppressed being from, I say, internal colonization.
Well, you've also got like fucking like the mass amount of cultural genocide that fucking goes on as well.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is
people
like,
in the UK are very big victims of this. I mean,
because I guess what I'm saying is, on some level, if you're a wage earner or whatever, yeah, you're exploited. But because of imperialism and labor aristocracy, this and that and the third, it's kind of like you can be exploited and not be oppressed, And I think that these other forms of oppression is really what pushes people to have the revolutionary potential.
Lenin got into this. It's basically that, yeah, the capitalists fuck over the petty bourgeoisie, but the petty bourgeoisie I feel like we should stop calling them the petty bourgeoisie and we should call them by the name they like to be called by. Let's entice them because it shows they get the feudal aristocracy. And that is a more reactionary class than a capitalist class. What anyone says, that's Marxist principles. The petty bourgeoisie is a more reactionary class than the capitalist class. They are of feudalism and they want to do neo-feudalism. They want to mix up the capitalism and feudalism and sprinkle some socialist veneer on it. I wonder where that happened before. It sounds like some of that happened in this weird German country called Germany. That's not me being stupid. Like, German is a language bracket that involves more than just Germany. Checkmate. I was not being a moron. At least I've made it look like I'm not, but for all you know, I could just be a fucking brainless.
Yeah. Well, the PASOX, the PASOX will just say that they'll claim that people in America don't benefit from imperialism.
Lenin literally says that they do.
Live away from the wars, get them the shit that
Actually,
so even though there's one thing, even if the Americans were not giving loads of benefits from their empire, the fact that they don't live in the war-torn, ravaged countries that they rape and pillage and steal from, the fact that they have access to this cheap market of goods, yeah, you're a benefactor. Even people in my class position, and I mean like not just people worse off than me in my class position as well. even we have accessibility to some of these things. So it's like, okay, there's a certain benefactory to us as well. My benefits is paid off of the fucking back of fucking, this system.
It's
You
it's
know,
the
they say
glass
it's from the
floor.
workers' fucking
That's
tax
how I think
credits,
of it.
but anything in this system, it comes from the genocide of black people.
And they get the access to the commodities of the bourgeoisie, so they develop a bourgeois consciousness.
Yeah.
I mean,
You,
the white identity is quite interesting though, because the black identity in and of itself wouldn't genocide the black people, because I mean they turned it into like a struggle. You know, the black identity turned into something new. It wasn't this sign of weakness. It was this sign of struggle. It kind of reminds me a bit of like the rednecks. It's sort of but whiteness though, however, whiteness is interesting. It's so genocidal it will kill itself. It will destroy its own genocide to rule the world. Sorry, destroy its own genocide, destroy its own culture to rule the world. Absolutely every little bit of it.
Well, they can't do the positive eugenics, which is they can't outpopulate everybody else. So they got to switch to negative eugenics, right? So they got to basically do all these things to get rid of everybody else.
They're doing what the Spanish did. They're like, okay, Latinas.
Well, the Spanish did is that they intermixed effectively.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
but you know what I mean. Like they're trying to do the whole like, okay, what's the closest looking thing to us here that isn't, the black people? That's literally their mentality. That's like Barack Biden. I can just do that anyway. They're basically the same person. Barack Biden, during his thing where he was talking with those kids on police brutality, and they were supposed to be pushing Biden left on the police issue. He went and just mansplained to him about like fucking the fact that the Latinos and Latinas are gonna fucking Latinx. I don't know what Latina. There we go. That's the neutral, and it's an E. We're gonna go with the E neutral. I know it's not common to all forms of Spanish, but fuck you all. Latina, or Latin. The people of Spain, but not people of Spain, because a lot of them are also Native Americans, but that doesn't get documented. Fucking, I can English very well. They're basically trying to appeal to that demographic because not only are a lot of them just outright white people, but like never understood why America never fucking was like, oh, yeah, you guys are white people. But I mean, they allow them to identify as white. It's either you're a Latin, Spaniard colonist.
It's
you're
pretty
white.
interesting too that the Pat Sox, they want to like unite around the fucking petty bourgeois. Like the petty bourgeoisie, they always fucking talk about, how apparently revolutionary they are.
Was working class actually.
That shit's funny.
Yeah, I've actually seen like
So they
far
were
right.
supporting Unite the Right. Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Oh god.
Who?
The Mohabitite crowd, the Pat Sock lot, they were supporting Unite the Right. Like, what the fuck?
Oh,
what the?
That's insane.
That's what I thought I heard someone say. Like, if fucking no one said it, then fucking I'm gobsmacking people with shit that didn't happen. I don't know what the fuck.
The interesting thing is though is that Lenin had actually said on multiple occasions that the petty bourgeois are more patriotic. They're the most patriotic crowd to be found in these countries.
In the working class, yeah, because the proletarian has no nation state. They have nation, but they do not have nation state. We're on the regards of state, we're internationalists.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
Lenin's weird because he's like, oh yeah, I don't like national cultural autonomy, but let me write this book about national cultural autonomy. I just will not call it that. Like, okay, Lenin, chill out. You can use other people's ideas. It's okay. You don't have to be an edgelord. You've done a lot of stuff right. It's all right to be wrong. I mean, he's a principled comrade, but he's one of those guys who is right too much, where you would expect him to not handle being wrong very well.
Yeah, I do find that shit interesting though. That like the Pat Sox, they rely so heavily on the patriotism thing. It's because like before these idiots came around, like the idea of patriotism was just like, it was just like a completely insignificant concept. Like, who cared?
Right.
Like,
what I find interesting is that like a lot of this was all predicted in a really interesting pamphlet by Lenin called Slogans of the United Nations of Europe.
yeah.
He calls out the petty bourgeoisie, the labor aristocracy, and their organization within the imperial powers. He then goes on to state what America would would be at the end of the British Empire's hegemony and what they would change. Like he talked about the fact that the zeitgeist of imperialism would shift, like things are gonna change. He didn't use that language, but fucking
Yeah.
predicted a lot of shit, man. And it's like, fuck, someone gave him the special fucking weed that lets you see the future because he got into Stalin's stash. That's what it is. I know Stalin was a raven potted.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, interesting enough, now Voss is trying to do his own version.
Yeah,
of
patriotic socialism. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Caleb Maupin would denounce Mao as soon as he found out that Mao funded the Chinese Revolution off opium dealing.
He would just respond that like, oh, but after they took power, they got rid of the opioids. Like,
Right.
Yeah, but he would have to pause and wait a moment and be like, okay, I'm about to contradict myself here, shit. Because then that's why I like
by the way,
do it. I'm not proud of it.
He wants you to
Oh,
explain
that's
what actual patriotic socialism is.
I don't have enough, so
It doesn't exist. That's like
Yeah.
a 1/0 equation.
Yeah, it's
I don't know, like I think Caleb Maupin
no, I
would be
take
a
that back.
better leftist
No,
if he smoked more marijuana.
I'll take it back. If you are a oppressed colony, the national liberation movement
Right,
would be
so-
patriotic socialism.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So patriotic socialism in regards to the American context would not be a white concept ever. They could never hold it because it's not them. So patriotic in the context of how the natives are looking at it, they look at it very much from the more French definition where it's about nation. It's literally synonymous to nationalism. You know, nationalism is a bit of a bad word to people these days, especially given what National Socialism represented. I mean, that's why Caleb uses patriotic socialism, same with Dugan. It's a way of saying they are a National Socialist. Well, there's also a form of patriotic socialism that rises in Black, Native, and other communities all around the world, you know, and it's patriotic socialism, which is heavily influenced by Nasser. Nasser's seen as the originator of it. It's driven forward by early Gaddafi, and he's a bit questionable past like '83, but
But I think it comes from conditions. It's a little bit like what Malcolm says. It's like we don't catch hell because I'm Muslim or you're Baptist. We catch hell because we're black. So it's the same shit. It's like if you don't think black at this late stage in date, I feel sorry for you. Like that, it's the oppressor that creates that conditions, and so
yeah, exactly.
you catching hell. So that's what it is. Is the Vietnamese having a struggle or some shit was because that they were being occupied and shit.
Well, in Lenny's angsty response to Kievsky, he gets into that, like how there's a different program for what the Bolsheviks have for what we would nowadays call first world and third world countries.
Yeah.
Developed and underdeveloped was the rhetoric I think Lenin used.
That's
Actually, he might use backwards because Lenin uses that a lot. Pisses me off when he does. Imperialism's full of it. But Lenin fucking Lenin, when talking about the sort of different processes between how in which the communists are going to actuate in the world.
Well, the key is also that the Bolsheviks, people always forget this, were comprised, the leadership, mostly of the national minorities. Like Stalin was a Georgian, even Lenin was a half Kalmuk, all these other things. Yeah, you have all this other stuff. So the point being was that they didn't take the Russian chauvinism that they experienced, their national oppression, to become bourgeois nationalists. They did it to become communist internationalists.
If you're a white person and you're a communist, then like, let's say like the position you're in, like you turn into a Trotskyite fascist like that.
I mean, there were Russian Bolsheviks. They were like the rank and file, though. They were not.
You don't get so much Jews consciousness. You were thrown into it. We've talked about this before. You were thrown into where you're at. Like it's a mad thing because the empire needs people to move up in class, so it did what it needed to do.
If you lived in a developed first world imperialist country, if you want to know what patriotic socialism means in that context, just read the National Bolshevist Manifesto or Mein Kampf or
the OG one from 1930s, 1918. Go back to Germany, 1918 when the Nazbols formed.
Here's a nice quote for patriotic socialism.
Before you go to that, though, I want to just finish what I was saying. So, like, with white people, they detach themselves from their communism pretty easy on. It's normally like a young age fad. I swear I'm watching
Oh
a
yeah,
fly get fucking
the college
slaughtered by
thing.
the really tiny flies. Oh my god. I don't know what the bee. Oh, yeah, it's fighting the flies. That's mad. Um,
Here's Hitler's version of socialism. It's
but but um
patriotic
but the
socialism.
colonized peoples, I've noticed that they at least keep a foot in the door. So it's like what fucking comrade fucking conveniently comrade Stalin here. Base name choice. My name on games is Explosive Yosef because it's Stalin but with emphasis. You know, fucking to be fair, like Robert Conquest probably did write something about how fucking all the books are filled with fucking TNT. Don't open them, you'll die. Stalin is too easy to understand, so anyone who opens the book will know him. I don't think that's unintentional. I don't think like he accidentally was just deadpan as fuck. The guy chose to write in a way that anyone from a peasant to a fucking a industrial worker could read it.
It was
Um,
designed for the rank and file, and that's what I'm saying is that there were Russian Bolsheviks at the time of the revolution, but they were mostly the rank and file. A lot of the leadership were oppressed nationalities.
Before we get caught on the tangent of my tangent within a tangent, I will state that, like, you go for that struggle of, okay, so you have the installment of academia and because it's not just about class at that point. Academia is a little more. I mean, Gramsci gets into that quite well. It's like they instill a type of intellectualism on you. I mean, that's based in humanism, and that
Yeah.
process is utilized to try and infect the culture. Trying to be a communist in that environment is hard, and normally it's only the people of colonized groups who manage to at least keep any grasp of that type of position.
You got to do it on the low, man. You get blacklisted so quick in academia if you're an open communist. You got to be tenure
Yeah.
before you can pull that shit off.
Oh yeah, it's illegal to promote your own politics in the UK, but
Damn.
basically get away with it if you're not a communist. I knew one guy who was a communist, quote unquote, teacher who got away with it, and it's because he was a Christianite, like Corbynite, weird revisionist guy who
Weirdo.
really liked David Corbyn, and like really,
Is he like a Eurocom type or?
yeah, he was the type that was like when I was like, yeah, well, voting Trump will not start World War III with Russia. He's like, fucking now, like still trying to defend Hillary, and I'm like,
Oh
I'm
god.
sorry, but no matter how you cut it, like Hillary is the establishment candidate. That is what the dying American establishment wants to do, and that is terrifying. Give me 4 years before they do that. And Biden forgot that they needed to do it. So it's like fucking halfway through his presidency, he's like, shit, we need to do the plan. Fuck. I'm wondering why Hillary keeps ringing my phone. Because this is the thing with these third way lot. They're shit at implementing fascism. Gaddon's right. They put too much neoliberalism in the third way that Gaddon designed. Like Gaddon's like the guy who come up with the third way, but didn't have much part in its execution. So like he's just watched as everyone took his idea and turned it to shit. I mean, his
The
idea already
problem-
was cancer,
the
but
problem with
cancer
that,
now mixed with turds.
The problem with that Hillary brand of that third way is that they're just too wishy-washy because they're always trying to swing and appeal to that swing voter and shit. So when you're faced with like a Republican and a diet Republican,
as well as appeal to the fact that history hasn't ended. That's sort of the big issue.
they remind me of this line in the Bible where it's like you're neither hot nor cold, you're lukewarm, so I spit you out my mouth. You know, that's what it is.
Mate, nothing's worse than fence poll sitters. Mate, you got to wonder what bad ideas they have. Fucking Finball's a great example. Seems like a nice guy, sits on the fence a lot. Then I'm in an engagement with Palinkaj about fucking eugenics against autistic people, being wiping them out the genome, and he was defending that type of process. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I asked Finball for his help on this because I thought, like, he's mates with him. He might actually listen to him because I know Palinkaj is a reactionary. And Finball turns around deadpan and just says that he supports the fucking Blinkash's idea for eugeniciding autistic people. It's like, okay, this is the social Darwinism I've been told about that exists amongst Marxists. It's still there, fucking 130, 40 years later. We're still doing the same stupid eugenic shit. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't personally heard Colin Koch say reactionary shit. Something about his aura just tells me that he's kind of reactionary, and I've heard it from multiple different
the
people
weird
that are
sex
not
stuff that he
connected.
gets off with, like he didn't do anything that broke the law, but it's just kind of like
Yeah.
Kind of weird that you were doing KGB roleplay. What the fuck?
No, but I've heard it
Hello.
from like multiple different people that are not like connected. I've heard it from you. I've heard it from other people. So I'm like, yeah, probably
Like,
true.
that's
Magic.
literally like oppressor oppressed roleplay, and that is cringe. Like anyone who's into like slave play or fucking like
Oh,
like
Oh
literally
god.
KGB agent and like, a fucking I can't remember what the bird played. I think it was like fucking like some fucking fifth columner or fucking I don't know
hot
someone
take
the
though, but
KGB would
fascists are
like stick
pervs.
their penis in. I don't know how this works.
Fascists or pervs, you said?
I think so. I think there's a
Khrushchev.
connection.
Of course, they are. I mean,
Why
why do
they're
you think?
always very contradictory, right?
Why do you
Like,
think
It
so
was
many?
the words of Soviet patriotism, black
Why do you
nationalism.
think? Why do you think so many fascists are into anime?
Why do you think that
Okay, so
all this
Logan is
S&M
sort of
stuff comes from Germany and Japan?
Logan is sort of onto somewhat missing the mark. Soviet patriotism was dodgy from the start. Like it's easy to understand why a socialist country could have patriotism, sure, but socialist patriotism in the Soviet Union was Dimitrov patriotism. It was this weird nationalism that was way too British, way too Russian Empire. It was way
You
too
prefer anti-Dimitrov?
capitalistic. It had this horrible mouth feel and taste that made you feel like you're eating shit. I
yeah,
mean,
I don't
the
think
year after
Dimitrov is
Stalin
good.
died, this is Dimitrov nationalism in action. A year after Stalin died, they were celebrating 300 years of unification between Russia and Ukraine. What the fuck?
Yeah, in
Yeah,
Mongolia, at
I'm
one
not.
point they tried to
Unification? You mean
rehabilitate Genghis
Russia
Khan.
dominating the land and destroying the natives over a period of nearly 1,000 years?
Yeah, like Dimitrov was like, I'm not a fan of him either,
Jeez.
or the Seventh Congress in general. They literally their formulations at that Congress is really stupid. They basically were saying like, since the fascists are like trying to be the best nationalists of the country, it's our job to be more nationalist than them, basically. And
Yeah.
he railed against like what he made up on the spot called national nihilism, which doesn't fucking exist. Like that's ridiculous.
We got a
Before they try and
nationalism gap
pretend
between
that,
the
like,
socialists and the fascists.
oh, sorry.
No, I'm
Like-
just thinking of the Cold War talk about there's a missile gap. It's like we have a nationalism gap between us and the fascists.
Yeah, it's
But I
weird.
mean, like, people need to look to history. Are we not historical materialists? So, like, if they're trying to say Russia is different to Britain or America, okay, what's its history? I say same with China. China is the best one because they have the longest colonial history out of like any of the Eastern countries. They go back before the Romans. I think even
People-
before the Greeks.
It's
But
annoying
Russia-
too because people like to like pretend as if
Rus
it's
is
like
like
one.
1100. They came over.
People like to defend as if to pretend as if it's like one consistent fucking line that's been held through all the 20th century. Like, you have to be a fool or just a liar to believe that. Like, even if you just look at the Comintern itself, you can see the very big difference between the first 3 or 4 congresses of the Comintern versus like the 6th and the 7th congresses, where but in the first 3 or 4, like they heavily defended the idea of like organize like the lumpen proletariat into a revolutionary army, and the later ones they basically revert back to the cringe like original Marx stuff about the lumpen proletariat are fucking counter-revolutionary, are gonna be bribed by the fucking bourgeois and all this crazy stupid shit.
I think I just want to.
Do you know what's the hardest thing about all of this? The principled ML position that I would suggest. I know I'm an MLM third worldist, so I might be getting a bit cheeky and telling you guys fucking how to think, but that is our job. Fucking what's it? Soviet Union was the Bolsheviks, the CCCP. It was kind of all a bit fucked from the start. Like it's not like these contradictions came out of nowhere. Like they weren't going to reach communism. This was known by the time of the 36 fucking essentially change in the step of class struggle because the petty bourgeoisie turned around and said no to being declassed. Like that's what that reaction was to the refusal to change the government structure was. Wait, we're the ones in power, fuck you. It's literally what they did. So
The high point was collectivization.
knocking on death's door for socialism because the petty bourgeoisie will not keep it around. not even if they wanted to, because their system requires a capitalist economy, and capitalist economics creates capitalist class interests. Always, that is the development. That was Marx's criticism of the old school form of quote unquote anarchism. That
I
is
think you can limit it though. I think that's the thing. Is you can limit how much capitalism there is, you know, and how big the capitalist or how wealthy the capitalist class is. That
The
would
thing
be
is,
the move.
is that the petty bourgeoisie, any speak of like any type of plans to abolish commodity production, they would lose their fucking shit over and try to uphold
They
it
try
forever.
and they try and do something that they know is a lie. They try and tell people that commodity is synonymous to like luxuries, and they try to suggest that Stalin was anti-luxury. No,
Yeah,
But the
he
Soviets were trying to do
literally
it. They were
said
trying to
turn around.
make steel
In
just to make steel, not just make it as a commodity.
In 1948, he lost in the vote, but he wanted the Soviet Union to take away from military production. And guess what? Build fucking luxuries. You know what Khrushchev did? Outsourced the luxury production
Light
to
industry.
countries in Eastern Europe. And yeah, literally like fucking like not early era imperialist tactics, like literally like fucking 1950s, 1960s neo-colonial imperialism, where he just outsources labor to Eastern republics.
Well,
And
that
he's
was the
their big
difference.
military seller, and they literally made mass production military to sale. That's large-scale commodity production. That's capitalism. Like
There was definitely a bit of
big
both.
capital, tell me I'm wrong. Like capitalism is wholly structured by its fucking large-scale commodity production, a private ownership of the means of production. If you've already got the large-scale commodity ownership, and it is the economic nature of capital, and that's why primitive capital is technically still a form of capitalism. It's just capitalism is the goal of it. It's why socialism is different in the way that it revolts from capitalism and the way that capitalism revolts from feudalism. I mean, capitalism allowed for the capacitation of neo-feudal reaction by keeping that holdover class as a way to organize its empire and basically stick them in the place that the bourgeoisie were in during the mercantile and feudal era, where they were the middle class. Because bourgeois means middleman, or bourgeois, German, or burger, depending on where you're at. Different ways of saying it. Burger is the best one though. They're the burger people, and the burger people fucking bad.
Burger King.
Burger King.
Yo, but you touched upon something I just want to mention real quick, which is like Khrushchev. His whole thing was light industry, right? His whole organizational tale was commodities, right? And then on the other side, you had Brezhnev, which was heavy industry and military industry. So that's both of them were present, but you can see which one kind of pushed which interest based on their own thing. There's another thing you talked about way back about these conditions. I would argue that the one thing that U.S. and Russia has in common is that prison house of nations. That totally
settler
works for both.
colonialism, and like I hate people that try and say Russia's not settler colonialist. They obviously have never picked up a history book. The Rus is so the upper class is Swedish, the lower class is Slavic, and the Slavic culture is constantly dominated by these upper class Swedes.
Yeah, people who said that the U.S. is not settler colonial are just coping. they're just showing their fucking disgusting chauvinism.
They're literally still colonial. They have Puerto Rico, they have Guam, they have all this other shit. So like, how could you you literally have the last remaining colony in the world that has millions of people, which is Puerto Rico. So
they have Hawaii too, and then they talk about giving Alaska back to Russia. Like what the fuck?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking over someone.
Like yeah, they think that giving back Alaska to Russia is like no, like what the fuck? Give back to the actual
fucking Alaskan natives. Like,
yeah.
I mean, there's also
whoever they are. I guessed wrong last time, and I don't want to guess again. Like I know who they are, but I'm not good with names.
Don't forget, like the Samoa Islands, Paulu, Solomon
Hawaii.
And all, the whole damn thing is stolen, bro. The whole damn thing is stolen.
Right,
I know.
Which doesn't belong to the Castilians either. It should belong to the Gibraltars, not the fucking British and not the Castilians. They're not Spanish, they're Castilians dominating the rest of the people in Spain. like the Celtic peoples, the Catalonian peoples, the Basque regions. Like these
Well,
people
that's
are
the other thing
massive.
with Spain. So here's a little bit of my theory. One of the things about why Spain went the whole mixture route, there's a couple of reasons. One's because they figured it's probably easier to conquer cities than raise them and build them from scratch. So they encountered like Mexico and
Castilians are also
Peru.
a minority. That's their biggest
But number
problem.
two is that Spain itself was a bunch of mutts because the whole Reconquista, it's like 5 different they have Goths, they had Celts, they had Roma, they had Moors, they had so many mixture things that I mean, there's even Europeans. I forget who was the
Yeah,
author who
well,
said it
they're
that Spain
Iberians. Yeah,
they would say that Europe ends at the Pyrenees, that Iberia isn't Europe. This is the
right. Yeah,
attitude of some of
I
them.
mean, yeah, that's the attitude of like people like Madison Grant. Even Oswald Spengler said that like Spaniards and Italians don't really like fit in. And like there's like a big debate
Fucking
between like
yeah.
white. Yeah, that's like the big debate between white supremacists today. Like they still fight over, well, Spain, Italy aren't Nordic.
No,
Well, Spain was
the
out
white
after them
settler
longer.
Spaniard, the white settler Spaniard sets out on their goal to tell people whom have been fucking. Let's put it in the actual language of what happened. Their family was raped by Spanish men who now have Spanish heritage long ago, because that's normally the case. I know that there's other cases that happen in the modern day. I'm not fucking moron. I know people I know how the world works. I fucking watch TiVo. I don't. I just heard people mention it. I did some fucking broadcasting thing. But the fucking jokes aside, they raped it, and so the white Latino goes around and tries to crush the fucking native culture of these people because they have Spanish in them. They're not Spanish. If they have
Well,
anything in them that's not their native blood, they've seen us betray their own blood, but yet the Spanish don't stick to their own purity quotas.
You're not
The
wrong, but there's
Castilians are
another.
not pure Castilian in most cases. Like,
What do we have? It's as I'm saying. All this stuff is mixed to begin with. But what I'm saying is that you're not wrong. But at the same time, there was another aspect, which is a lot of them did intermix because that's how you acquire immunities and shit too. So that's who was left, who lived. Where
well,
the
yeah,
people
that's
intermixed.
why the British crown is like tied to the Holy Roman Empire. It's complicated, but the thing I'm getting at with the Spanish is actually that more so that the Castilians are like the English and everyone else is like the Celts. That's what the relationship in Spain is. The Castilians dominate, and dominate they do. Now, what was interesting, Franco came from an oppressed group and still defended Castile.
Yeah, he was super anti Catalonia as well as anti
He was
Andorra.
anti-Basque. I
Yeah.
swear he was Basque himself. He was Celtic or Basque. So I can't remember what it was. I'm terrible with the
He
fucking
was
Spanish
he
ones. I
was
know
from
the
he was
Frenchies, but I don't
from
know the
Galatia.
Spaniards.
He was from Galatia.
Oh, he
Yeah.
was Galician. Okay.
Yeah.
Galicia, whatever.
So he spoke Gallego. All right, I got it.
Wait, who are we
Yeah.
talking about? Franco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing fucking weird kick donkey off tower block European language. The rest
I
of
mean,
say about Spanish,
they still have five
they
different
stand on our
languages.
soul days and they kick donkeys off tower blocks. I don't know where they get the donkeys from.
Not even Franco could bring that country fully together. It's still 5 different countries at least, or 6, I guess. Also, if you include the Basque. So it's at least 6 different countries.
Yeah, and there was there
went
was
around fucking Colombia, and there was some Spanish guys, just fucking some donkeys, casually. And
there was also a
see, no,
fact
here's the thing though, they set a line. They only do female donkeys. It'd be weird to do male donkeys. Come on, man.
there was also a faction of like the Phalanges, and I think even the Carlists in Spain who like wanted to take over Portugal, basically Redenism.
Well, so there was like loads of ideas pondered. There was the pondering of alliance, which didn't really go anywhere because Portugal and Spain hate each other. It would never happen.
Wasn't it Dugan that said like Franco wasn't a real fascist because he endorsed like national capitalism? Or
That was
something?
cultured
Dugan was not the first
That's
to call
culture
it,
dog.
Phalangists themselves. So the Phalange denounced Franco before World War II was even over.
Well,
Franco,
I mean, they really
Phalange
denounced him
basically saw
after his
Franco as
death.
a traitor. Like he was not fascist enough in their eyes. They did a
Well,
Spengler. They did a Spengler where they're like, oh well, you guys, it's too proletarian.
well, in reality, it wasn't before World War II. They did it after his death.
I said during.
Oh,
Yeah,
during.
didn't Spangler what his main issue with Hitler was that it wasn't aristocratic enough or some shit? Like,
Yeah,
he said it was
yeah.
like too
Yeah,
proletarian or some
like the
shit.
Hitler, he said that your fascism has too much of a proletarian character.
Yeah.
Or
He
your
also
socialism, sorry, your
he
socialism has too much of a proletarian character.
yeah
Spengler,
yeah.
for those in the audience that might not know, Otto von Spengler. Von is the title, so he was knighted in the German Empire. He's Otto von Spengler. He came up with an idea that the German king at the time pounced on. It's called Prussian socialism. He's the guy. He basically is the Nazi Party's ideology. You want to learn about the Nazis? Don't waste your time with Hitler's books. I mean, Hitler's books are more like, do you want to read like an adventure comic but written in the most dull and boring way, then go for it. Because I mean, Hitler writes like someone who's took a fucking shit ton of LSD and has found themselves in the middle of the forest.
Yeah, he writes the
Otto von Spengler is
Yeah.
at least more understandable, even if he is just as much, if not more so, a piece of shit.
I think
Also-
watching Triumph of the Will is a good way to understand their ideology in terms of cinematography.
To be honest, I
Yeah.
mean, if you need to do mass amounts of research to understand what Nazism is, I question your like. I mean, you could turn into a good person, not gonna lie, but like if you've got to like drastically search into them to know what they are,
But that film has it all. You
really
can just see
question
the
like, what
ideology.
people are looking at, because I knew, people who get tricked into fucking Nazism and fascism and stuff like that, they still know what they're doing. They know they're doing something reactionary and wrong. I tell you that from someone who used to be into Nazism and
That's
all
why they're
that. I
perverts.
called myself a syndicalist when I started to move away from my racist positions, but I was still a fascist. It's a. Do you want to give this
They
move
get
forward
off
from
on
a
doing wrong,
racism?
bro.
The Native American genocide of so the natives of Turtle Island, sorry, that genocide that's still going on
Honestly,
today. And
if you want to learn it,
learning about the Atlantic slave triangle and the lynching of black people on
well,
mass.
if you want to learn what slavery, what fascism is, just simply read American history books. I mean, you don't need to read Mein Kampf to understand fascism.
Manifest Destiny is the
It's
first
funny
Lebensraum.
to like question people on their like authority of how much Hitler they've read, because that just puts people in this weird fight flight moment where maybe they have, but they don't want to admit that. This could be a trap. They could be about to get into a really weird struggle session about Hitler that they didn't expect to happen when they were just hoping to talk about like, I don't know, in the first world, vineyard games or some crap.
Also,
I don't know.
another thing you could read, and it's very
Sorry.
short, is The Doctrine of Fascism by Mussolini. It's like, you
Yeah.
don't fucking need to read Mein Kampf. You can
Bro.
literally read The Doctrine of Fascism, and you can understand what fascism is in like under.
Yeah, and then you literally get like the petty bourgeoisie of the first world. We go, "Oh, dude, this sounds like utopian socialism." Not understanding that, like, the conclusion of that book is utopian socialism is not it's not socialism. It's just utopian and intentionally deceptively utopian, like fascism was.
And then there's also the Manifesto of Fascist Intellectuals by Giovanni Gentile as well.
There's also you could read.
Also,
anything
one thing though, do you
by-
want to know Caleb called a utopian socialist? Fucking John, what's his name? Who started the Mormons? What's his name?
John Smith.
John Smith, yeah. Real
John
quick,
Smith.
my battery's
And
And he
low.
has the
I
most
might.
white guy name ever. Like, fucking, you couldn't be more white than John Smith. Like,
I
Or
think
more boring.
I think Garros is trying to say something here. Your battery's running low.
No, my
No.
battery's running low, so mine is, and I might drop out pretty soon. So just so you know.
All right. So
Okay.
all right, well, and ahead of time, red solo, just in case you get ejected. Fucking,
since you don't have much more to say, or so you can't be here much longer, what how would you like to end your part of the stream?
Ah, shit, man, you put me on the spot. Well, I would just say, fuck any notion of independence. I'm Puerto Rican, so this is bullshit. Let's just start off with that. And shout out to Frederick Douglass, for his what is to the slave the 4th of July, for that matter. And I'm in favor of independence, and that's what needs to happen. So it needs to happen for all oppressed people in the prison house of nations. That's what I would say.
I know something that you might like to pontificate on. So, like, with our developed endocannabinoid system and the fact that there is a material definitive of what is spiritual, I don't mean in the sense of what people might think when I say spirit or whole ghost. No, 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 no. That's insulting to people who are both religious and non-religious, like Jesus Christ. But the spirit is in like, okay, my connection with myself, my treatment of Mother Earth, my treatment of the society, and my engagement with the society I exist within, the people I engage with within that society, and how I implement myself there. And there's another one, and I'm forgetting it, but I basically mapped it out. I was in a discussion with a comrade, and I mentioned like spirituality because he was going out camping, and I'm like, okay, well, you want to get close to your more spiritual side of yourself, get into the nature, feel nature itself. Don't just like sales talking religious shit. I'm like, no, 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 no. Let me materialistically explain this to you, so you stop being a fucking stop being a nana, as we would call it, someone in England, if you're being a bit of a silly sausage.
Well, I'll put it out there. I mean, there's a lot of problems with Nation of Islam, but the one thing that when I did with those circles and did my study, I think people should at least look at the Supreme Lessons, is that they don't believe in spookism. It's not metaphysical, right? When we talk about spirit,
well,
when you say
this, a racial slur.
No, but no, that's not a slur.
Yeah,
Spookism.
Spook is a slur that's used for black people who rap.
It would be in that context, but if you say like a spy is a spook, it's a different thing. And in this case, by spookism, they mean metaphysics. They mean anything.
Oh, I see, like idealism and all that fucking.
Yeah. So I'm not using it in that way.
Well, Islam is innately against dualism. It's a non-dualist. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be a non-dualist. I mean, the whole
Nation of Islam is a uniquely North American thing, kind of like you were talking about Mormonism before, but that's like the white settler colonial version. So Nation of Islam is kind of
Nation of Islam was nearly very, very fucking radical, but like, unfortunately, the CIA, the FBI, sorry, I can't get those two mixed up. They are very different people.
Well, Malcolm is one of my first teachers, and but really, if you go to the origin of it, which is W.D. Fard or Farad Muhammad, he's the one who writes the 12 lessons, Supreme Lessons, and things like that. And but anyway, the point is, he was a very materialist, and he was like, socialism is the most advanced stage before we get to end times, essentially. But the thing that I want to point out is that they are very materialist, so their ways of dealing with spiritual questions is not in a metaphysical way.
Nation of Islam would eat up. Have you ever heard of Marxism, Nasserism? Fucking fusion of the century, baby. And there's Marxist, Leninist Nasserism, so double fucking helix fusion or whatever the fuck. I did physics a long time ago. I'm not very good at it anymore.
Right, but my point is that you can deal with questions of spirituality without being metaphysical. Like we can say, for example, humanity, their technological advancement has far outpaced their spiritual advancement, because it's like giving a child a shotgun.
Well, we've abandoned nature. That's the problem.
Or if I say this comrade has a good spirit or a bad spirit,
will be destroyed.
Right. So we talk about revolutionary spirit. We talk about having a good or bad spirit. These are not metaphysical ways of talking about. And we need to answer spiritual questions in terms of understanding, like in a real way, what is right, what is wrong, what is our way to interact with the world and stuff.
So my more curious specific is, so we have the most developed endocannabinoid system, and we've used it intuitively in a very spiritual manner that's typically used for detaching from selfishness and becoming more selfless. Marijuana, I mean, I personally find cultural reasons to indulge in it more than just medical ones. Like, there's a lot more to it than it just being a plant that gets you fucking stoned. Like, it gives you
can have a chemically induced ego death,
balancing,
but it's not the only way.
But I mean, it's the thing. Like, the stuff that makes you high is not the best stuff in weed. That's the best thing about it. It's like Delta 8 THC doesn't get you stoned. It makes you feel so much better in yourself, though. It's very healthy, like body high. That's more what I want out of marijuana. And then like you've got CBD, which if they could be asked to put the money in compressing it enough, because so the good thing with weed is it's very compressible material for a plant. Like you can make very, very strong oil capsules as medication. So you can make CBD doesn't really have a cap on its strength yet. We haven't found it. So the fact that we're not using CBD meds that are as powerful as opiates is a decision choice. But I'm getting more on the cultural side of things. I think they're like weed is something that humanity is trying to throw aside, even though it's been with us from the start, and it's kind of really symbolic in my eyes of like how humanity is sort of trying to throw the torch and flame onto nature. I don't know what you think about that.
Word. My battery again is about to die. Let me just say one last thing, which is make appeal to comrades here. Let's do a reading of Sakai, excuse me, at some point. I think that would
Yeah, when I
be
come out of
good.
hospital, I'm going this week.
Yeah, well, let's figure out a date for that. You know,
Respect.
we'll chat.
Accidental
We'll chat.
fucking
Figure it
camera.
out.
Don't worry, nothing came up.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button.
Black screen.
Wow, doing a stream on Jay Sakai, that sounds like something that's totally not going to ruffle up some feathers.
Well, yeah. Well, the CIA got him to mention James Sakai. Say his earpiece was going off.
Well, let's actually read it, because if we actually see his words, then we can actually know what he's saying instead of just throwing around
It's almost
accusations.
as if James Sakai massively criticizes these state apparatuses that he's apparently working for, but no, that's just a
Wait.
ruse, you see.
Wait, so you're suggesting I read the book again? Oh my god, shocker!
They're gonna pull a Haas and go like, oh, like this is how we know that all the wokesters are actually CIA agents, because they're talking about violence and they're not getting banned on Twitter or some stupid shit.
Yeah.
If you're a Marxist and you're European and you identify as white, I don't care. You're a piece of shit. Like, no middle ground. Like, fuck off. Like, you know the history. You're a historical materialist. I'm supposed to be a dialectical materialist, so I'm waiting to see evidence. And so,
I'm
you follow
sorry,
principles and you push yourself as white. Get fucked.
I'm sorry, but if you're white, your opinion's invalid.
It's not that your opinion's invalid entirely. It's that they got to identify as a European. Like they got to drop this white facade.
No,
like,
when they say
stop
that they're
white
white, they're
men.
not just talking about the color of their skin. They're talking about that they're in charge. That's what Malcolm was saying. Like, that's a difference
Yeah, it's
between
the whole
people that he
boy
met on
dynamic.
Hajj versus people in America. And that's why he told that the Spike Lee version that is not correct. The real version was that he said that the white man in the U.S. needs to study Islam. But that's what he meant, was that they needed to give up this idea of being white as being in charge. And that's what they mean when they talk about that.
I mean, like, think about it. Like, the common way that, like, fucking white hipster types will appeal to fucking, like, black people they know is they see them as their boys. Like, you could see that as common just grouping and things. When you're looking at these middle class people using the word boy just wantonly, it's like calling someone a crackhead in America. Like, are you out of your mind? That's racistly fucking charged. Like, you've gone about something that there's a history and we know it. Everyone knows it. To say that there's anyone in America that doesn't know the history of fucking American slavery is mad to me. I don't believe that. Fuck off. Even people who haven't had a proper education know America's history because it's their fucking own history. It's their family's history.
Right. Or I
You
don't
have
see
to be like
color.
some abandoned lonely child who's never seen the light of day to fucking like not know. Sorry, I cut you off again. Then fucking.
No, that's just like people say they don't see color. That's like utter bullshit. It's just a total way of obfuscating what they know.
Oh
Like,
man, I've
people are
heard
more
that
like a
one
pale
so
red
many
anyway.
times from conservatives.
Oh, sorry, I cut you
Yeah,
off.
they don't see color, but they're worried about the immigrants and they're worried about all this other shit, the Muslims and what have you. Yeah, right.
Well, your fucking dad eats curry and kebabs. He's worrying about the fucking Pakis and all that. Like, fucking.
Caleb talked about the crowds of people.
I remember just a few years ago when they were talking about that fucking, what was it, like some convoy from Mexico coming, and like they were saying
The
like
trucker movement, Mexico.
Caravan.
yeah, the
Caravan.
caravan. Yeah, there was like a caravan coming, and then there was like terrorists there, and like I think it was
Oh
Ann
yeah, because as
Coulter
soon
and-
as it looks like Irish travelers or Roma travelers or any form of gypsy,
Yeah.
they're all of a sudden terrorists. Okay,
Yeah.
And
Yeah, like fucking Ann Coulter was like talking about how they need to switch from like non-lethal ammunition to like straight up fucking, just bullets and shit. Shoot these motherfuckers.
imagine
Like,
fucking thinking
They should put Ann Coulter first.
and like lay your foundations of your like ideas around the situation. I'm like, fuck me. Fucking Halter sounds like the type of thing you do when you sit on the fence. So this is what fence pole sitting does. It you be too nice and too amicable on the bad side wins.
It's kind of telling that Pat Sachs never even acknowledged like any of this crazy shit that Trump talked about in terms of his opinions of immigrants, like throughout his entire fucking thing.
Not only that, with Trump people, when they try to say that he's not racist, like Trump supporters, I say, well, then why did he tell a woman who was born in the Bronx and a woman who was born in Michigan to go back to their country? Not that I care about these particular women, in particular, the fraud squad, but how do you explain that that's not racist?
Right.
Wasn't there like a case regarding like the wall or something too, where like he specifically requested that a different judge or a different person in the jury or some shit like be changed out because they were
Yes.
like Latino?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, they would poison it with the fucking their evil Mexican plans. Like, you know what? Like when I was a racist back in high school, I was a fascist. This was before I even had my racism knocked apart. I think it was in year 9 or year 10. I was told to write a story. Now I never managed to write the story because I can't write stuff. I get to pages and I just go, bleh. But my disabilities aside, I was gonna write a story about a Mexican Jewish Muslim called Jose Majandantes, and fucking hell, the Pat Sucks are just gonna make it happen anyway. So do you know what? Happy days. The Mexican gypsy, evil Jewish Muslim traveler terrorist people that are coming to take American what? Like dignity?
Don't forget communists.
I mean, I don't know if they know this, but like fucking communism, the only reason it's not popular amongst a lot of people who aren't travelers is that because they get mistreated by communists who behave like white supremacists towards them. Like, most travelers are very much interested in socialism. I mean, it comes into like Islam again as well from earlier. Islam, you look into Islam, and anyone who is Nasser said this himself. Anyone who is an actual scholar of Islam would understand that Islam does not support capitalism. It hates aristocracy. It's failed to achieve its fucking hatred of aristocracy, but that's another story. It's
kind of hard to also have capitalism when you're not supposed to charge interest.
Exactly. There's a lot of socialistic ideas to how Islam wants to implement itself, and it comes into something I looked at is just like, so I mean, it probably was happening with the Greeks too, but we don't know so much about the Greeks. But we know about the Romans. We know about their crash. So in the end of the Romans, all these new revolutions are rising up, and during the Romans, all these revolutions to do this like really primitive form of like socialism. I don't want to use the word primitive. I felt dirty doing that, but you know what I mean. Like the Roman capitalism was not industrial capitalism, so the socialism of that era was also taking a different character. But it was socialism. It was proletarian-led movements.
Yeah, I think that before you had revolutions of isms, you had religious movements, and it was like, you don't like the way orphans are being treated, or whatever, women are being treated, join Muhammad, you know, like it was that kind of thing, or whatever, join the Jesus movement if you don't like the Roman imperialism, etc., etc. And Marx writes about the peasant wars and Thomas Müntzer, and so basically, before you get to the modern era with these isms, right, you know, Enlightenment, whatever, you have religions are the early forms of revolutions in the antiquity, in the ancient world, in the medieval world.
I mean, it's sort of the poignance of like human philosophy. There's a natural urge to be communal, not oppressive. The oppression is not a natural basis of humanity. I mean, technically speaking, all things are natural. I could be that fucking Marxist. It's like, well, actually, all things are a natural force of nature in the universe. But those people should be told to go fucking kill themselves. I can't say that on YouTube, can I? Get fucked. There we go. Saved it. But you know, genuinely, like talking ass, man. Like, I swear, these first world communists, they get lower and lower budget over time. Like, it fucking. Eesh. To be fair, I feel like I'm getting lower and lower budget. My mind, as it functions as time goes on, fucking mess I am. So American patriotism, always remember, it is exported British patriotism. I'm not normally the guy who remembers to bring the topic back up. I should get a fucking sticker for that. Where's my fucking sticker? Now, British patriotism exported. It's all it is. As this process is found by. I was wondering why he went deadpan. Rest in PP. Joseph Stalin again. fucking keep having to traumatize us like this. Fucking first in the 50s now. You lie about your return. I'm not very good at this funny stuff, so you just gotta laugh and hope it fucking I won't come back to this comedy club at all.
One thing I find very interesting is what the fuck is up with America and its obsession with alternate history.
Guys, Trump only wanted to fucking go and change the entire American education system to say that, oh yeah, slavery. I mean, like, maybe it wasn't even a thing, but if it was good. It's like, okay, what about ism? Twice, good. It's a great start. Fucking, where's it gonna go next? And this is the guy Caleb thought America's hands would be better in. Trump is not the establishment candidate. That is obvious. He is a reaction of the bourgeoisie to get that last big payout before fascism really kicks in.
But
Biggest
guys,
in
Caleb.
U.S. history during the biggest oil boom. Sorry again, Garrison, spoke over you.
Yeah, but Caleb said Trump was bad, so.
Oh yeah, he criticized him for everyone criticized him for, but it was fine with the January 6th petty bourgeois.
He said that the January
and
6th
of the empire
protesters
to
had
pay them off.
revolutionary potential.
Yeah, revolutionary.
Sorry, but the petty bourgeoisie are a feudal fucking lackey bitch that's left over. They're a ruling class. They're not just left over like peasants or something. They are the old ruling class. They are the most reactionary class that exists in the world today, and that could exist in the world for the next 100 years, in my opinion. Like, communism is going to last for a few hundred years. I'm sure we'd agree with that. So it's like, we're going to end the classes. They are the worst. They are literally the fucking worst.
They're the most dangerous, and of any of these classes.
Yeah, Engels warned about this. Like, everyone thinks utopian socialism, utopian scientific is just a critique of the anarchists. No, it's a critique of the fucking utopian socialists, that what Lenin would call ultra leftists. Like, when Engels says utopian, he doesn't just mean like, oh, they're idealists. No. He's talking about dialectical materialists too. He's talking about people who push beliefs that are impossible to believe on purpose, or they make
like
socialist
mining
experiments that would
asteroids.
never succeed as a socialist experiment, like the original anarchists. They were about as anarchist as a feudal lord grand system could be. Bukharin especially, fucking hell, and his anti-Semitic run.
Well, I was about to get on before we went on that. I was wondering, what the fuck is America's obsession with alternate history? Like, what if the Nazis won World War II or the Confederacy winning the Civil War?
That happened.
What if Lincoln used to spend his time in the RCP looking up BDSM gay porn? Wait, sorry, that's a different American patriot.
Because they want to hold on to this dying empire, so it's basically like, well, what if XYZ happened? What if I don't know, we merged with Nazi Germany, created like some kind of superpower and took over the world, or we nuked China and the Soviet Union, or something insane like that. They want to hold on to this dying empire.
Yeah, but here's a reality. We live in a scenario where the Nazis won World War II. It's called the United States.
I mean, we make the joke that it's like the European Union because, like, the Germans wanted to dominate Europe and the Germans dominate Europe. So
basically, the way I see World War II is basically Germany was like this, like Nazism. Nazism was like a virus, and we kind of like stamped it out for the most part, but the virus just came back and mutated and took over all these countries like the Soviet Union, America, and everything else, and just...
I disagree. The Soviet Union set up its foundations to go like Khrushchevite fascism, and I use fascism instead of petty bourgeois socialist, specifically with Khrushchev. I think there's an argument that Brezhnev could be either and or fascist or petty bourgeois socialist. I mean, like, it's sticks and stones really at this rate, but or pebbles and rocks. But Khrushchev was trying to privatize the system. He was trying to rebuild capitalism outright. You could argue Brezhnev was trying to do the whole we'll have socialism with a capitalist economy bullshit. He was too slow, like, for like the ruling class's interests. He always seemed a bit. self-indulgent. He was an opportunist in all the fucking shape and form that you could come to find from such fucking greasy little Ruski. But Khrushchevite fascism came from the 30s and the 20s. It's not something that the Soviet Union. Actually, to be honest, that it's something the Bolsheviks were always dealing with. Russian centrism, Russian chauvinism. The great Russian chauvinism, as it would be worded in those fancy texts that um, people call theory. Sorry, I'm just acting like what Caleb thinks people in the lumpen proletariat would think like when engaging with the literature. Oh no, the books. I know lumpen proletarian people. I know I'm not a very good reader. No, I know lumpen proletarian people who could read better than anyone, motherfuckers. Not fucking, you know, seriously, like fucking Lumpenkel. I wish he was here because he's fucking a lumpen proletarian geezer who's fucking really, really good with his sources and reading. Like, man, them's fucking top fire when it comes to
Dude, if Lumpin ever was able to talk to Caleb about Dugan, Caleb would leave in like 5 minutes or less.
Oh yeah, Lumpenkel would fuck Caleb.
I mean, he walked out. Like he walked out for like a minute when Jason started going into Dugan. He's like, "Oh, I couldn't
We
find the
went to get
book."
Dugan's book and showed us his shorts, which
Yeah.
he was wearing shorts that are shorter than what you would expect, like someone wearing like a crop top or something.
And
Caleb
that's what.
does like a fucking straight up just gay wardrobe choice. Like he does. I genuinely think he's one of those victims of the pray the gay away shit because Calvinists are terrible for it. They're really homophobic. And he is a
Yeah.
Calvinist, let's be honest. His behaviors are anyway. Even if he isn't, I'm going to call him one because I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing with all these people who like are basically doing this. Like, they won't actually like show. They won't source like some of his main books. Like Caleb, he'll run away. Oh, I
What they'll
couldn't
do is
find.
they'll find specific quotes from them sometimes because, you can take the fourth political theory easily out of context. It's a book that's written to be taken out of context. There's different sections for different people. Pick your choice.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really fucking annoying too because like people who aren't like more like well versed and like know the things about how fascism itself like if it can win by completely denying fascism and rejecting fascism at least like rhetorically
Yeah.
as long as they end up winning like through the back end like they will do that like they will be there rejecting fascism while
Do you know
pushing
where
for that.
this happened? There's this funny place called Germany, and there's
Yeah.
this funny party called the Nazis. Now, they couldn't call themselves the fascists, not only because of their own weird nationalism, where they're like, well, nah, it'd be too Italian, but
Yeah.
also because it wouldn't sell because it's too Italian. And because, you just go around with German people say fascismo, fascismo. It's just, it gets into them when you put socialism in there. Like the Nazis set the gears forward for like red coke bullshit, red brown fucking crap. A lot of people don't think about it like that because I mean the Nazis, when we look back historically, through the lens of the liberals, I might add, because those dominate our historical understanding of fucking World War II in the West, because we morons don't look for better sources, because fucking monkey brain West white people go do genocide now. Uga uga. That's basically Anglo-Saxon of the world described in less than 30 seconds. Fucking you're welcome. But the fucking genuinely like our history is portrays them as like the most bombastically right wing only. When if anything, fascism is quite like I know it's far right in fucking principle if you're looking at like reactionary versus progressivity, but if we look at like the way that more modern mannerisms look at the fucking political field, they are centrists. They preach a left position, they take a right position, they take the furthest right position possible. Like it's not like people think that type of centrism works, where it's like you take a slightly left,
Right.
slightly right position, like someone like Tony Blair would, or if you live in the north and had to deal with the education cuts, you probably weren't one of those people thinking, "Oh yeah, this is a just a slight right deviation." But then you have like people like Adolf Hitler, for example, where you take a slight step left and then a massive leap right and constantly keep doing that shimmy until eventually you're really, really far right and there's no way back. And that's why when you look back on history, it's easy to see them as just, okay, far right. They're
Yeah.
just like, they preached a lot of fucking shit that was like all about this socialism that was patriotic, was for the German people, was going to benefit them. Definitely. They're going to get shit, guaranteed. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
Bob and can't admit that we shouldn't be getting all this stuff. It's made with slave labor. He can't admit it because it destroys his entire argument.
Right. Yeah.
Deny the fact that sweatshops exist in China. Like
Oswald.
sweatshops in the world. What the fuck are you on
Yeah.
about?
He will accuse the opponent of saying that you're moralizing the issue of the slave.
Oh yeah, you're moralizing, but then they start talking about good and evil when they get religious about shit. But
Yeah,
religious
for real.
really
Jesus.
when they start
That's-
preaching the sun god, and I don't mean Atslan and stuff like that. Like I mean not Atslan. I can't remember the name of the sun that's the god,
It's-
but
when they say moralizing, it's so hypocritical because they'll argue something's good or something's bad when it's something they support, but when it's something they don't care about or they're against, they say, "Oh, you're moralizing the issue."
Right. Yeah. And that's why. Yeah.
is
They're
there
just
any
put-
fucking native people in the chat that know the name of the fucking sun goddess? I can't even remember which tribal culture, so I even feel offensive asking that. But I'm just throwing it out there. I think it's Mexican, but fucking Aztecs most likely then. So
Let's not get started on Karen Manspread and him constantly doubling down on his white supremacist beliefs on Twitter.
I just really, really want to know what I fucking got myself into a nest of. Like, I tried to use an example and I didn't have the example ready, and now I'm lost. But yeah, no, clit on man spread. Fucking that's hard to say. What's fucking it's one of them Star Trek creatures. Fucking um, the the rape based Pokemon. Uses slavery as a tactic. We'll dress up like a slaver from 1852. We'll say ye and the ha. We'll be criticized by another cringe cowboy fucking for lack of a better word, fucking retard, Black Shirts TV, or you may know as Red Scare TV. Like, there's the contest between who has the fucking correct cowboy hat. Like, fucking now, like, the only people who should be allowed to dress up like that are native land. It's the fucking natives, and it's the thing. I never got to finish defining patriotic socialism because I got tangented. Patriotic socialism in the native lives is when you commit, the white people commits to the fucking native for fucking endorsement, like, sorry, endorsement. You know, like when you move to another country, you fucking betting. They get vetted, they become a citizen through the native state. The native patriot. I guess they're not using the French definition. They might be using the English definition actually.
I've seen some Pat Stocks use
No, Pat Stocks. What about the natives? The natives are called. So there's different types of patriotic socialism. There's the one that's just national socialism, just with a funky name, and that's so the Morpinites and all them lot. They don't claim that the definitions are like that they're using a different definition. They won't tell you they're using the French definition. They define patriotism as nationalism and nationalism as the British definition of patriotism. So by golly, they use the French definition of patriotism, which is just nationalism. But so by committing to a native state to be enrolled, like that is a form of like state-based patriotism, I guess. Like it's complicated. Like is the patriotism French patriotism of nationalist character or British character, or is it both? I'll make sure the two. Fucking find out next on fucking who wants to be a revisionist there. I've got to make things surreal for just random moments because it's fun, That's it. Most of the people watching will be like some fucking first world aristocrats. Will have the mind blown. Good night, Christopher. Respect, brother. Don't fucking what?
Ooh, come on.
Say?
Come on. Come on.
So don't forget that fucking America is a holder of like fucking was it like 10 fucking colonies, like as well as itself being really a colony, a settler colony of the British, which allows people like Maupin to push anti-Semitism through the British, like the Laurentians did, and it's really hard to criticize it because of what are you defending the British? Like genuinely, it's if you know how like a lot of white men were afraid that they'd be called gay if they defended gay people, but they didn't have a problem with gay people. It's like those fucking bastards.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be more PC with
So like
Achieving
the
it.
so like the anti-Semitic like white supremacist types or just anti-Semites in general, they'll push the line. They got this conspiracy that like the kingdom or the monarchy of England, whatever, is like it's like related to ancient Jewish people. Like that's the conspiracy, and then that's
I thought
yeah.
they were related to ancient lizard people. The conspiracy keeps changing.
Wait,
Can't keep up to date with this.
wait, they actually believe that?
Yeah, I've seen some believe that. They say
Well, there's
that.
actual people who believe that the royals are like not fully human and they're like part like creature. Like sometimes it's lizards, sometimes it's something else.
Reptilians.
I think that that's them referring to this Jewish anti-Semitic conspiracy because. But, okay, so British people, we get away with our anti-Semitism a bit more than everyone else does, but I think people should look up the history of anti-Semitism in the UK. Look up why we did the Balfour Declaration. It was two reasons. One, easy way of doing settler colonialism in a country. We can just say all the Jews have claim there. Secondly, we didn't want them in our country. Literally, that was a part of it. I mean,
Yeah.
Mosley was talking about doing literally what China's doing today as for the British Empire's foreign policy for their imperialist platform. Fucker turned around and like said, "Oh yeah, it will keep them out of our country."
Yeah, and
It's
yeah,
overt with fascists. They don't hide it, and the Caleb fits that common behavior that you see over history, where they're very overt. Caleb is like, they're overt, but they're tactical about it. So think about it like Hitler's not a good example. Hitler's Freikorps into Nazi fucking stormtroopers. Like the Nazi Party is not a very good example of this. The British Union fascists has a much more subtle history. I mean, it does have actual fighting history as well. They got their asses kicked in London. But the British Union of Fascists had to play a lot of different games, the way it operated, and when it was disbanded, you had Mosley still trying to push his fascism into the British government. Things had to
yeah,
change up with the way that they operated. The opportunism of them is more apparent. Now, with the Nazis, that you can get a good example is of the opportunism of fucking fascist ideology and the way it utilizes its namesake to manipulate different groups. Like those are all I can't remember if it was a Soviet or an English propaganda film. Not because there's like canny things that point to it. Like I swear I've heard someone say it's an English propaganda film that's constantly making me feel Soviet, where like the Germans were fucking stabbing themselves in the back or something. No, sorry, I'm getting confused with someone else. Sorry, so it's the NSDAP, and it's the Socialist Deutsche Arbeiter Party for the workers, and it's the National Deutsche Party for the capitalists. That's the one. The video, I think, or it's two pictures. I can't remember. No, it's two pictures. It's from a poster. I will pathologize
Yeah.
things eventually. 3 hours later, you did one a long stream. You'll fucking get it,
right.
and then regret it.
It reminds me of when Blizzard employees were talking about going back to World of Warcraft Classic. So we need to go back to 2004 when the game was still good, not the current shit
Go back to
version.
the
And
60s. Is this where you're fucking linking this? Oh no.
and he's basically like the CEO. I mean, a future CEO of Blizzard is on the panel of like this, because it's like a gaming panel or whatever the fuck. And he's basically saying, "You think you do, but you don't." And that was like a big meme for
shit, I
like
remember
since
that.
ever. It was like, "You think you do, but you don't." And well,
Orwellian fucking
it's
double think action. Jesus Christ.
yes, and ever since they screwed up the game so much, it's like it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. They screwed it up so much. It's like, yeah, well, we kind of didn't. We wanted the game. We just didn't want it the way you screwed it up, basically.
Also, here's the thing. Beware of the petty bourgeois person that tells you to stay away from 1984. Don't read literally any other piece of Orwell. It's all shit. 1984 is important, not only because like it did predict a lot of stuff, like it probably was because Orwell was literally a member of that fucking institution. So, he painted it as the Stalinists that would bring the big bad evil, but he also makes it really vague as to what socialism is to any of the systems in the books. I don't look at it that. It's all about the system of mass surveillance and other stuff like that. Capitalism took a lot of pages from it, and you want to understand where capitalism's going psychologically speaking, you've got to really look at how it's studying people. Psychology is drastically important to the way the capitalist system outreaches itself. They need the petty bourgeoisie, otherwise they can't keep selling products. They wouldn't know what to sell. Like at that point, the capitalist has already had to relinquish parts of his own capital wealth, which makes the more ANCAPy types of capitalists kind of angry. Just fucking unreasonable little shitheads.
Yeah,
And
it's
be
been
angry
it's
about
been. I have not, I
taxes
haven't
when
seen.
socialism would eliminate taxes if it was done properly. Fucking Soviet Union pisses me off that they had taxes. Like they fucking
Yeah.
retarded. Sorry, language. I have the R card. I'm allowed, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't constrain. Someone needs to reach across. You're all in America. Reach far and smack me when I do it. Just try not to hit the
I haven't
iceberg.
seen Animal Farm in about 20 fucking years, but
Oh, that shit's cancer.
yeah, if I remember, like it was kind of like Trotskyite propaganda in a way.
Oh, it literally indulges in the fan fiction of the revolution betrayed. It's
Yeah, yeah,
like
that
Hon-
shit's good.
so George Orwell was a Trotskyist. He called himself an
honestly,
anarchist in all that cases, but he worked with the Trots against the anarchists in Spain.
honestly,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. George Orwell, Caleb Maupin, Christopher Hitchens,
The Triforce of
um,
fucking
and
Trotskyism. It's like Link.
any other horrible person in existence. What do they all have in common? They're
They're all
all
petty bourgeois.
trots.
Oh well, I mean that's basically the same thing.
Oh, I had my mic muted. Tony
what-
Blair admitted
You're like,
that
yeah,
he
well,
read
I mean, there's nuance to it there, but yeah, Trots basically are all petty bourgeois dickheads.
You know what I
He
find
said-
very interesting about trots? Well, they're almost all of them are fucking petty bourgeois.
Yeah.
Almost all of them.
And you know what else?
It's a reaction against communism. Like, it's not communist. It's not Marxist. It's not fucking. It has like a skeleton of the Marxian philosophical ideal around how like a cassette deck would operate, for example. But it just doesn't fucking
And Leon
do the parts. It doesn't do what it needs to do. Like, it doesn't function.
and Leon
Right.
Trotsky himself, from the stuff I've looked up about him, he basically wanted to turn the Soviet Union into like a military dictatorship,
Yeah,
where he
he
personally
didn't-
leads
He
it.
didn't.
throughout it all as well, and he,
He
was
didn't
against
think
the
they were-
revolution in October 1917.
Like,
Yeah, he didn't think they were able to be
That's
socialist. Like he literally said, like they couldn't hold out against the conservative Europe. They needed to go fucking
Because
invade Europe.
yeah, they need to take over pretty much the world, and we need to wage a world war because we need to be like, he basically viewed the Soviet Union, we need to be like a holdout, and then we can kind of just spread it everywhere like some kind of, like the white man civilizing the world pretty much.
Well, have to be honest with you. Regarding Trotsky, Joseph Stalin's biggest mistake, one of them, was not having him killed sooner.
To be honest, I don't think. To be honest, I think it was the CIA that got him killed. Why the fuck were the Soviets killed with a fucking an ice pick? That sounds way too like. There's a message for you. Dun dun dun. Like, it's very CIA.
Sadly,
Just shoot
his
the guy and go home. Let's be real.
family like they still live in Mexico City. Yeah.
Colonizers, man. Fucking cowards. They didn't go join the Trotskyists in fucking Catalonia.
There isn't a single Trotskyist I've seen that isn't a fascist or neocon.
Yeah, or neoliberal.
Well,
yeah.
They're all
Well,
Euro
guys,
chauvinists.
if
Like they literally don't think that anywhere outside of the developed fucking imperialist countries can have socialism.
But the leader of
Well,
the
guys-
CPGB ML in fucking ML's doing some legwork there. Turned around and he went to say that he wouldn't mind if the revolution was centered in Europe, which, you know what? I would have a problem with, like, okay, where's Europe going to take it? Sure, but I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like, it'd be fine. We've still got a shit ton of stuff ordered in, Maybe it's about time we got our act cleaned up, start producing stuff for ourselves by ourselves. So what's it? Fucking
Yeah. The only like country I see trots defend today, or maybe at least like half of them, is like
Venezuela,
Venezuela.
yeah.
Yeah, they love Maduro especially more.
Venezuela.
Of course they love Venezuela because it's a fucking country governed by fucking trots.
Yeah. Maduro actually called. He didn't say Stalin's name, but he said something about like Trotsky over the left Bonapartists, and that's just like some Trotsky slogan that's anti-Stalin. Um, he said that in public. Yeah.
Anyone that's anti-Stalin is not a communist in my eyes.
Yeah, for real.
But the thing with Trotsky is, it's always like, yeah, if he had just taken over the Soviet Union, everything would have been better. It's like, no.
No.
Like, where are you getting this from? Like, it would have probably been like, I mean, he was basically going to install like again, a military dictatorship, and pretty much push them into probably a world war a lot sooner than anybody would have hoped for. And I don't think the Soviet Union could have survived a world war if it started in like the 1920s or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think even in 1933, like a Trotsky-led Soviet Union could like win a world war. They just would stop halfway. And yeah, and I mean, wasn't Trotsky out there like telling the French communists to like not fight the Nazis when the war broke out between France and Germany?
He basically said, French workers, turn your backs on the capitalist government or whatever, and or something like that.
I mean, after Trotsky was exiled from the Soviet Union, Mussolini literally like allowed him to come into fucking Italy. Like he invited him to come to Italy and like visit.
Right.
Well, guys, it's not like when Nazi Germany was citing before Operation Barbarossa was citing which groups they could work with in the Soviet Union. It's not like they cited monarchist, nationalist, and Trotskyites as the three groups that they could work with. Oh wait,
Yeah.
that's actually what they exactly did cite.
Yeah, I'm surprised that like left comms didn't like invite Trotsky to stay over there.
You're no better than a Nazi if you're a left comm. In my eyes, you're not. I fucking despise left comms.
Yeah, I despise left comms. I haven't really seen much of them though. It's probably because a lot of them are pretending to be MLs now because like communism is dead and gone.
Yeah, they're called Haas. They're called Haas.
Speaking of Haas, what stupid shit has he said now?
Oh God! I mean that
like lumpen scum and all this shit. Like it's class warfare against the lumpen scum. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean he was pushing the whole Hitler was an anarchist thing. It's just like a bunch of like crazy stuff like that recently. And what else do you argue? I mean, he's out there, of course, waving the flag and all that bullshit on this timeline. So, and I guess he broke up with Zizek, and he says that Dugin is better than Zizek.
Why would anyone in the first place like Zizek?
I don't know. I guess because he talks funny.
The only thing that's entertaining about Zizek is his complete ownage of Jordan Peterson.
Right.
I don't even see how people say he owned Jordan Peterson. To be honest, that was like my first engagement with Zizek, really, and literally right off the gate, Zizek basically said he's not a communist anymore, and he said himself like a nihilist, and all he really did the whole time, and all he ever does in any interview I've ever seen him in, is he just talks mad shit about like. About socialist experiments and say they were like abject failures and like all this shit, and then just I don't know, it doesn't seem like a very useful person to really listen to.
Yeah, but he made Jordan Peterson look like a fucking fool.
Well, it's really more that Peterson
made
embarrassed himself.
Yeah, he embarrassed himself by just thinking he can completely debunk Marxism by reading the manifesto, which is a dumb idea.
Yeah, Zizek admitted that he used to be a Heideggerian back in his Yugoslav days.
Did he? I didn't even
Uh,
remember. Huh.
Yeah, he has even like there's like a clip. I'll find it later. He's like, yeah, I used to be a Heideggerian in the schools of thoughts, Hegel, and then I don't know. I guess he just rage quit like later on.
You want to know another thing Trots have in common with Nazis?
Huh.
A lot of them tend to be weebs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to discriminate against all weebs, but
No, I discriminate against all weebs. As far as I'm concerned, if you're a weeb, you're my enemy.
Yeah,
that's not really fair, especially coming from the Star Wars community when there's a lot of fascists in the Star Wars community.
That is true. That is very true.
I don't care. I don't view discrimination against fascists as discrimination.
Yeah, and of course Zizek is now like pro NATO or whatever. So screw that guy.
Wait, who is?
Zizek, yeah.
Pro NATO.
Yeah, he said that people need to support Ukraine, and
What
he
the
called.
fuck?
Yeah, and he did say that Putin's imperialist. That's what triggered Haas, I guess. But
Okay, so
yeah.
I mean, instead of just being like an alt imperialist, he's just a straight up imperialist. Okay.
Yeah,
You know
basically.
It's like what's really funny about this whole shit thing is these Pat Sox want to push the American dream, even though anyone who actually knows anything about America knows it's a nightmare, not a dream.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
It's really funny how these idiot Pat Sox, they try to frame us as like the other side of the coin for the fucking Voshites.
Right.
But it's literally always been them. Like every single time, like their
Right.
fucking positions always mirror the Voshites.
Like
Vosh now trying to push like his own version of patriotic socialism and shit. Like,
it's like, yeah, I was about to say, isn't Vosh pushing the same thing Caleb and Haas are pushing?
Yeah, he's put Vosh is doing like, oh, we gotta weaponize patriotism. He's got the flag on his Twitter name. What else is Vosh doing? I mean,
anyone with the American flag on their Twitter bio is instant block for me.
Yeah. And I mean, so basically he's like the pro-blue, he's doing like the pro-Democrat version of patriotic socialism. And then Mop is doing like the pro-Trump, pro-fascist version.
Yeah, it's literally like they're literally just both parroting like the opposite fucking ruling class party, like that are in the United States. Like one is trying to fucking pander to the Democrats, the other one's trying to pander to the Republicans.
Yeah, like basically Caleb and Haas, they're doing red brownism, and Vosh is doing like red bluism essentially, or a pink wave maybe, but it's the same thing.
Can we just discuss how much of a lie? Like all this bullshit is? It's like, I mean, seriously, like everything that these people are pushing, like what is there to actually celebrate on 4th of July? Because let's be objective here. What can we celebrate as Americans here?
I mean we can celebrate death to America.
We successfully stole the land from the natives and genocided their whole people. So.
Right.
That's what we're celebrating, basically.
No, I'm talking about as human beings, as decent human beings. What can we actually celebrate?
Death to America. Death to America. That's all I can think of.
Yeah.
We can celebrate
the downfall of the American Empire and of imperialism in general.
Yeah.
It's like being patriotic Americanism in 2022. It's not only is it cringe, it's
dumb. It's dumb. Redundant.
You want to know what's even dumber? Being a Canadian and being patriotic towards America.
Yeah.
Well, being a Canadian period is pretty dumb because there is no Canada either.
Yeah, and like their loyalties to the monarchy, like how can you be patriotic towards that? Like, yeah,
Yeah, Canada's a Nazi state, just like America.
yeah, and Alberta is probably like the worst part of it. I've been told. I'm told that Alberta, Canada, is like the reactionary, like state or province, whatever you want to call it.
It's like on my job, like I have to be very careful what I discuss at my work, is because it's my work has become like it's so right wing, the atmosphere at my job now, that I have to basically like I'm basically on walking on eggshells what I do or say.
Oh yeah, I don't even bother even talking about
Yeah,
that shit at all
It's
at
kind
work.
of impossible considering politics are almost always brought up in one way or another.
I live in um, uh, the richest county in Pennsylvania, so I'll let you guys figure out just like what kind of people I exist around with.
Sounds like reactionary shitheads.
It's liberals, reactionaries, and petty bourgeois socialists. So the three most disgusting people on earth, pretty much, I can deal with.
yeah. I mean, parts of California is kind of like that, depending where you are. Like, I
It
mean,
is.
yeah,
Orange County is so reactionary. It's unbearable. I hate being in this fucking shithole that is Orange County.
yeah. And I mean, if you go up to LA, it's too many neoliberals and too many cops, and yeah.
You can't say anything against the cops on my job because you'll be the enemy.
Oh man.
I was written up and
Blue,
they said something against the cops.
blue lives matter.
Yeah, I mean,
Me and my homies hate cops.
I mean, America is literally a country that like did 20 seasons of cops on a TV show. Like, you know what I mean? Like people actually watch that shit. You know, like
It's
just
bottom of the barrel trash.
yeah, like it's literally just cops harassing minorities and like probably setting them up and all this. It's so sketchy too.
All for entertainment value.
Right.
Careful, careful! You're engaging in classism here because remember, cops are proletarians. Do you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Black Shirts TV they are.
Not just Black Shirts TV, even that buffoon. He goes by Lennon Ball on Twitter. He was like, "Oh, well, I'm not sure about the cops yet. You know, maybe they're lumping or maybe they're not." Yeah,
What?
yeah. I'm not even kidding. Like I don't.
Lumping.
Yeah, like these like I
Most
like at this
no
point the Pat Sox they think lumping is just like what
Anything
I
they
don't
don't
know.
like, apparently. But I
They're
mean, they like
confusing.
the cops.
They're confusing lumping with class, like Haas. Like he says, like we need to exterminate the lumpen. This is class warfare. Idiot. Lumpen is not a class. Like you're.
Yeah, it's a category too. Like that's the thing too. It's like it's kind of annoying thing from like Engels and Marx too, is that they don't really always talk about lumpen in general. Is they'll just lump everything into lumpen proletariat, but they'll talk about how like people from all different classes turn into lumpen proletarians. But even though it's not even the case, like
Right.
there's different kinds of lumpen.
Yeah, and then that same Lennon Ball guy, he tried to say that Tony Sopranos was lumping proletariat.
The guy living in a mansion is lumpen. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh yeah, the cops are are lumping despite the fact majority of cops are middle class.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, in Arizona, they literally just for a starting salary, police officers in Arizona are going to be getting a $20,000 increase in their starting pay. They're going to be making about $70,000 a year from as soon as
Fuck.
they start.
Yeah, and then we got Biden saying that he wants to pay cops more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep,
Biden's
very
going like tough
progressive.
on crime again. Like he's doing this whole tough on crime shit that he was doing in the '90s.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's literally going rightward. Like,
Is it Biden or is it Harris?
both.
Who's the real apprentice here?
That is the question. We might never know the answer.
It's the $1 million question. Yeah.
Is Kamala Harris the Sith Lord we've all been looking for?
Yeah. Well, don't you know? According to Pat Socks, Palpatine is Lenin, so maybe that's a good thing.
It's like the president will decide your fate. I am the president. That's Kamala Harris.
It's like that dialectic Vader idiot that was arguing with me on Twitter, who was basically saying he tried to scapegoat away from the abortion discussions going on, and saying like, "Where's your outrage towards the homeless people?" And then I saw that he was a Haas fan, and I was like, "Bro, don't act like you care about homeless people. Like
Yeah.
you hate the homeless. Like all you
Right.
guys ever do is talk about other drug addicts and shit." And then he immediately flipped the switch and he was like, "Well, they're fucking useless drug addicts and this shit. Like
They're all just
scourge on society
they're all just-
and like yeah, they're an ugly stain on society. Like no one likes to see them around. Like bunch
yeah,
of
the
crazy."
mask off.
Yeah.
Yeah, these fascists, they take their mask off when you call them out on their bullshit.
Yeah. for real.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Haas was going on about how the homeless are zombies and that the ultra left worship poverty or something like that. And he called the CPUSA a lumpen party.
Oh yeah, what's ironic? A Fed calling another Fed party a fucking, lumpen party. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Definitely not a lump. They're like the complete opposite of a lumpen party. They're literally a labor aristocrat party.
A party that is pushing vote blue no matter who.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Be Liberal tried to deny that the Communist Party had a lot of middle class and labor aristocrats back in like the 30s and 40s, and even like the 50s too.
Be Liberal's a fucking idiot then.
Yeah.
Be Liberal is a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but
I mean, apparently they were foolish enough to fucking go along with FDR's fucking New Deal shit, despite black people being literally excluded from that shit. Like, people don't even talk about this, but in order to even get the New Deal fucking passed, and in order to get the Southern Democrats, the Dixiecrats, whatever, like on board with that shit, he literally had to like fucking exclude the black people from even getting those benefits, a lot of those benefits.
Yeah. Yeah, they got. Yeah, it's just bullshit. I think the Communist Party, the leadership, knew that they were selling out. They just didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
For them, it was like short-term benefits over long-term struggle. Which is it? And in the end, they chose.
And
Harry Haywood pointed this shit out too in the late 40s, early 50s. That the actual left were being pushed out of the party. They were being called dogmatic, and they were the fucking labor aristocrat revisionists were calling them like dogmatic Stalinists and all this crazy shit.
Isn't it interesting how Jay Sakai, another reason he's hated as much as he did, because he pointed out how quick that the CPUSA of that time sold out.
Yeah. Yeah, not only that, I think he criticized William Z. Foster for his like anti-New African stuff with the whole, I think the labor strike stuff. And the CPUSA types, they get really mad about that. So that's why they don't like Sakai or Caleb doesn't like them too.
The CPUSA, funnily enough, they still hate Harry Haywood. I remember I was watching a Rev Left Radio podcast on. They're talking about one of Harry Haywood's really good works, and
Right.
they said that like on Twitter, I guess, randomly out of nowhere, CPUSA just like linked them a fucking article by Angela fucking Davis of all people, talking about
Gee.
like how good CPUSA is or some shit. It's like they're literally tokenizing Angela Davis to to go against like a black communist that was against them. Talking
Damn.
about
Yeah,
their
and,
revisionism.
yeah, and Angela Davis is very problematic herself.
Yeah.
Don't look up her connections with Jim Jones or anything like that. You'll go down a rabbit hole right there.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, fuck these people. Fuck this the CPUSA. They are the most like they were Moppinism before Moppinism. Honestly, that's the way I see it. Caleb just doesn't like their branding. That's what it all is to these fuckers.
Well, he's mad that he didn't get accepted, basically. Like, that's what it really is. Because, I mean, he was saying that it's ultra left to oppose the CPUSA before they denounced him.
It's hilarious. To me, it's just petty. It's just aristocrats fighting each other. I don't care. Let them fight.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm calling it. They're gonna push. If Haas is around in 2024, he's gonna push people to vote for Trump.
I mean, he already kind of did, because on one of his streams, he's like, "Oh, I'm considering running for Congress," and then he's saying that Republicans need to vote for more people like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I mean, there's also Jimmy Dore claiming he wants to run for president. So
Yeah. Oh God,
Yep.
I forgot about that
You
shit.
you can see Caleb, Jimmy Duh, Caleb Moopit. I see all these fuckers running for president or Congress at one point.
yeah, Haxton already has tried and failed too.
Yeah.
Probably as Republicans, honestly, if you really want me to be
Oh
honest.
yeah, they're going to be running as Republicans.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, I agree for sure. Peter Coffin, don't forget, he's calling himself a Marxist-Leninist now. Believe it or not.
I can't take that fucker seriously. I mean, seriously, doing a video dressing up like an American wrestler in the color of the United States fucking flag. I mean, come on. I cannot take you seriously.
And he bought like some kind of stamp or whatever. So he had like 20 temporary like American flag fake tattoos.
Like fake tattoos, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just so weird, and that's the thing that people keep forgetting, that it wasn't just Jackson Hinkle who pushed the Pat Sock stuff. Like literally, like a day after, that's when Peter Coffin did that whole crap, and that's why like it blew up, because everybody was like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, Jackson Hinkle's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he is. Midwestern Marxist is also another buffoon I can't stand.
Yeah, that guy's a buffoon, but he'll try to like pretend to be like good faith, whatever, and then you steamroll him, and then he'll get really mad, and he'll start deflecting. Whenever you pin his ass down, he'll start deflecting to like Hegelian dialectics, even though like Marx.
Oh God!
Like, his dialectics not the same.
Let me cut you off. I gotta mute you for a second, and then I gotta go on a tangent about how you said something that you didn't say. But let me just put you in a little box here. I'm gonna do what Caleb did and just put you in a little box. Say this is what your position is. Now you need to defend your position that you hold.
Yeah, and if you call out my position, I'll accuse you of telescoping.
Yep.
Or he'll fucking try reading quotes from a document that completely destroy his own argument.
Right.
And just cut out like 4 sentences of the paragraph, and then just skip to some random other part. So
yeah.
Your narrative. Fucking clown.
Yeah. One of the things I hate about these Pat Stocks too, like this is something that Haas does and others, and like they'll do like this weird tactical where like you could say, oh, I disagree with, I don't know, maybe Stalin or another communist leader on something like small, It could be maybe abortion.
Yeah.
Or meeting with Nixon, for example, and they'll say, "Oh, you're not a real Maoist then because you don't support meeting with
Yeah, that
imperialists."
shit is stupid.
Yeah, yeah. Haas did that with me as well. I mean, like, yeah, it's just like so dumb, and yet they're the ones who say that we're dogmatic.
You know what's ridiculous?
Any principled Maoist would admit that, like in the '70s, like Mao was
Right,
already pretty much senile by that point, and like he was pretty much
right.
You know what's ridiculous?
business.
Like these. It is insane how these people, the mental gymnastics they'll do to defend everything China does. Like even go as far as defending what Israel doing business with China or whatever, you know what I mean. China doing business with a genocidal regime that's killing Palestinian people
Yep.
and Yemenis. Oh, that's ultra left to criticize or moralizing the issue.
Right. Yeah. Oh,
Like,
but then, Haas and these Pat Sox, they'll say that Vietnam is revisionist and a social democracy.
Well,
So
Yeah,
just
no,
because they
yeah.
hate Lunoi, yeah,
no shit, it's not socialist, but we know why the reason they're attacking Vietnam because of Little Oi.
exactly. And Haas tried to do a thing where Vietnam is a colonial power or colonial vassal state for America or whatever. And
Wait,
it's
what?
like, yeah, he did. Yeah, I saw the tweets and all that.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the guy that goes around promoting whiteness and Americanism is accusing others of being American colonies.
Right, exactly.
And then he was
Um,
they're coming out in support of fucking Pol Pot now.
oh God, I
Pol
saw
fucking-
that.
I'm sorry, I don't anybody that supports Pol Pot is pretty suspect. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're doing that because of the Vietnam thing.
Okay, I don't care what anyone says. I thought it was justified for them going to, and overthrowing Pol Pot. The guy
Yeah.
decided against like many fucking against like how much percentage of the population? It's like Jesus Christ.
I mean, didn't Pol Pot also like try to attack Laos at some point? I
Yeah,
mean,
well, Pol Pot wasn't a communist, so Pol Pot was
right.
an anti-communist. Oh, but he had the communist. No, he was destroying the communist party.
Well,
he
he
was
does. Well, he ended up like disbanding it during the Second War or whatever.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we don't need the Communist Party right now. We just need unity. And then and that's when he's taking money from the CIA and all that.
Yeah. They're calling
yeah.
Jay Sakai a fucking CIA agent, but then they're gonna come over here and fucking support Pol Pot fully. He literally was like,
I'm sorry, but I anyone that supports Pol Pot is not to be trusted.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Pol Pot tried to claim Kropotkin, like for the whole agrarian socialism thing. He was like, "Oh yeah, I like Kropotkin." Even it's just so bizarre.
It's like
I mean,
it's like I don't care if you consider what Vietnam did was an act of Soviet imperialism. I don't care. Pol Pot was a legitimate threat to the Vietnamese.
yeah.
which is also a very weird but interesting turn where now they're accepting like the fact that Soviet Union post Stalin was social imperialist.
No, I wasn't actually talking about. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about some of Maoist's
Yeah.
arguments, which as someone that's a Maoist third worldist, I can say that I think oh god, it's really loud.
Oh, the helicopter or the fireworks.
Okay, now it's fine. Okay,
that's probably me.
okay. The Maoists it's one disagreement I do have with them is I feel like what the Vietnamese did was justified, and nobody's going to change my mind on that because Pol Pot was a legitimate threat to those people's country. You had an enemy nation very close by that was supported by the United States, and even though, it was an act of Soviet imperialism, yes, that is correct to have that assessment, but it's not as simple as that. They couldn't just sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, even Enver Hoxha basically said behind doors that he didn't think the Cambodia Communist Party were communist. That was like much later on after they met the delegation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I generally do think that they should have taken out Pol Pot. The problem was what they replaced it with,
Yeah,
which is like that's a whole different. But that's a whole different other
Yeah, like
right,
story.
Enver Hoxha, who like he's probably mentioned Soviet social imperialism more than anybody, but even
right,
he came out and was saying like, Vietnam is more on the correct side of this situation. Like, Pol Pot's
right.
not a
Well,
communist.
well, the thing is, it's not. It's not so simple as an act of Soviet imperialism, because what they replaced it with may not have been like good, but they could not just let an enemy like that on their doorstep. Cambodia is close to Vietnam.
Yeah, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Something
Um,
had to be done one way or the other. They couldn't just sit, not do anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Um, yeah. The moment like Pol Pot like disbanded the Communist Party, during the Second War or whatever, it's like, yeah, that was like, yeah, that's it. Like nobody should be supporting a guy like that. Get him out. Yep. And I saw these Pat socks. They did a meme. They're like, oh, this dark. The whole first it's like dark MAGA, then it's dark ML, and now they're doing dark Kampuchea. I'm like, wow.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
even worse.
Yeah, it's and they even did like from the flag, and so like they like changed it up like black and red. It almost reminded me of like those Bandera flags,
Yeah,
kinda.
how long till they come out and say like dark Nazism?
Oh God!
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
that's in 5 years.
Speaking of
Yeah.
dark, oh God! You want to say what's really weird? When I was like when I was doing shit, it was my more reactionary days when I was into this fandom shit. There was a fucking Facebook page called Hack Snyder that literally took Photoshop pictures up and put black people in SS uniforms to try to prove that black people can be Nazis.
Oh wow.
What?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
we have Call of Duty games doing the same shit, though. To be honest, what was
Those
it,
yeah.
fucking
Call of Duty World War
Nazis.
II, where they had like black female Nazis
What
soldiers?
the
Like,
fuck is
Oh
what the fuck
God.
is up with freaking America's fascination with Nazis? It's very disturbing. Like the fascination with Nazis in the past 10 years.
I mean, to be fair, Nazis also had a fascination with Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I
it's
mean,
like
you
the,
had like
yeah.
yeah. I mean, you had like Hitler was big fan of Madison Grant. He
He's also
loved.
a big fan of the British too.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Especially Chamberlain. I think Goring and some of the others were big Chamberlain fans. They love Henry Ford. Even like during the war. I mean, Hitler had a photo of him in his office. Or yeah, and of course Henry Ford had like a medal from Germany and or something like that, or he didn't accept it, but
Probably had
they
like a steamy love letter from Hitler. Like,
yeah, yeah, and it's right. And who else? Who else did they like? I mean, they basically inspired by the Jim Crow laws, etc.
wait a minute,
Um,
Haas also likes Ford, doesn't he?
yeah, he's been doing that now. He's saying that the Soviets. He said that Stalin or someone in the Soviet Union called Henry Ford a smart capitalist or some bullshit like that. And then he takes that to say that, oh yeah, they liked him.
A s-
Um, yeah, it's
that's such out of context shit too. Jesus.
yeah,
That's
yeah, and I mean, this is the same guy who's saying that
Radiating opium.
Elon Musk's wealth wasn't off of exploitation or some bullshit like that. It's like what?
Wait, you said
Um,
what about Elon Musk?
that like all his wealth wasn't off
Oh
exploitation.
God, what the? No fucking way. Is
Yeah,
there a
I'll
clip of
find
that
it.
or
but
some
but
shit,
but
or is it a
but
tweet?
guys, but
It
guys,
was on stream.
Oh
but
shit.
guys, you can't call Haas or Caleb fascist.
Jeez, has he ever seen any of the fucking viral shit about talking about the conditions of fucking Amazon workers? Jesus Christ!
I mean, I don't even know how the conditions are for Tesla, but I've heard that. Like, I heard that they had to pay a lawsuit for like discrimination against African people in America as well as other places. Um, yeah, that was racial discrimination in Tesla. I remember that. So yeah, it's and of course Elon Musk has a history with like apartheid in South Africa or his
And
dad or
that's
whatever.
yeah, his dad owned diamond mines, and that's where he got his wealth from. Like
Right.
literally from like it's all this shit is just so fucking stupid. I swear, Haas exists to dumb down discussion so much. Like
He,
honestly, he really does. Like we've gotten stupider since he came on the scene. Honestly, he's
yeah,
dumbed everybody down with his bullshit.
He
I
really
mean,
has.
and that's why we can't ignore this patriotic bullshit from them because they're toxifying the whole sphere. And I mean, now they're doing like marches in New York saying like Russia is not our enemy.
Yeah,
I
literally
mean,
a handful of dorks fucking walking around with that shit.
yeah, and I
Yeah,
mean,
if I was there, I would just slap their glasses out of their heads and like
yeah,
honestly, these
Completely
people should be
divorced
treated
from the
like the
Catholics, too.
they should be treated like the fascist scum that they are and get Antifa to
yeah.
fucking stomp their asses.
Yeah, and I mean they got that like eagle flag that they claim is the Donetsk official flag or whatever, but it's not.
Even though
And
I've
then
proven it,
yeah,
I've
oh
proven several times it's not.
the one that pissed me off was like that one video where like it's like CPI members like waving these flags, then the American flag, and then there's like a Che Guevara flag, and I'm like, oh man, that is so cringeworthy. Wow.
By next year, they're gonna start flying the Che Vader flag.
Oh
Ooh.
God, the Che
God.
Vader flag. Okay,
Yeah.
I think Stone just wake up from his. Hey Stone, you awake?
I think he went to like to cook something or I
I
don't
was
know.
wondering where he went. Holy shit, he's here. He's chilling.
I
Oh,
mean, it's like
nice.
like this is the thing with like motorists and all that stuff. Like they're not normally active in like California or something like that. Like these fucking towers, like they're not meant to be this many. The reason why there's so many of them is like, oh, Roman aristocracy. Oh, you're already there. So look, white and black, and they get away with the brushes.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, I mean, like the whole Darth Vader thing too. Like that really exposes them for what they are. Like they're saying that
Oh,
Darth
I think
Vader
it's like the Soviet Union's like, hey, you're fascist, and doesn't even like question it. Like there are like people in the Soviet Union that question it, and I actually question it. And it's okay. Why?
right.
Yeah, they were saying like the fucking rebellion or just like a bunch of Chaz, like hipster or whatever, like hippies, like
Yeah.
fucking weed degenerates. Like,
The family, like the Trey family, is fucking tarnished with fucking vulgaritarianism. He's doing the whole like, yeah, but it's a social enemy. Well, when you rip someone, it's more than just like a social enemy.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're saying that Stalin is Darth Vader. Yeah. I mean, Lenin is Palpatine. And then they said something stupid about the Jedi's as well. I just don't remember what exactly is it that they said.
I didn't hear what they said about the Jedi. I did
Yeah.
hear that what they said about how the Empire was apparently socialist because it was upholding order and like
Right.
law and shit. I was like, really?
Yeah.
That's what makes it socialist?
Although like
Right.
weird ways Zionism.
Oh,
That reminds me, Wikipedia says the Inca Empire.
Like the battle of who gets what comedy. The communists seem to just change their date from September to October. Sorry, September. Like they didn't even clear up the footage for the clear cut and stuff. They never fucking left order. I don't know whether it's fucking experimental or lazy. I'm gonna go with the latter. It seems fucking lazy.
But what I'm saying, what I was saying is, Wikipedia says the Incan Empire is a socialist apparently too. You guys know
Really?
that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's got the words Christ written on it. It's like a friend fucking like yeah, if you were like a well held, you wouldn't want to be fucking called it. Like it's one of those. I guess fucking being Jewish would probably be the fucking song for it. Like, the Jews had a better relationship with their people than this Jew. I respect for somebody down.
Wow, we
Oh.
barely talked about the American dream. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh, and don't forget the Nazgul buffoon. I think he goes by like Nazgul Eurasian or something like that.
Oh God.
He tried to say that Rorschach and the comedian were like the good guys in the movie, The Watchmen.
Wait,
No, you.
Wait, they were the good guys. Wait, in what fucking reality?
in their twisted minds, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and like literally like the comedian who like shoots a pregnant Vietnamese woman and like commits war crimes in Vietnam, and Rorschach who like, I mean, he's very reactionary bullshit, and um
It's crazy to me to think that like the Pat Sox literally think that like Order 66 is like the socialist revolution.
right.
Like Jesus.
Well,
so stupid.
that's their idea of petty bourgeois socialism. Is from the top to the bottom. We
Right.
aristocrats are the ones that write history, as Joseph Goebbels said.
Yeah, if
Right.
anything, like Order 66 is more like the Night of the Long Knives, but
Order
Right.
66 is not only the Night of the Long Knives, it's also the Holocaust.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What was it I was gonna say? One of the other criticisms that Oswald Spengler had about the Nazis is that they focused a bit too much on like blood, and then he said, "Oh, Hitler's a bit too ideological, the Nazi regime, but he liked Mussolini before he died." So yeah,
Spengler also rejected Marx's concept of surplus value.
yeah. Not only that, in the Decline of the West book, he actually rejects like class in general. He says that it's just a political construct from like industrial England, and that it doesn't really exist. Yeah, and that it's just used to get votes or something. And this is the same guy who says that like he says that like progressive taxes is like dry Bolshevism and some other stupid bullshit like that.
He
Yeah.
also said that the West needs a Kaiser figure to come up, kind of like a Caleb almost.
Yeah. Yeah, he
That
predicted.
eventually there will be a Kaiser figure that will eventually emerge to save the West from its degeneracy.
Yeah, he thought that
I
it would
imagine
happen.
he's probably very, sympathetic to, to fucking Plato's Philosopher King.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, I mean, he also like said that the Kaiserism would last 200 years. It would be in synergy with the people, like some kind of like I don't know, some like futuristic dictatorship, I guess. Like, I guess the dictator just controls everybody's mind or something, basically.
I mean, Haas probably actually does think of himself as like a philosopher king.
Right. Oh, so I found it. So in Prussian socialism, that's the book. He opposes labor strikes because he calls it
Oh yeah.
the unsocialistic earmark of Marxism. And then he says trade unions is wage Bolshevism, progressive taxation on any imposition of taxes on the rich is dry Bolshevism. Any shortening of the workday. He argues that workers should even work on Sundays. And he opposes any government insurance for the sick, old, etc. So yeah, no free health care or anything like that.
Okay, look at this and say, how is this not the same thing as like the shit that Haza and Moffin is saying?
Exactly. Like it's not even neo feudalism. Like he literally just wants to go back to like traditional like feudalism, basically, but even
Yeah,
worse.
yeah, back when people knew their place in society.
Right, exactly. Like a 7-day work week. I mean, that's basically slavery at that point. The one that he's advocating for. Yeah. Oh, and so this is the quote. Like this is what he said in Decline of the West. The West will spend the last and several hundred years of existence in the state of Caesarian or Caesarian socialism, Kaiser socialism, when all humans will be synergized into a harmonious and happy totality by a dictator, like an orchestra synergized into harmonious totality by its conductor. Yeah, yeah, very totalitarian for
Yeah,
sure.
that sounds like some fascist Hegelian bullshit right there.
Exactly. One of the weird things was with Spangler too is that he's like he tries to promote like post idealism, and then he argues that like all materialism is idealism too. So like he has his own thing going on somehow. It's like some kind of like third position, I guess.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that. I mean, if there we ever actually, if they have these people ever actually took power, like Haas and them, would they literally would say that any type of strike is like anti-patriotic, anti-socialist?
Right.
Like they would be saying this shit. They'd say it's like a color revolution or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
these,
their
these
idea of
people,
revolution is literally just the Hugo Chavez Huey Long route.
these people would
Right.
have no chance of taking power. They're
I
too politically inept to do so.
But people akin to them could.
Caleb Moffat has
People,
more of a chance to do it than Oz does. Because Caleb isn't fucking stupid.
Yeah, and one of the worst things about Wikipedia is that they'll say that Oswald Spengler like opposed like racialism and anti-Semitism of the Nazis, but then when you look again at the whole Wikipedia, it turns out that he does have racist views and even anti-Semitic ones. Like he doesn't agree with how the Nazis did anti-Semitism, but then in his writings, he says that like Jewish people could never like be integrated in society, and he like accuses them of like cynical, I don't know, some like cynical thing. Like that's what he describes as cynical intelligence, and like therefore they're like good with math. It's like just very like old school anti-Semitic
and,
tropes.
and did he also mention the fact that he supports Mussolini, if I have the quote correctly, if my memory serves correctly, said, "I despise all the Jews. I want to exterminate them all," and was the leading figure in the Holocaust and
Yeah,
killed half of the Libyan population and 8% of Ethiopia's population. We're talking about
right.
that Mussolini right here.
Yeah,
Don't forget, by
yeah,
the way, FDR was actually very impressed with what Mussolini had done in Italy as well. Basically saying he
Yeah.
saved Italy with capitalism.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
but Caleb says that FDR wasn't an anti-Semite.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a video of Mussolini. He did like a 30-second video or 1 minute where he's like congratulating FDR, and he's saying that yeah, he's gonna make America. I don't remember the exact phrase. He either says America great or something like that. Yeah, and of course like his English was very broken, basically, as well, in the video.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, look at Martin Heidegger. I mean, this is a guy who was part of the Nazi Party too. I mean, he was a professor, and like he used to do like he used to like he literally used to describe Hitler as a messiah, and stuff like that. And like
You'd
this is the
be, you'd be surprised at the amount of brain dead Pat socks that like will defend that they defend Heidegger just because they hear that Haas likes him.
right,
And then
exactly,
when you challenge them and point out the fact that he was literally a fucking Nazi,
right,
like they'll
exactly.
sometimes they'll be like confused and shit, like, oh, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah, Haas tried to downplay it. He's like, "Oh yeah, he used to believe Hitler would be a messiah, but then he changed his mind." Like, yeah, that's a great way of saying that he's a Nazi, Haas. You know, I mean, when you think the guy is like a literal messiah, I don't know what else to say. That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't change that kind of view
I
very.
remember
That's a very rarely.
yeah, I
right.
remember one time I saw in the old infrared server like some pussy motherfucker like ran to their server to try to get help in a debate with me, and they were like the guy was like, wait, so Heidegger's like actually a Nazi? Then why does Haas defend him? It's like dude, you were literally like defending Heidegger to me like a couple minutes ago, and now you find out he's a Nazi just now. Now you're
Right.
wondering, so you were just defending him for no reason.
Yeah,
And then I
exactly.
remember the fucking answer that these other idiot Pat Socks gave him was literally like it was literally verbatim. It said they said this. It's not. Wait, what was it? Or it's just it's just that it's not our fault that some Nazis are based.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and like Dugan's big on Heidegger. He even says like the fourth political theory is based on Dasein or whatever that German word is that Heidegger made up. Um, then you got another figure. So like Dugan and all these Pat Socks, like they're really big on the whole conservative revolution school in Germany and all these other reactionaries. Another one is like Carl Schmitt. He's another Nazi who like he was like into law and like political theory, and he helped make the arguments for like basically he kind of helped Hitler like do the coup d'état in Weimar Germany. Um, and I mean, this is a guy. I mean, this is a guy who like I've seen Pat Sox praise. Dugan's big on Carl Schmitt. Schmidt described Franco as like he described Franco as a national liberator against international Marxism. And in 1955, Carl Schmitt refused to participate in a denazification program in West Germany. So he lost his privilege to like teach, but he was still writing.
You think he would have supported the denazification effort in Ukraine?
No. But then again, speaking of denazification, I think Russia is the last country that should speak about denazification when there's a lot of Nazis in Russia.
Yeah, I mean, especially after the fall of the Soviet Union, there's just like reactionaries popping up.
Feels like it's already been like a month, over a month since Jackson proclaimed that denazification of Ukraine was complete, and they're still going on with this shit.
Right, yeah, and they're one of the neo-Nazi groups in Russia is fighting with the Luhansk. They're called like the National Unity Movement or something like that.
Yeah, they by the way their fucking their logo literally has a fucking swastika in it. By the way, like
right, exactly.
like it's undeniable that they're fucking Nazis.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it's funny when Jackson Hinkle said that shit. I was like, great. So when does the denazification campaign start in Russia?
Right. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wagner Group. They got like former Nazi members. Well, quotation former. Yeah, they're like it's basically a mercenary group of reactionaries. They're like the Blackwater of Russia.
Yeah. You're cutting out like crazy, Gangarus. Trusted parts 06. Yeah, the shit's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, and of course there's Nazis in America, but these Pat socks, and not just Pat socks. I mean, I think even like I would argue even like some of these so-called sock them populist types and liberals.
They're
They're all,
literally like the opposite side of the same coin. Yeah.
yeah, I mean they're always downplaying the threat of fascism, even today. I mean, yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's
they're
why.
literally still social fascists. So
Right, exactly. That's why I can't stand neoliberals and all these types. Right, they're social fascists for sure.
the funniest thing is too is that yeah, without any implication for them to even make the assumption, every time you like mock or make fun of a dumbass Pat sock, they'll always assume you're like a Voshite like neoliberal. It's like
Right,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah, you have
no,
to just
maybe I'm just I can. It's possible I can think Vosh is a fucking idiot while also thinking that Haas is a fucking idiot.
it's that
exactly.
Hegelian dualism again.
Yeah, for real.
Right, yeah.
Socialism, sneakers.
Uh,
Oh, ooh,
oh,
that's fucking evil.
don't forget, according to Haas, this is even better. He said that Nike shoes are proletariat shoes.
What the? I can't afford Nike shoes. How the fuck is it fucking proletarian shoes?
Yeah, yeah.
In the s-
Well,
in the sense that it's made by slave labor.
right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wonder what he would say about the Nike Cortezes though, because those are like famous shoes among gang members. Are those like are those lumpen proletarian shoes or?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
wasn't there a picture of of a Chinese person having dyed hair?
Oh yeah, the Pass Sox were getting real mad about that. They're
Wait,
like,
what was going
oh,
on?
yeah, they're saying that's out of context or something like that.
Wait, what was out of context? That was a what? Someone with dyed hair?
Yeah, a Chinese woman, I believe.
Oh,
Like they
why would
found
they get mad
one.
about that? That's so dumb.
Yeah, they're trying to blame like Western influence as well.
What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that like
West
Western imperialism? Like
Western
a woman in China
influence.
dyed her hair? What the
They
fuck?
don't even fucking live in China.
Right.
They don't know a fucking thing about the culture of China.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, they have like a sick obsession with just attacking people with dyed hair
It's
or just
weird. I have
different
no idea
hair.
why.
Yeah, like even like
It's because they hate trans people, and that's a coded way to do it.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah. But I know a lot of people with dyed hair who aren't trans. So I
Yeah.
mean,
It's
yeah.
really fucking common, especially in the
yeah,
Hispanic community. Like a lot of Latino women like to dye their hair like red sometimes or purple. Like purple
absolutely.
streaks. Like you see this shit all the
Yeah,
time. It's fucking common, bro. Like why are they stressing over this shit?
Honestly,
Weird.
who gives a
exactly.
shit?
Yeah, I mean, even some of the older women dye their hair because of the gray stuff, and they'll try
Yeah.
new colors.
At the end of my mom, like in the last like 10 years, she dyed her hair multiple times.
Yeah,
Sometimes she had it be pink. Sometimes she had it be purple. It's like she did all kinds of colors because she didn't want to.
I mean, Haas is gonna eventually dye his hair because like of his fragile ego, and he's also gonna be buying like thousands of dollars worth of Rogaine.
Mhm.
yeah. I mean,
Scare a lot
maybe,
pretty bad.
yeah, maybe Samir Khan will do that.
Oh, she definitely will.
Yeah, yeah, she's crazy. I mean, she's literally like, she's basically against Latino slash Hispanics, etc. I mean, she loves Spaniard imperialism for some
Yeah,
reason.
she's so reactionary and moronic that it's actually like funny.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed with Pat Sox is that not just Samir Khan, Haas, and a few others, and Keaton, they're like very anti-pagan, just in general.
Remember when they were getting really mad at like Dust James and like Yankee Panky and like a couple other people calling them like splitters and shit?
Yeah,
For like
records.
they're calling them wreckers for fucking calling out Samir Khan's obviously reactionary
Yeah.
bullshit. It's like, dude, are
Yeah.
you serious? Like, you're not gonna call.
Right.
So you're, in other words, you're not gonna call like out your supposed comrades, whatever. Whenever they say
Exactly.
something moronic and stupid and clearly reactionary, you're just gonna sit there and defend them, fucking
Yeah.
idiot.
Exactly. And some Johnny the commie called Be Liberal a beta level for joining in. Yeah, Hawes went on a stream rant saying that that's being astroturfed, the controversy.
Yeah.
And that
Every time he gets ratioed, he says it's being astroturf. Like,
yeah, he says that the reason why people shouldn't publicly display good faith criticism of like their whole sphere, their whole cult, is because 90% of the other criticism is bad faith, and that the bad faith actors are going to use the good faith criticism to like weaponize it.
that's
And
moronic.
It's basically just an excuse to say this is a cult. We do not criticize here.
Yeah,
Right.
unless they don't recognize this, the issue here too. Another thing is that they're literally like making the same dipshit argument that Stalin argued against when he was
Right.
talking about self-criticism. He was saying that was a petty bourgeois opportunist argument to say like, oh yeah, we can't do like self-criticism or have criticism of the party and its members because it's going to be weaponized by our enemies. And shit. Like, no, that's not an excuse. You have to
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I was laughing though when like a lot of these Pat socks like turned on Dust James and Be Liberal. It was really funny to see like Be Liberal like he kept kind of flip flopping, but at the end of the day, like everybody still shat on him. Yeah.
Be Liberal's a fucking moron. I mean, he's not even good at doing fucking proper grifting.
Right.
Shit's funny.
Yeah.
He also made a moronic response to Marxist Paul too.
I relish Be Liberal's like downfall. I really do. And what's funny
Absolutely.
is Noah Krashnovic, like his buddy, like he's supposedly part of the CPUSA. He calls everyone who disagrees with him an anti-communist, and he's in a fucking organization that supports vote blue no matter who.
Don't forget, he's the same fucking idiot who called who read a Lenin quote that was disguised as a Jay Sakai quote and called him anti-communist and liberal. So we know where his actual values lie.
What's actually hilarious is
he
when
doesn't agree with Lenin.
When you expose him for not having like understood that was Lenin's quote, you prove that he's an actual liar when he says he studied Marxism. Leninism.
Yeah, he said he's read every single collected works of Lenin, yet never ever follows Lenin's actual fucking works.
Right.
And basically every time you point it out to him, he'll call you a dogmatist.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean,
like V Liberal is trying to get me to talk to that motherfucker. I'm not joking. He gave me alarm bells immediately as soon as I saw him do the shit he did on Twitter.
He's called me a troll multiple times at this point. Every time I prove him wrong, so.
And yeah. not to mention, I didn't trust any good faith discussion with Noah, because who knows? I didn't trust Be Liberal not to do his thing and do what he did to Bipolar Chris and basically record what we're talking about live, and I wouldn't be aware of it until it was too late. So I didn't talk to Noah for that reason. I mean, that's the whole reason he fucking hates Marxist Paul, because Marxist Paul refused to talk to fucking Noah and B-level. That's the whole reason.
All like Jimmy Dore type shit, where he's like mad at people that won't comment on their
No, seriously, B-level was trying to get on Marxist Paul, And he was fucking salty that Marxist Paul didn't want anything to do with his shit.
Right. Yeah. They were attacking Marxist Paul and Irish comrades over there for the John Conley House situation. To like help the homeless. Like,
It's so annoying if they weren't like censoring every word that comes up in the actual chat. Like it's hard to focus when you have these like very Western Slavs turning around and reporting each other for being rapists. It's like whoa, time the fuck out. Apparently fucking everything because France did this before with Napoleon. Okay, we're gonna have a really big time when no one orders anything, and then all of a sudden, here's 50 fucking receipts for one thing. Good luck documenting everything.
So, Stone, what do you think of what I just talked about? The real reason why Be Liberal hates Marxist Paul.
Well, I know when it comes to like community, it's like he's pampered, so he doesn't give off the most inviting of signs.
But B Level almost got on his show, almost.
Diversity. Guys, they did a quota. They counted the white people, they counted the black people. There's actually people like 100% that split down the middle. Very much from there. I mean, the fact that America's base was like the red man, so they went and changed the black man's position with the red man while trying not to turn their back completely to a red man because it's fighting words. And dogs are easy to piss off. Just don't watch them and they become little fucking dickheads.
I don't know if you guys I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know Be Liberal would try to turn me against Black Red Guard?
Bro, he used to try and get fucking black people and white people on each other's cases. He used to say the bullshit about the America, Black Red Guard did.
But
Bro,
by the way,
I miss Black Red Guard, bro. I wish he would start making videos again.
by the way, I confronted. I asked B-Level. I asked people, okay, if this were true about Black Red Guard, this would have been known ages ago. What the hell are you doing? Like, Be Liberal was treating me like I was an idiot. Like he had a thing against anybody that wasn't white. That's not
joking. Be understanding Marxism in a complex structural form and then know as well of like what Marxism is sort of contributed to that more sort of disabled struggle of the crippled, like in maybe Australian long. You guys would be not as far away from us. Fucking, I don't know. It's one of those good times where the breakfast mannerism of stealing someone else's fucking burger and doing what they should have always done and not fucking putting pickles on it. Or what you want to call it? Like, step one, fuck that up. Broccoli's pretty easy because it's just step two. It's just okay. It's one of those things like we believe that we got the wrong guy. Forensics do be like that.
I'm serious though. I do miss Black Red Guard. I wish he would make content again.
I mean, the geezer's still about. He's still doing work. He's just his work as a direct communist. It's sort of not only is it hinge pinned on capitalist existence, like the most money he makes is in places like China. He fucking sell out to them, and by golly gosh, that's the guy. 40 towers, the news Chinese game shows, whatever the fuck it is. Like they're fucking offering him a new car. It's not even their car. It's like a leased car. They're saying the car they wanted to give him for his test car was
Stone, I think you're going. I think we're going a little off topic here.
Riddle.
Are you okay? You seem tired, man.
I am fucking destroyed.
Damn.
Maybe you should,
Looks like me after a 12-hour shift.
Maybe you should take a nap or something.
I am already halfway there. Fucking, the words fucking nap and fucking like I'm not only fucking a bit fucking chatter out of it, but fuck me, I feel like I'm fucking coming at this from a third party fucking angle because the speakers that were for like a lot of these portal stereos fucking I don't know, like there's some weird fucking shit going on with all these CD players and crap that are around me. I just do music.
Well, I do. Well, I think we should conclude this stream because I don't think we have much left to talk about.
I fucking
I'm
well,
tired as hell. So
All right.
Yeah,
So
I could
I'll,
keep going
almost
forever,
4
but
hours.
okay. I'll go. Okay, I'll go last.
re-emerged as conscious. I don't know.
I'll go last. Stone, I'll let you have your first, like, final point of this stream.
Sorry for fucking passing out. I've been awake for a long time. America is the fucking model of fascism that, that colonialism picked the most. It's the go-to. It's the fancy pants thing. It's the old-fashioned school shit. I'm conscious again. So yeah, no, it's the same old game and dice that gets dropped and played. The US is the way it works. This is why I say to people, if you want to understand the US, learn the history of South America. South Africa. Learn the history of South Africa, and you'll get a greater understanding of apartheid and why segregation and racial supremacy is intrinsic to the US sort of model, regardless of which nation of Europe holds power in Europe. Oh, sorry, in Europe or America. It's 3Ks for a reason. Fuck KKK.
I agree. All right.
And we'll give them the best day.
All right, Flashy. Since you go next.
sure. I mean, I haven't been on Twitter at all today, and I mean, I don't see these type of
That's
loser
good.
pad
Yeah.
talks. Yeah, it really is.
that's a good idea.
I haven't been there all weekend, but yeah, like so like I'm sure there's a lot of dumb fuck pat talk. I mean, I don't see these people in real life either. Like they don't really exist IRL. They're a bunch of larping 14-year-olds on the internet. But like they're gonna sit here and try to uphold like the 4th of July shit. They're gonna try to uphold fucking American patriotism and all this shit. And then they'll claim, that they don't support the nation state. They don't realize that in a developed Western country like this, with where the national movement has already outlived itself, you can't really separate patriotism from how it's conventionally understood by the masses, which is directly connected to the nation state. So they are literally upholding empire. You can't have patriotism in the Western developed country nation without supporting your own oppressors, basically. So, I think that they know that, and I think they know that, and they're just trying to push their national Bolshevik bullshit. So,
All right, you next. I can't even read your. I don't have my glasses on right now. You next.
You should fucking always have them on your own. I'm gonna be glasses, please. Now I'm gonna fucking like knock your door at like fucking 5 in the morning. Those are your fucking glasses, you bastard.
All right. So
You want me to
Gungaros,
go next or the Gangaroos?
Oh.
either one of you will be fine.
Noob, you can go before me.
Fucking
I'll let
flip
you
a
go.
coin, fight over it.
Yeah, I'll just say this. Like, yeah, I mean, America's a fascist country. It always has been. Even before, like, the Constitution was written and all that. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Washington or it's
King George.
yeah, Jackson. I mean, FDR, Lincoln, or Trump, or Biden, or Bush.
What
It's
about
just
the
that,
actual monarch, King George, not George Washington? Just not to get confused.
right? Yeah, but I mean,
George the Third or Fourth at the time, I can't remember.
yeah, but I mean, there's like
The Roman Empire.
yeah, but we got like conservatives now who want like a monarchy, and I've seen some people say like Alex Jones say that yeah, we wanted Washington to be the real monarch, George. So yeah, it's a fascist country. It's a colonial settler state. The whole land is stolen. Yeah, And I mean, there's nothing to celebrate about July the 4th, really, um, other than hopefully the downfall of America. Um, yeah, I mean, what else can be said? I mean, there's no reform. You can't. Yeah, patriotism is bullshit. Um, you know, anybody telling you that, oh, the real patriots, what are they saying? The real patriots are the proletariat patriotism or whatever.
But
Just
that can't
ignore that.
exist properly without a fully foundation of socialism. All of this shit are ignorant of like where we're at now.
Right.
Blindness, chosen blindness, or
Yeah.
blindness nonetheless.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, yeah, and a lot of these Pat Sox know what they're pushing. It's just like they want to turn America into like a Nas Bowl, Vegas state, basically. Yeah,
A lot of it just sounds like Nazism, to be honest. Like Nazism's just a way
yeah,
of watering it down. Like everyone's like,
right.
oh, Nazism, it's not National Socialism. You see, it's different. It's National Bolshevism, and they've already lost me at that point. I'm like, yeah, it's different. Is it different?
Yeah,
It's a special type of National Socialism, not the normal type you see in places like Germany. Like, fuck off, selling me a different brand of snake
It
oil. I ain't fucking buying it.
it
right.
it reminds me of some of the peasants during the Russian Civil War. That when the Bolsheviks changed their name to the Communists, they thought the Bolsheviks and Communists were two different groups, and they never actually got it into their heads. Wait, they're actually the same people.
Wait, why
Right.
is Lenin leading the communists and the Bolsheviks? This is confusing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and I don't want
Down by the
to.
fucking Red Army, like fucking just changed their name all of a sudden, just fucked with everything. It's like when you sign into like a messenger app or something, and they've just changed the whole format. I don't know how to use this anymore. Shit.
Right. Yeah. And the one last thing I'll add is like I don't want to hear. I keep seeing these Pat Socks like quoting Mao about like Mao said something like stupid, like praising Washington or whatever when he was very old. Like no, just ignore that part. And don't praise like Nixon visiting there. Yeah. I mean, no Maoist would even like support that crap. So yeah. Um, down to America.
Death to America, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get this stream censored, but yeah.
Who gives a
I
shit?
fucking
Yeah.
what they can only
Uh,
do so much. They just
Yeah, we don't
Right.
need to be liberal who's scared to talk about the overthrowing of the government and the ruin of
Okay.
the communists.
Lee level's
So-
a fucking pussy.
also, if you
The-
want to
Yeah.
get past some of the fucking like, it's a little trick for you. You want to get past some of like the censorships. If you were to tactfully use something that would get you copyright struck but would not get it taken down, it will be monetized, and it will then get for that monetization that product would get. So stick music in that from an artist won't take your shit down, and you get it spin off the system because the system's broken. Anyone that thinks it's the view like based crap before, nah. It's all fucked these days. Everyone's just fucking gung ho on YouTube. But fucking everyone's got a Patreon and a fucking panhandling people, and they're all like, "Oh, I need to live." Yet they all have fucking, at the very least, decent fucking work, if not fucking have relations to the middle class, which makes them aggressively fucking against anyone who's against the middle class. And it pushes them into this position of fucking like you get like two different types. The really, really fucking person who seems like that, like the Yankee tanky type. They seem like an innocent folk, but they'll take the fucking Nazism like it's fucking Chick-fil-A, and they got no food at all. They're starving out their chits.
Yeah.
And then you have like the other ones who are the evil old bastards who want people to be in this state, who are like, yes, my ideas are being proven correct. Like, they think the scientific realm is something that is like, so that's carved out by humans for humans, when it's more that like science is the analysis of reality. It's beyond us. So like, no, shut. That's my position to these people.
Well, okay, does anyone else have anything to add?
I'll conclude it with my own thoughts as well. Okay, so I got a script here. I'll go on for the next 3 hours. No. Okay, so basically what I'm saying,
The last hour.
I'm going to pretty much sum up this stream with pretty much this. the 4th of July needs to be renamed Death to America Day. Um,
Or
um, oh, poof. And the reason these pat socks are so they're so dick riding of China is because they want the Chinese Empire to bail out the American Empire with Belt and Road, whatever. Just
Yeah.
like how America bailed out the British Empire with the Marshall Plan and all this other shit.
We don't like to talk
And-
about
Yeah,
It's capitalist shock therapy. Basically.
exactly.
that.
Exactly.
That's
They
actually
don't.
a really good way of putting it. Shock therapy, Jesus Christ. Fucking, we got a double fucking team going on here.
Yeah, they don't
You're
want to.
so fucking correct.
They do not want to dismantle American Empire. They just want to
You want to
model
take
it
off the
around.
hegemonic position?
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I forgot to say, I'll just like say it for everybody is like, obviously free Puerto Rico, free Guam, free Palau, free the Solomon Islands.
Free
Gibraltar.
free Turtle Island, free
Yeah. Right.
free
Yeah.
those French colonies that nobody talks about that I can't name.
Guantanamo.
Yeah. Yeah. What
Guam, which
Hawaii
I
too.
can never remember whether that's still a UK or a US place.
Right.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I
U.S.
think it's
Virgin
still
Islands.
UK. I think we just allowed the US to commit war crimes there because casually.
Right.
Did you know that there's part of the European Union in South America?
Yeah. Yeah. French
Oh yeah,
Guiana.
the French, because French Guiana is not like a separate country. French Guiana is France. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Also
the
the
European Union
Netherlands
used to be all
too.
the way down there in Argentina before the UK left. Falkland Islands, Gibraltar, that's all counted as like part of the mainland UK. It's not seen as Dominion. It's
Yeah.
seen as proper territories of ours, which, like, fuck, we robbed the Argentinian islands from other colonizers, so we got the sloppy seconds of the Spanish, and like fucking we're nowhere near there. The only reason we wanted that island was because of oil.
Yeah, you also got like Saint Martin, the French part, well the French settler part that's divided, and then the other part, Saint Martin. You also got like there's probably a few other ones from the Netherlands, like they own Aruba or whatever. Yeah,
Basically
Aruba.
any country that engaged in the exploration era of colonialism during the age of exploration pretty much needs to give up their colonies overseas.
Fucking Christopher Columbus. The natives are very lovely and peaceful. I've never met people so peaceful on this world. People who need no war, need no fucking famine, need no torture. The fucking next page. They make great slaves. Like, what? What happened to slavery being a thing of fucking like the worst of people? That's how Christianity tried to justify itself. Oh, it's for the worst. It's for the most terrible. Yet, according to these big prominent Christian adventurists, no, it was in Columbus's words, the purest of humanity, and he fucking crushed it. An iron fist. After complimenting it, like fully complimenting it, like he goes in detail to say how fucking like beautiful of a people they are to be around, and then goes on about how their culture should be smashed and they could be wrapped into slaves with less than a fucking band of men.
Yep.
White people, man.
Oh, and I guess one last mention is like the U.S. invasion of Mexico. That stole a lot of land. I mean, not even just with Mexico itself, but like even like a few native tribes as well, indigenous lands as well.
Well, I mean, all of it's indigenous land. It's like
Right.
the US and Mexico are two colonists fighting over land that's rightly Mexica in that respect.
Yeah.
But in conclusion, death to America.
Yeah,
Yeah.
TLDR, Death to America. if you want to not have to deal with, I mean, it's too late. You already have. But if you do not want to have to deal with the flaws of the stream, you should have said this at the start. Basically, just Death to America. There you go. There's the shot of it. Anyone that wants to be quick and be dead.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the
the
show,
kind of
folks. Yep.
Well,
That's all, folks. Or I could get copyrighted if I do the Looney Tunes stream for too
well,
long.
well, well, technically it's the 5th now where I'm at, but I guess I will end the stream. Nothing
Oh,
too
it's
fancy.
8 hours into the 5th now. It reached the the Hate America Day. We're gonna have to bill you 50 grand.
Anyway,
Hey, look, Mark.
honestly, everything about this country is a lie. From it being the land of opportunity, the
Fucking internet gets him as soon as he says the land of opportunity. It just goes fucking shit.
Yep. CIA.
Fucking Jesus Christ, the fucking Borg is real. I always thought you were one of those myths from that old fabled story of Star Trek.
Pat socks are DDoSing Dark Synovia. I'm just kidding, but who knows?
They messed with his Borg in translator. There we go. He's back. He's back in the room. You were lost as soon as you said land of the opportunities. The America said no. How dare you criticize its lack of opportunity?
Well, the thing is, everything about this country is a lie. Like the opportunity, what opportunity? Like if you're poor, you have no opportunities. If you're poor, you're stuck in the place that you're at. Like
You have the
you can't
opportunity to
move.
get your head caved in by a fascist cop. That's about it.
Well,
It's
we're
like-
creative lumpen pros, you see. We have fun ways of dealing with the fact that our lives are a bit monotonous. So, you know.
It's
At
like
least we
even
know how to have a laugh in the process of living shit.
it's
Couldn't say
like
that about the aristocrats living in good. You make a joke about the situation to them, and they're fucking fine. They act like they're fucking in the brunt of it all. I wouldn't even act like that. I'm not in the brunt of it all. Like, it's madness. Like, it's chauvinistic. Like, they don't understand how class works. I'm in the fucking lowest class you can be in the first world. I ain't in the brunt of it all. I got a roof over my head. Of course, I'm not in the brunt of it all. The brunt of it all is the homeless. But Marxists, this like petty bourgeois counter, and this is really important to these Americanists, those in America, they hate the fucking lumpen. They hate the lower classes commanding Marxism. They hate this process of functioning, so they just disconnect from it. They cut themselves off from the homeless. The homeless terrify them more than any form of the lumpen. And I agree with Black Internationalists, nice quick plug, that the most revolutionary, like capable people in society, the people you're most able to entice, are in the prisons and on the streets, especially for Black brethren.
I agree, and that's another thing about a lie about this country. Like, oh, this country ended slavery. No, it never did. Slavery
Asian dynamic.
is just gone by a different name. Slavery is just used in other ways.
80% of people like who were arrested for marijuana crimes and had to serve a sentence were Black. So like, you know, they
Yeah, they just rebranded it, and they pay you like what, 3 cents. So technically, they are technically paying you a very almost non-existent
people, like the
wage.
Chinese sweatshops, they do pay them, guys. There is money exchanging. It's like, yes, that's not the criticism. Thank you for your contribution
And,
to the discussion. That's my response to them.
and not to mention, as for land of opportunity, where's the opportunity for felons?
What about
My-
disabled people as well? Fucking
Yeah, and
Imagine if you're disabled and you're a felon.
right,
folks,
or
lumpen help.
yeah, or even undocumented people, so-called at least.
If you were lumpen and a felon, we would get Caleb's government of action, and by that I mean a train that sends you off to a camp.
So basically,
Yeah.
the only job
Yep.
you're ever going to get as a felon is box moving in a warehouse, which, as you can understand, is not really the type of job that is for people with disabilities. So, like, basically, if you've been a felon and you're disabled and you're lump and probably you're fucked. Hope you get social security for disability and that you can just not have to deal with the aspect of work in that retrospect. Because
Yeah.
so here's the thing: a lot of disabled people don't like to be out of commission. I mean, the thing I want to get in with my health is I want to be able to run a fucking job. I want to be able to earn my own pocket. You know, it's a fucking thing everyone wants to be able to do. Problem with fibromyalgia is it can sometimes be a little more daydreamy than everything. Because I gotta do a lot. I gotta get a fucking really specific diet going and everything, so I get my health fucking proven. And it's just like there's this incestuous drive to be functional, and it becomes an unhealthy drive to some point or another, where you end up fucking yourself in the ass. A lot of the ableism that drives into it is one of the big problems. I mean, how far is good enough for oneself? It's really the big limit that's being asked of people, and this system is not centered around respecting people's limits. It's centered around abusing people's limits.
Well, another thing about this country is that's a lie. Is it's welcoming towards people who come from different backgrounds. How is that even remotely true? When this country's first and biggest demand of people from foreign cultures is to give up the culture of where they came from in order to embrace this dead culture that is America. This
They do a
black fucking
weird
hole.
amalgamation where they just try and slap them all into the Anglo-Saxon identity. That's what Rooseveltian multiculturalism does. It makes this like veil that the US was somehow progressive and tries to bring this like, oh, there's this great group of ethnicities. Yeah, they liked the more white ethnicities that they could advertise as white to the people. Roosevelt wasn't the guy who actually dropped the use of Anglo-Saxon in America. It happened in the 50s. That's when it starts to wane and not have its use anymore. The last people to use the term Anglo-Saxon to describe America as a nation was the military. They've done it for quite a while. But
Well,
now
there's a
it's all about the American nation, the multicultural American nation, the progressive force in the world that showed the Brits and the French how it's done. That's the big
well,
advertisement of the red, white, and blue. Not to be confused with the French, who are also red, white, and blue.
yeah,
Creativity of these motherfuckers, because do you know what else is red, white, and blue? The English, well, the Scottish fucking Anglo-Saxon alliance that's called Britain.
yeah. Even Norway as
Scottish
well.
involvement. I won't let those little bastards slip away. Little shits. Oh, we want to
Yeah,
leave to join the EU. Well, that's not fucking. It's not helping. You're ruining the Scottish people there a bit. Like, let them have their freedom. Scotland has a lot of power if it tried to fucking exert it in a greater direction, but it is a heel of the British Empire, and it's probably going to stay because France has a lot of power. The Commonwealth, one of the things.
Marjorie Green Taylor. She actually created a what's called a Anglo-Saxon like caucus or whatever in Congress. So she is trying to like mean it back. Yeah,
Well, just decay is occurring. So, America is not long became a dying empire. Like, yeah, you've been having your failings, but it's not dying. Like, the Boer War was not the British Empire dying. America had its height, just like the British had its height.
yeah,
They had its height during Trump. It was the
The pe-
largest state that the
yeah,
US finance capital market had ever reached, and it's dropped since.
yeah. People just confuse the like world reserve status of the dollar, with like the empire, you know.
So, but the finance system is the way to measure the size of the empire, and so America once controlled every nation on the earth that had a finance capital system. From every empire was under its heel, and every subject of that empire was under their heel. Any nation that wasn't under their heel was in such an abused position that their capacity to pull their weight anywhere was nothing. Like, all the imperialists were working together, fucking lockstep on arms. The war on terror is a great fucking example of this.
Absolutely.
And so the
And
American Empire reached its fucking height, really, even earlier than this. It was the 2000s. And then
yeah,
when 2008 occurred, Russia and Chinese started doing their own thing a bit. They're still working with the US, but they're doing their own thing a bit. That's where you see the drift. I mean, people think it just starkly changed. But no, China was the one bailing them out of the '08 crisis, the 2012 crisis, and the fucking 2014 crisis by buying gold, which
yeah.
helped Chinese boosted up their ability to retie themselves to the gold standard and told the petrodollar to get fucked. Like the US is intelligent. Like top level fucking imperialism. We'll sell them the things that will make them more powerful than us if they keep buying it off us, and we'll sell it them into the shit ton because it will get us out of our economic crash.
Yeah.
Literally, capitalism, short-term gain, long-term fucking devastation, proven there and then. Like they literally had it dangled in front of their face like a carrot, and they just because that is capitalism. It is this monotonous beast.
What was that? Oh, sorry. Something.
Again, Garros muted himself. So.
All right. Well, another thing about that's a lie about America. I know I've repeated myself saying lie this, lie that, but everything about this country is a lie.
Yeah.
Is
Oh mate, if you dream, so if you're asleep, it's all right. You know.
I actually was going to say that as my last point. I'm not even like another lie about America is it's this country is all about freedom, yet says nothing about the freedom of those who've actually fought their own war of independence. America likes to act like it's the only country ever to ever had a war of independence. America likes to portray itself as something unique and special when there's nothing unique or special about America. There was
Actually,
many.
they're typically like the fascists, so they're both the victor and the victim all in one go. That's their archetype.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Like Americans, like in general, not just the pet socks, but in general, that they can't even comprehend, and not to mention their fucking sheer like illiteracy when it comes to history. That there's been many like wars of independence before the United States.
Bro, there was 4 civil wars, not one. Like everyone says, the one civil war. No, Lincoln oversaw 4 different civil conflicts. Like there was not just the war between the Confederates.
Yeah.
But also, what's it? And Caleb would not want to talk about those other wars because one of them is known as the Indian Wars, and he probably does not want to talk about what Lincoln did to the natives during the war with them. Surely, there's a
Yeah.
really holes in his idea of Lincoln being this good person because he was a brutal motherfucker to the natives. He was,
Yeah. And his anti-Semitic general, who became president later on, Ulysses S. Grant, who like
yes,
he did like
Graham.
he did like a mini program
We got
program.
given a really fucking spastic tank by the Americans called the M3, and we called it the Grant. Well, one of them's the Lee, one of them's the Grant, and like we're just like, yeah, you know what? The really weird looking tank that looks like a cyborg, that's fucking Grant and Lee. Bang on.
Right. Exactly.
Fucking American.
It's like the thing I find fun thing about this lie of America is, oh, I guess Vietnam's war of independence was not fucking legitimate according to the eyes of these fucking patriots, or
Well,
Cuba.
did they have a constitution that both says that every man should be free, but not black people? If they don't have that, then I'm sorry, it's not legitimate in the eyes of the Americans.
It should.
Segregation.
Yeah, and indigenous people couldn't get citizenship as well.
But if we are counting black people in representation in terms of population growth and census wise, we're going to count them as 3/4 a citizen or whatever.
Also, for those who wonder what like a Native American would be classified as, they're fourth world. Like they're decolonized within any retrospect, like whether they're in the third world conditions of the Native American world or the first world conditions of the Native American world. So they're in a fourth world position regardless of what position world people are in.
Yeah.
The fourth world position is a very interesting one. It's where I would lump diaspora nations as well and nomadic nations.
I know this is making fun of America and Americans. I don't care. Another lie about America is we're number one. Like, number one at what? Number one at what? I mean, honestly.
Anti-Semitism, anti-blackness, the racism. You like to do the genocide, but you like the cultural genocide as well as the fucking brutal force that's just run into the fucking reservation with armed forces.
Environmental
It's
genocide
supposed to be a place where your police have any jurisdiction.
Explorer of fascism.
Say,
Environmentalism, as in like they destroy wildernesses, trees,
oh
etc.
yeah, don't destroy fucking forests while the air is being poisoned at the same time by mass use of fossil fuels. Great job,
Right.
America.
Do,
Number
do you
number
just want everybody to be poor?
number one at fast food entertainment.
Oh, we gotta have a Big Mac and cheese. Yeah.
We can't. America has the mindset that like of everything is like a Marvel movie.
Everything probably is like a fucking Marvel movie in their mind. Like they're fucking that lost.
They
Good
treat
movie.
Trump. They treat Trump like he's like Thanos. That's what fucking the average American liberal treats Trump as.
Fucking, it's almost like Caleb Maupin was reading from fucking Thanos' fucking book, and fucking he wants to have the unlimited, luxurious, joyful resources for all of the posh toffs. No
America,
one's gonna get poorer in his socialism except the people who are worked to death in the Malthusian fucking factories he's running. I'm not neo-Malthusian. There's no such thing. Malthusian. What? There's no neo to the ideology. The ideology is work people to death to build false scarcity. It's the literal fucking like classicide of the proletariat as a way to build some automated post-scarcity electric boogaloo hyperspace gay capitalism, not communism, capitalism. See, they're playing fucking games with us now, boys. We've got fucking competition here.
yeah, The Watchmen kind of describes America pretty good, except maybe just add in like people probably worship the comedian or Manhattan or Rorschach. That
What's actually funny is Alan Moore even said that if you like Rorschach, you're a terrible person.
You could be shot. He said, "Stay away from me and never come near me again." That's what he said.
Yeah.
yeah.
Even though I don't agree with his views because he's an anarchist, I think he's
I
pretty
mean, you
big.
probably gotta be careful with what you say to someone because they're probably fucking lunatics. Like, if you
Well, the
fucking
thing is-
identify with Rorschach, you may want to like question your existence.
The thing is, Watchmen and V for Vendetta. I'm referring to the comics, not the films. Are fucking based.
Yeah, exactly.
If
Yeah.
you actually understand what the fuck is being said, yeah, but like, what? No, to be fair, they understand it. I'm being too fucking generous to them. If you're not a disingenuous fascist little piece of shit, then yeah, you can get the right message out of it. But the fascists, they find the guy who's described as a smelly waste of space to be cool and based.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh no, oh
Ted-
no. He's
Ted-
like
Yeah.
literally like
They
the
basically-
worst of fascist white trash you could think of. Like he's a
They-
disgrace to anyone who is white trash. And
Yeah.
motherfuckers,
The story of
these
Watchmen.
middle class people will worship the fucking thing.
Ted
we-
Cruz. Ted
we
Cruz
should
said
do-
Rorschach
we-
was his favorite hero.
We should do a
Oh,
stream about
fucking-
Watchmen
Dude,
sometime.
most people in the Love Report don't know Rorschach is, to be honest, because it's just kind of not important. And if they do know him, they don't like him because
We should do a stream on.
he's a
on
fucking
Watchmen.
villain. Like he just goes
I-
around attacking old people. Like fuck,
I'm serious. We should do a stream on Watchmen, not the movie, the comic.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
We should get like bits of it to like flash up on the screen at like every 20 minutes or so. It just changes.
Well,
to
there
different
is a motion comic
the
if you
background.
for up to saying for you Stones since you struggle with reading that would make it easier.
Motion comics just sound like a really like old man's way of saying a cartoon. It's one of those motion
Well,
comics.
it's not
Elevate.
it's not a cartoon. It actually has the actual comic panels, but there's people doing the voices, reading the actual dialogue.
That sounds cool, believe it or not. At least for me. Like
Anyway,
basically,
anyway, I gotta finish my point because this has been going on longer than any of your guys. Anyway, my final point, which is the title of the stream, "The American Dream is a Lie." And why is it a lie? Because when you're a lumpen proletariat and you are an adult, like I was, when I saw a bunch of disabled people, like people who are learning disabled, like seeing them, like being being prepared to basically work shit jobs, it was a eye opener for me. Because before that moment, I actually did believe in the American dream. And then I saw the American reality, which was, if you're poor and you're disabled, the American dream is just a dream. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
It really is a
You gotta
nightmare.
wake up every day to the fact that it's not the fucking dream, it's the nightmare, and it's the encapsulation. Like America is the worst place to be fucking lumpen proletariat in the first world. Trust, like, fuck me. Some of the stories I've heard from lumpen brothers who live like fucking, deep down in fucking East Side cities,
It's
and they're
the,
fucking
the, compared to other.
like you go anywhere in fucking states like fucking New York and all that, and you go down into those deep fucking places where the lumpen are fucking massively black, massively repressed and pushed in. Their life is an absolute struggle and a half. New York is already the most expensive place for most people in the world to exist. No, it's the same problem for the lumpen proletariat. If it's expensive for everyone else, trust me, it's gonna be expensive for them too. There's always ways around things. I mean, there's always a fucking way to fucking get yourself somewhere. I mean, you fucking just gotta know what you're doing.
But
And
the thing about, like, if you're disabled, you're more dependent on government programs than any other group,
you
because
gotta be careful with those programs because they're dodgy. Like they're
yeah, they
very
are.
they use disabled people as extremely cheap labor at hot times during like Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays. Maybe a Monday, but normally not. You're just gonna get the hot hours of the weekends because they know that there's a certain point that they're gonna get the massive flux, and they get paid enough that you're basically working there without them having to pay anything. Like they're making money to have you work there, so if they're making money already, work you in a hot hour. You're working like this because you're disabled in this situation. So like, it's no respect for like the struggle. Like if they were had any respect, they'd put you on a Tuesday and a Wednesday because it's nice and comfortable middays of the week. Fuck me, it's not gonna fucking overload you. It's gonna be nice and fucking easy to know that okay, middle of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it goes for the rest of the week, and you've got fucking long ass weekend.
Well, the thing about the American dream is it's most people just don't believe it these days. And then again, I don't think I should. Like, some people would ask me, why did I even put a title like that in the stream? Because I think it's important to talk about. Because everything about about 4th of July is a lie. Like, the founding of this country is a lie. The American
Hey,
dream.
poetry. Fucking, you've been reading a bit too much March. You're starting to sound like a poet. Fucking,
And
get your ears to the bagpipes or something. And you start writing some fucking songs.
I don't think this will top last year's stream with Deadman Animations of Falcon, but
Bagpipes.
I do believe this will piss off reactionaries, which always pleases me. Anyway, I'm just going to end this on a high note. Fuck America. Death to America. Long live the IRA.
That's the USA.
Okay.
Long live Hamas.
Long live the pan-Celtic struggle, the pan-European struggle, the pan-Arab struggle, the pan-African struggle, the pan-native of the Latin struggle, and their fucking want for national cultural autonomy in their region, and end of fucking white colonialism and what we have brought instead just their land. The name America will no longer be assigned to that nation once that place is free, and we know this. Anyone who thinks that America is going to exist in any way, shape, or form at the end of socialists' development and into communism, they're having a laugh. Like
And
they're in the, not even
that's
South America.
Canada.
There's no such thing as a justified America. It's
And we're,
bullshit.
and we're not talking about treaties either. These treaties are going. Like, this whole country's just
Yeah.
revolution.
Patriotism is when the white man applies to the native for citizenship. That's the specific words I remember being told by a fucking comrade. Is when the white man applies to the natives for citizenship on native land. It doesn't matter what fucking the number of population is to the native. It's like if a massive flux of white people were to move to Vietnam, and there was more of them than there were to the Vietnamese, but the Vietnamese allowed them to move in. Do you think they'd all of a sudden just be like, okay, no, we're not going to vet these people. We're just going to let them have dominant power over the land. We're not going to vet them and allow them to integrate into society and build up. It's like, guys, the fact that they're giving you that fucking option is absolutely fucking amazing, given the fact that what white people have done to them. I wouldn't be surprised if they just turn around and go, get the fuck out. All you, oh, fuck off. Like,
In fact, to be
they-
honest, like
they've been fucked so many times that they've tried to be nice and
white-
give the knee to the US, and the US will execute them while they give the knee of peace, or they hold white flags and US flags. I've heard, in my education, I heard enough stories that would fucking haunt me for the rest of my life of what fucking the
Let's be
Americans did to the fucking natives when
Americans
they
deserve
showed peace and they showed due honor, and they slaughtered them. They slaughtered them like animals. The men, the women, the children, all of them, like animals.
Americans deserve worse, if you ask me, and the fact that they're even willing to offer people this a place to stay despite what their ancestors have done to theirs.
It tends
Says
to renew stuff, but you gotta pass the vetting. You know, people who are absolute dickheads, they are gonna get fucking sent back.
the
Like,
thing
there
is, it
is a
says
decolonization process going
the
on.
thing is, it says a lot about them over the people that are scared of this.
Yeah.
We
People who are scared of the people who would be kicked out because they couldn't fucking abide by the rules. They want their own power bases. They want to do the treaties. Fucking Mason Steinberger, fucking from Black Shirts TV. Um, what's um, he, he's fucking he's preached bullshit along these fucking lines. He's also a guy who fucking thought that. So he's been quoted to say, "Oh yeah, you could fucking organize the police as like revolutionize the police." Like, what the fuck?
that's
Like,
pretty
literally an
soft.
appeal to colonial fascism. Like,
Okay, we should be
oof.
we should end this because if we go on Black Shirts TV, we'll be here for 3 hours.
Oh yeah, trust me, I got a lot to say about that.
We're getting to okay. The last thing I will say to end this stream.
How
you
long
guys-
was I asleep? Was it an hour? Because I'm fucking built chipper. Like, I was a tired mess with all this stream.
All right. The last thing I'm gonna say before I end the stream is Free Turtle Island.
Yes, Free Turtle Island.
Free Turtle Island.
Free Turtle Island.
Right,
Free
so-
Turtle
yeah,
Island,
brothers and sisters,
annihilate
and
America.
brothers and sisters.
Free
The white
Turtle
man is
Island.
gay.
The white man is gay and Free Turtle Island.